Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening. Welcome to the ISRC 6 Hours of Spa, live and exclusive on Total Sim Sport YouTube and Twitch channels. I'm Tim Cox, and I'll be joined by James Parfitt, and later on this show as well by Seb Bosch and Williams. Those two are going to be covering qualifying for us. And then later on the show, Paul Busby will be joining the commentary team, and as always, behind the scenes, working tirelessly, we have Sean Cranleigh-Swash and Chris Rowlands on production. Wow, what a circuit. One of the all-time classics that is Spa. Here in the forests of Belgium, the famous circuit of Spa-Francorchamps with a track length of 7 kilometres or 4.5 miles, if that's your preference. It's full of fast straights. Eau Rouge and Radion, of course, those two epic complexes you head up the hill. You've got the chicane, the bus cut chicane at the end, Les Combes. It's just littered with so many iconic corners. And of course, the Kemmel Straight. Long, and we will see undoubtedly lots of slipstream action there today. Well, we've got an absolute action-packed show for you today. So, shortly will be the prototypes, LMP1 and LMP2. They'll be taken to track for the open qualifying session. And then, round about half an hour after that, we will have the GTEs taken to the track. So that's GTE Pro and AM for their qualifying session. And then later on the show, we've got two debates coming to you. So in Race Hour 3, we will be talking about the current state of LMP1 Hypercar and LMDH. And obviously, what that potentially means for iRacing. And then, into the last hour of the race hour 5, we'll be covering the state of GTE and its migration to GT3. They're well worth tuning in for, and I'm sure it's going to be absolutely iconic. It's going to be biblical. It's going to be epic, this race. James, how hyped are you? Because I know I can feel it trembling through my veins.
Well, Tim, to be honest, I didn't get much sleep last night, partly due to this race coming up. This is, if it's anything like the Red Bull Ring, this is going to be an absolute outstanding race from the start right the way through to the last 5 minutes. It's going to be absolutely epic.
Definitely, it's one of the all-time classics. This Spa, it's high speed, full of lots of swooping corners. It's great to watch for the viewers. Likewise, it's an absolute brilliant driver's track as well. Now, car-wise, James, the LMP1s, P2s, obviously GTE Pro and AM. What info can you give us regarding these guys today? When are they going to be expecting pit stops, etc.?
So, well, Tim, let's start with the LMP1. So we're looking at basically a stint of about 40 minutes long. They'll be looking at triple stinting the tyres and maybe quad stinting. Now, tyre deck isn't a massive effect in LMP1s. Even if you quad stint the tyres, probably right by the end of the fourth stint, you may need to go in and change. Setup-wise, we're expecting most teams on a low downforce setup, apart from the Porsches, as they may need to run a more medium to high setup. GTEs probably within 5 or 6 laps. And then the LMP2s within 10 to 12 laps in. Now, the LMP2s, again, pit stop-wise, they're at near enough the same time, 35 to 40 minutes. So we could see both the lead classes heading in at the same time, which can cause a very chaotic pit lane. Again, same as the LMP1s, low downforce setups and double stint in tyres. I have been told, though, Tim, by a source that if they do go for 3 stints in LMP, they're very brave. I don't think they're going to get through 3 stints on the tyres. Catching GTEs within 6 to 7 laps may be a little bit longer, but around there is a good estimate, to be fair. Regarding the GTEs, so pit window is 25 to 27 laps in, with times of 2 minutes 11. We're looking round about 52 to 58 minutes in, basically. Again, double stint in the tyres for the first 2 stints, but they have come back and said that we may struggle on the middle 2 and the last 2 to get double stints out of tyres. So we'll have to see how that goes on that with them guys. Setup wise, again, we're going to be running a very low downforce setup, which can cause a very precarious lap 1 after tyre changes due to the low grip. So that's going to be very interesting to see if the GTs can hold it on the track. So with this in mind, we're looking at two strategies from the GTEs. Basically, we're going to look at either strategy one, where they're going to stretch the stints long enough to avoid an extra stop, or strategy two, Tim, will be running lighter fuel to help save tyres and take that extra stop. So it's going to be interesting to see which way they actually go with that, to be fair.
Definitely, definitely. And interestingly, last night I ran a bit of a simulation around here against AI. Obviously, you know, a lot more easier, you know, than trying to get a few drivers together. Just trying to understand in terms of the LMP2s and GT. Well, obviously, you can only run the GT3s against AIs, but you know they're not a million miles off the GTEs. And I tell you what, it makes for some really, really spicy and entertaining moves for the prototypes when they're trying to clear the GT cars. So I think, and I was experiencing the same sort of thing around about lap 7, 8-ish. You start coming up onto the back of them, and I think we could see a few potentially frustrated prototype drivers today, where they're struggling to get past people. Now, interestingly, James, obviously saying about LMP1, and I've been trying all week to get in touch with the Boosted Motorsport guys and their LMP1 team and their LMP2 team, but they've been so locked down in practice and grinding through the laps that they just, you know, it's been, you know, they haven't been able to manage to, you know, sit down and have a chat with them, which is a bit of a shame. But you can see the amount of practice that goes in to these guys and to try and achieve, you know, as best result that they can. And I know, you know, when we were speaking prior to Spa to the guys over at, you know, Sapphire Simsport, you know, they were saying, you know, and likewise with the other LMP1 guys, and I believe it was quite a similar feeling within LMP2 as well, that Boosted guys, they're, you know, definitely one to watch, and everyone's felt a little bit of a threat to them, you know, since they came along to the championship in the last round.
Yeah, that's what I mean. They entered into the last round, and they come in with much hype. You know, Ben Gregory, Tim Perry as well, and obviously we've got Toby Ward in the team. They come in again, but they seem to be the same sort of pattern as we've seen in Spa. We're going to see how they get on in qualifying, Tim, but they were very quick in practice for the week leading up to practice last time out in Red Bull Ring. And the race was somewhat a bit hit and miss, and their qualifying was a bit hit and miss. But again, this has been the same. They've been very quick all practice. They were a second quicker in the practice session before the race today. So that's going to be interesting to see if they can keep up with that speed. But that was Tim Perry behind the wheel. I believe we've got Ben Gregory at the moment. He's going to be leading off. But I did manage to grab Tim late. I'm going to say late last night because it was late, just to get some information from him. Now, he reckons that their practice sessions and their setups have been going really well. They've got an ideal setup in place. He did come back and say some of the overtaking, though, will be easy with a boost, but always tricky with the GTEs. Now, obviously, you need cooperation from both classes on that one, Tim. So they're looking at sort of Pouhon and Blanchimont as really the main dangerous areas as they come round onto the Blanchimont straight. So it'll be interesting to see how them guys can manage that traffic and basically how the rest of the classes can as well, because it's going to be traffic management. And Tim did say, and Toby said as well, that basically their crew chief, spotters, and any other form of help that they got through this race calling traffic is going to be a massive part of this race. So that's going to be interesting to see.
Well, you just would have seen on your screen, viewers, the trials and tribulations of prototypes trying to pass GT cars around here, and just one of the boosted LMP1s actually getting wiped out there. And for me, James, where I was running my bit of a simulation to, you know, try and understand, you know, the weaknesses of the track and, you know, the passing for the prototypes, it's the run out of turn one. Obviously, you come down the hill and then you've got Eau Rouge right up the hill into Radion, and it's timing your run through there because the GT cars are a lot slower through there. They don't have as much downforce, so if you find yourself too close behind them or not clearing them past them on the run past the old pit straight, and obviously it's now the, you know, makes part of the endurance pits. So if you've not cleared them by then we could see either desperate moves or them losing a bit of time from being sat behind won the GTs. Now, how does that affect the overall balance of the race? Well, it is 6 hours, obviously, by the name of the title you see in the top left of your screen. However, it does accumulate, over time, and it can draw in people behind you, but equally, it can work in your favour as well. And I think it's going to be, like you were saying, James, it's going to be really interesting today to see how the prototypes manage traffic. And I think it could quite possibly be the team that comes out victorious in LMP1 and LMP2 is the team that manages the traffic best around here today.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. I think when you look at, we mentioned Eau Rouge and Radion, it was a blind hill.
Yeah.
And if there's any accidents at the top of the hill, and unless they've been called by their spotters, they're heading straight up that hill blind and potentially straight into any form of accidents at the top of the hill. The first 5-10 minutes up that hill is going to be will need to be managed very carefully. And I think that's the thing. They're going to have to manage the first 5 minutes to get past any form of issues or accidents or spins at the top, Tim.
But then you say that, James. Equally, once you're past that 5 minutes, you're now entering into the window for the prototypes where you'll be catching the GTEs. So there's no let off for the, especially the LMP1 guys. The LMP2 guys, as we said, they'll be catching them around lap 7 or 8, which puts it around about 15 minutes into the race, which realistically is not a great amount of time either, especially with the size of the track here at Spa. And it's going to be really, really interesting. I mean, obviously, we've seen how big some of the accidents, luckily with drivers being, coming out completely fine. We've seen in W Series this season, obviously that was in the wets, obviously that famed Spa race. Actually, sorry, we'll have to butt in our conversation. There's a Stewart's announcement. So, Chicane Online Racing Orange, car number 269, they have been disqualified from qualification. I think might have to have a little pop down and have a little... Oh, that's the incorrect car number, I'm being told. So, already, that's going to be costing them. And to be come out of the back of the GT cars. Oh, that's they're going to have the work cut out to be cutting through them.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, Tim. I think, simple mistakes really like that. When we've done this now, we've been going on for 4 rounds. Probably, to a degree, shouldn't really be happening. But there are more teams that unfortunately are not in this weekend's race due to obviously not completing the mandatory practice laps, and that's obviously unfortunate. But we've got hashtag racing from LMP2, Core Motorsports, RSR by G Performance, .exe esports, Vector by RSR, and DC Sim Racing Black from the GTE Pros. So we are a little bit light on that, but I think we've still got enough cars that's going to provide us with the action. But I think Chicane Online Racing Orange need to really sort of be careful about what they're doing and get their numbers sorted out before the race starts.
You say about being light on numbers, James. Having said that, we do have a 46 car grid today, so it's not all this nice. Yeah, we're not going to be watching like 2 cars potter around at all. But I mean, LMP1 looking very strong today. 5 cars in there. Obviously, we've got Fuga, Boosted, Polder, Sapphire Simsport, and Scania. Scania being the only LMP1 team running the Porsche. The rest are all Audis. Now, that's going to be interesting to see how that one pans out. Obviously, how can we forget it? The epic, biblical, monumental battle we had at Silverstone between Sapphire and Fuga over the first 2 laps, where I think they pretty much held their hands, each other's hand, the whole first 2 or 3 laps. They were side by side constantly, would not give an inch. No one would budge, no one would yield. And then ended up, unfortunately, tripping up over when they came round to lap the back end of GTE AM. However, those guys are definitely going to be ones to watch. Down into LMP2, obviously Boosted, we've mentioned previously. Vector by RSR, Aquiva. This LMP2 is such a hotbed, really, for me, James. Absolutely anyone could win it, really, on their day.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. We saw an absolutely epic drive by Vector last time out in Spa.
Oh, it's
They went to the back of the
brilliant.
LMP2 field and then managed to come all the way back through and win. It was absolutely incredible. But any one of these teams from LMP2 are, capable of doing that. Tim.
Oh, they are. I mean, and likewise in GT, of course, their racing team, I think we've developed, all of us, including the viewers at home, a bit of a soft spot for them, as they are the lone Corvette within the field. But equally, in AM and Pro, anyone can win it. I mean, I know Fuga within Pro do have a little bit of a, they are the favourites, obviously, based especially with the strength of their LMP2 team and the LMP1 team as well. They are some incredibly fast drivers over at Fuga. However, all it takes is a bit of non-compliance with a prototype, and it completely transforms the race yet again. So I think it's impossible to call this one. Now, Seb's going to be, I think he's not far away from joining us in the commentary booth, and I'm going to leave yourself and Seb and James, and I shall see you in just under an hour's time for when the race starts. Enjoy qualifying.
Oh, Tim, you take care, man.
Thank
Seb,
you.
welcome in. How are you today, young sir?
I'm doing very well and incredibly excited for this race. It's going to be amazing.
Yeah, this is going to be an absolutely epic race for these 6 hours. We are just getting underway for qualifying, as we did say earlier on. Qualifying will be about 20 minutes for the LMP1 and 2s, and then within about the next hub. After that, the GTEs will take to the track for their qualifying set. Now, we've discussed earlier, Seb, about the trials and tribulations of Spa overall. Now, as a driver of this circuit, what can you tell us we're looking at LMP1 and LMP2 wise in the sort of forms of dangerous corners, should we say?
In the Audi, the hardest corner that I've always found is Rivage. The LMP1s always have a tendency to lock both front axles. Very easy to lock up, and if you go for a move on a GTE, or even if you're on a push lap and you just push a little bit too far into it and lock the tyres, you're round. You can use a lap. So it'd be really interesting to see if people are pushing into there or just holding back. I know that when I drove the LMP1 here in last year's championship, we were very cautious into that corner.
Yeah, that's a hard. To be fair though, so that's a hard thing to say because these guys are racing drivers. They're going to be pushing every inch of the track, aren't they? Really, and I think, as you say, it's just knowing your limits and where you are on the circuit. As we go on board with Ben Gregory now from Boosted Motorsport. Boost-wise, Seb, where do you think? Down? Are we going to be looking at boosting down pretty much as many straights as we can, or are we going to be a bit more conservative and seeing where we go with traffic and what's in front of us?
Be surprised if they weren't boosting everywhere. Again, going back from my experience of last season, we were boosting pretty much out of every corner. It's so crucial here in unfortunately the team that we were racing last year aren't in the championship this year, but we won the race just on having a slightly different boost strategy. So I'm very interested to see where people are boosting, but I'd be surprised if they're not boosting down most of the straights. But it's a real skilled thing to conserve your boost to get past traffic, and that's where the top flight LMP1 drivers can just extend their lead in traffic because they just understand how to use the boost properly.
Yeah, now if we've got obviously for the viewers at home, Seb, that don't know what we're on about with the boost system, can you explain to them, give them a rough idea of what it actually enables the LMP1 cars to do?
Sure. So the boost system is a hybrid drive that recovers energy from the braking system, and it exclusively drives the front axle, so the front two wheels, and it's controlled pretty much with a button on the steering wheel. You get a little bit of auto deployment, but it's you basically have to boost where you want it to. So it's quite a skill because as you boost coming out of the corner, you engage effectively four-wheel drive, and it gives you such a better run out of the corner, but it also introduces a lot of understeer, and it's the same for both the Porsche and Audi. Although the way that they regenerate battery is completely different, but won't get into that for now.
So we've got the Audi that regenerates, I believe. Is it the Audi on the straights or the Porsche in the corners?
Other way around.
The other way around. Oh, there you go. The other way. See, Seb, that's why you're in here with me. So correct me if I make a mistake. So we've got. So explain the regen system quickly. We're still on board with Ben Gregory. He's going around at the moment. We've got Patrick Pelchet done a 150.58 from Fruger at the moment. And we've got Ben Gregory who's just done a 152.28 as his top time. So where would the regens be taking place then, sir?
So it's all in the braking zone. So if we take the Audi, for example, it regenerates the battery via the MGU-K or the MGU Kinetic. So as it goes on the brake, the rear axle will slow down, and it uses that kinetic energy of slowing the car down to regenerate battery. Where the Audi differs from the Porsche is that the Porsche also regenerates boost on the straight by using the heat from the turbo. And what that does is it creates a really interesting dynamic, because the Audi is much better under braking and regenning, and you can get a much better boost out of the corner. But the Porsche is just so much more consistent, and it can boost it, so much longer, and it's so much more consistent where it can boost. So it's a really interesting dynamic, and these cars are just a lot of fun to drive.
Yeah, I think that's it. I've gone round in it. I'm a P217 man, Seb. So keeping my feet out of the LMP1 is something that I sort of do quite often, to be honest. And I think it's just a lot of these cars though with LMP1s are more experience based, aren't they? I think you can't just jump in an LMP1 and go and do an official, Seb.
Definitely not. One of the main talents for LMP1 is knowing exactly when to boost, and you need to make sure that you're boosting consistently. Otherwise, you can like deplete your battery over like a run of 5 laps to where you can't boost to the number that you were expecting to, and then you lose time. So there's a lot of practice that goes into it, and LMP1 teams are, I would say, are the ones that you see most in practice, because you just need so much extra practice just to be quick, and especially with the level of competition in this league. Yeah,
I think that's the thing with the level of these drivers as well. With Patrick Pelchat, Ben Gregory, Fede Rossano from Scania. Now, obviously, we've seen Scania being the only Porsche in the race. Now, we've had a bit of an inside knowledge regarding that. Now, we've been told that possibly the Porsches have to run a little bit more of a high downforce, medium to high downforce setup. Do you know if that would be something they would look at, or are they all going to be running lows and obviously that everybody's on a low downforce set?
So unfortunately I haven't been able to keep up with sort of all of the ins and outs of the BOP this season, but I know from last season that the Audi low downforce package was by far the best way to go. So even at tracks like Red Bull Ring, you would, if you can, run the low downforce setup because it's so much more efficient. And with the Porsche, you always had to put just a little bit more downforce on the car. But what the Porsche can do differently is that it can achieve a higher top speed because of its boost. So it's a little bit offset, and if you with the Porsche can make sure that your boost strategy is right and get a good run out onto the straights and maintain that top end speed, you will just go so much quicker through the corner. So I am interested to see whether that higher downforce strategy from the Porsche pays off.
Well, right as you say that, we've had Fede Rossano just go into second place in the LMP1s with a 150.74. He's split the Audis of Fuga Sim Sport and also boosted there as well. So maybe, as you say, Seb, that's actually sort of paying off for them guys on that of Scania Endurance.
I think so, and what's even better with a high downforce setup is the long runs. You can save the tyres a lot more as we ride on board with Scania.
Yes, as you can see, guys, we are down on board with Fede Rossano from Scania Endurance Motorsport. We're heading down from La Source. We're going up through A Rouge as we speak. We're hitting top gear as quickly as we can. Down Radion, down into the Kemmel Straight. We'll be coming down roughly to the roundabout where the edge of the curbs are, and then maybe hit our brakes. There you go. We flick down into third, go through Lecombe, onto the gas, slight feather of the throttle as we go around the second part of Lecombe, and we're pushing down onto Rivage. We're going to go up to fourth, maybe fifth, slight flick down into second, as we go round the reverse. We're very gentle on the throttle. We probably made camera top of the third, and there we go. We are on the gas again, going down into the very tricky Pouillon. Now, this has been mentioned by some of the drivers as where some of the accidents may happen with traffic, but we will see on as the race goes on what actually happens there. So we're in fifth, we're going up to possibly flick up to sixth, down into third gear as we go round into Fagnier 12 and 13. As we're going to carry on now, we go round the right-hander. There you go, we're in third gear with feather in the throttle. We're going to go up to fourth. We're going to be hitting the accelerator as hard as we can now. We go fourth, and then we're going to go fifth, and then we're going to go down into sixth gear, just on the edge of this corner, as we're going to be full throttle now all the way through. We're going to take it full throttle. Yes, we are. We are full all the way through. We're going to be looking for the mud line on the left-hand side. There it is. We're going to be hitting the brakes. Down into second, halfway through, down into first. We're going to be back on the accelerator again. And there you go. That was a lap of Fede Rossano in the Sicagna Endurance Motorsport. And we did a 150.75. So just a small tenth slower than our best lap there, Seb. But I think you can see, you know, the amount of work that, you know, Fede had to put into that lap, Seb, just to get that 150.
I was shocked at how late he broke into Lecombe. That was insane. But what I noticed is that car looks really good. It's not that much understeer in the car. Looks like it's got good top speed and especially good drive onto the straight. So that's looking like a real contender for the win here today.
Yeah, so that's Fede Rossano in Sicagna Endurance Motorsport in the Porsche. If we have a quick rundown of the LMP1s, Patrick Pelchat, Fuga Simsport is in pole at the moment. Fede Rossano in Sicagna, as we've seen, is in second place. We've got Ben Gregory from Boosted Motorsports LMP1. They are in third. And Yuri Ubanek in Polder Racing, they are in fourth. Now, if we jump into the LMP2s, we're on board here with Stage 1 Racing Senior. Now, running through their top 10 at the moment, we've got Yannick Danish from WS Racing, Alex Neller from Boosted, Max Gravison from Fuga, EJ O'Donnell with Vector, they're in fourth. Yes, Jesse Kramer is in fifth. Dennis Schooling is in sixth. Timothy van der Broek is in seventh. Carlos Hernandez Garcia from World of Sim Racing is in eighth. Christoph Yakura is on 524 International Racing. He is in ninth. And obviously we are on board with Hans. Now, Seb, we explain this every time we do an endurance event. So the LMP drivers, LMP2 drivers, have got it tough, haven't they? With looking ahead, looking behind, all at the same time. And you know, I've driven a P217 in endurance, and it's very tough when you've got all three classes in one race because you are constantly trying to look behind, you're constantly trying to look in front. Concentration-wise, that's going to take a lot out of you, isn't it, for a 6-hour stint?
Undoubtedly. I feel bad for the LMP2 guys because the LMP1 guys have got the boost, right? You can press the button and past they go, the GTEs, but the LMP2s have to work for it, and it's exhausting driving the LMP2. So yeah, you're right. A lot of concentration, a lot of looking behind, looking ahead, and actually thinking about, should I go for the move now or should I just back off? So and what's good about these LMP2s is that because everybody's driven together, you know, we're in the second season of ISRC now, that people are starting to learn, or they have learned, that sometimes it's just better just to hang back and go for the next corner, and it just provides just better racing and more safety.
Yeah, I think to be fair, we've seen some epic battles this season. You know, Silverstone from Fuga and Sapphire Simsport. They were literally, Seb, it was like lap one was the end of the race. It was absolutely manic with them guys as well. But as you say, you know, we've got 6 hours. That's a long time. And some of these drivers are going to be in the car. You know, if you're in a free driver team, you're going to be doing 2-hour stints. Now, I've done 1 hour and I come off drained, to be fair. You know, what are these guys going to come off like after 2?
And if not 3, you know, I know that some people are two manning the team, so 3 hours here would just be insane. And some of these drivers are just crazy when it comes to it. You know, I wouldn't be surprised to see some drivers staying in for the first 3 hours by themselves. They are machines when it comes to endurance racing.
Yeah, I think we had that in Silverstone, where one of the GTE drivers was looking at basically they were 2-man in a 12-hour event, and unfortunately his partner could only do 2 hours, and he was looking at doing 10 hours in the car. He had his missus standing by with drinks and food, and I think, you know, well, credit to him. Unfortunately, due to his partner having hardware issues, he didn't actually get to complete his mammoth stint of 10 hours. But that would have been crazy to watch. And I think, you know, fair play for even suggesting it, because I don't think I could have sat there for 10 hours, Seb. I don't know about you.
Oh, undoubtedly not. No, we did 2-man Silverstone, but it was 6 hours each, and that was far too much. We have agreed to never do that again as a team.
Yeah, did you take 2 hour stints, or did you go 6 hours, 6 hours?
I think we did 3 hours, 3 hours, 2 hours, 2 hours, 1 hour, 1 hour.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow, that is absolutely crazy. That's not something I wish to do. Yeah, that's a little bit too far for me. I think you know, I would be falling asleep at the wheel, and unfortunately, it would all go wrong, and my concentration level would just be, well, gone out the window. To be fair, as we see now, Sophie Hack from Sapphire Sims, but she's coming into the bus stop chicane at the moment. We go right, and then we're going to go left, and then we're going to be on full throttle and boost as much as we can down this straightaway, coming down into La Source at the moment. But at the moment, there isn't really any big shakers or movers in LMP2s. They're still looking at Denise from WS Racing, Alex Nella, Matt Gravison, EJ O'Donnell, Jesse Kramer, Dennis Schooling, Carlos Hernandez Garcia is in 7th, Timothy Vanderbroek in 8th, Christoph Ukora in 9th, and Alex Holloway from FTR in 10th. Now, really, Seb, the only surprise from LMP 2 is probably by the Vector by RSI guys. Now, they had an absolute outstanding race last time out. They unfortunately had a bit of a coming together, which put them at the back of the field, and then they fought their way all the way through up into the LMP2 win. Now, just explain to viewers at home that obviously if they don't do endurance racing and don't know the strength of fields that we've got, how actually difficult is that for the guys of EJ and David Dueno to actually pull off to go from last to first? So?
Incredibly difficult, and incredible that they managed to do that, and all credit to them. Endurance racing is such a different game to a sprint race. It requires a lot of mental strength, I guess you'd put it. You know, like if you have a setback early on in the race, it's really hard just to settle down and focus and just keep on putting the laps in. And the fact that they managed to come from last to first is just incredible. So all credit to them, and it shows just how quick and how much of a competitor they are this year. So all credit to them. But it's so difficult. I mean, especially when you've made a move and you've made contact with somebody, that thought just continues with you. And you know, and because it's a team sport, you've got other people depending on you. If you make a mistake and you either lose an amount of time, you have to make an extra pit stop, or even worse, that you crash out. You know, you've got like 3 people really depending on you to do a good job. So the pressure's there to make sure that you do good and you don't make mistakes. And when you do, it's really difficult. So to be able to put that aside and just focus on the race at hand is insane. So all credit to them.
Yeah, we had David Dueno started off, and basically David unfortunately had a bit of a rough stint, and they swapped out and brought back in EJ basically just before David's basically mindset went completely to the wrong place, where as a racing driver we know, we've all been there, we make mistakes, we get frustrated, we get angry with ourselves, and then we make another one, and then we make another one, and it's just a repetitive process. For, you know, I find for myself it's normally about 5 laps before I start actually settling down again. But they made the decision to swap out David and put EJ in. And I think from a team, that's what you kind of need, don't you, really? You need them people to say, right, mate, out the car, let's settle you down, and then we'll give somebody else, you know, another go to try and get us back up there.
Undoubtedly, and that's what separates, you know, a team that just wants to complete the race and just have fun to a team that really is going for the win. And it's those crucial split-second decisions that can make the difference. And it takes a lot of trust in the driver to actually say, you know what, I trust you and I agree with you that I'm probably not driving as best as I am. And you get out of the car and you refresh, and that was a crucial move. And all credit to them for doing that, because as a team manager myself, I know it's very difficult to ask somebody just to get out of the car for a bit.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. But you've got to be ready as you know, this is a team. This isn't this is a team, and you've got to be ready to take that criticism, that obviously critique, and take it on board and improve it next time. That, dude, you're not driving well, let's swap it out and see how we get on. And I think David, to be honest, come in for the last stint, I believe, with him and EJ, and basically he absolutely smashed it. So that break did him absolutely amazing. Now, just a little bit of inside knowledge coming towards the end of the qualifying of the LMP1s. I've just had a little message come through from Tim Perry from Boosted, who has said it looks like the Porsche is running low downforce as well, judging by their top speeds. Now, obviously, that's where we were talking about Fede Rossano in the Scania Endurance Porsche. Again, you know, their top speed seems to be massively over, I think, what we expected there. So, you know, we said that their top speed could be quick with their boost button anyway, and obviously that little bit of medium to high downforce, but it looks like, you know, Boosted have come out and said, you know, look, dude, I think they are on a low downforce setting due to the fact that they are, you know, considerably quicker than what the LMP1 cars are there. So
if they're on a low downforce setup, then that's the turning that they had on that fast lap we went on board with was insane. So even better for them. I think they're a real contender for the win then.
Yeah, I think if they can keep it together, you know, they've Scania have had a little bit of a rough time through Silverstone Red Bull Ring. They actually led Silverstone for a bit, to be fair, but we were only unfortunately in 3 cars on LMP1s, and Sapphire and Fugler had a bit of a coming together, but unfortunately they weren't able to hold on to the win. Unfortunately on that time, so it's going to be interesting to see. You know, clearly there's a worry there from other teams that the Porsches are considerably more quicker than that they actually thought they would be. So I think, as you say, I think if they can keep it on track, I think they're going to be doing an absolutely stellar job. Now we are looking at coming towards the end of the qualifying session for the LMPs there. We have got a drive-through penalty, unfortunately, for the Maniti Racing ISRC GTEs team. They unfortunately entered into the wrong qualifying session and were out on track as these guys started. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see that because we were concentrating on the other things, but unfortunately that's a big massive dent to, you know, they're going to have to try and get as high up in qualifying as they possibly can there, so to sort of kind of counteract that penalty. That's
huge. Maniti have been really quick this weekend, this week in practice, so that's a big blow to them, and unfortunate, just a bit of either a miscommunication there, and you can throw it all away so easily, but they can come back. It's a long lap here, so they won't go a lap down, even though it is a long pit lane. So
yeah, we're just waiting for the GTEs to turn up. Let's give you a rundown of the qualifying and of the LMP1s and LMP2s at the moment, as we see a very expensive traffic jam in the pit lane, totaling near on probably 20 to 30 million pounds of money sat in that lane there, Seb. It's going to be an interesting race with the GTEs because some of the AMs are just as quick as the pros, so that's going to be an interesting thing to look out for as well. But you know, if you were in a GTE car, Seb, and you were catching faster than the guys in front of you if you're an AM and you're faster than them, are you going to be sitting back thinking, wow, I'm amazing, or are you going to be sitting there thinking, oh my god, I really need to calm down a little bit here and just drive my line and show how quick I can be normally?
I'd go for the I'm amazing one. That sounds way more fun.
Yeah, to be fair, it does. But as me and you both know, sometimes we've got to keep our eye out and sort of settle ourselves down. Now, if we go with Josh Faroum in YouTube chat, and I look out for King Dofo with the 199 GTE Porsche, driving for Offensive, rooting from the Netherlands for a great race and great result. King Dofo. Well, there you go. There's a little bit of support. Welcome in from the Netherlands. Thank you so much for joining us. We are just at the swap over stage of the GTEs coming out onto track for qualifying. Now, these are a different entity, aren't they, from the LMP1s and LMP2s? As we talked about earlier, you know, grip-wise, they're not going to be as quick as the LMP1s or LMP2s, but obviously we're going to be looking out for careful driving, Seb, the first few laps from these guys, especially going over A Rouge and Raidillon.
Undoubtedly, cold tyres, not enough downforce to make the A Rouge flat on cold tyres. So yeah, going to be careful, and also tyre wear is definitely more of an issue in the GTEs, at least from what I've heard. So you got to take it careful for the first few laps, otherwise the end of the stint will just be horrendous. So
yeah, no, we have said about that. We did say that obviously a bit of information we got from before the race with the GTEs will be looking at doubling tyre stints for the first two, possibly pushing it for the next two. And then the last two, they'll be looking at tyre changes due to the fact they just don't know if they'll be able to hold it out as much as possible to be able to double stint the tyres. Now, obviously, Aventis Racing 119 are new in this week. So we've got Cohen Lagerweld, Ruben de Vries, Joel Mathiasen, Peter Berman is in the team as well. So that's going to be an interesting to see what these guys can do. As we're still just sitting here now, we will be going green for the GTEs qualifying. And there you go. We're on board with our soft-spotted commentators, Albin Shelbear in Verve Racing Team Mint, the fastest Corvette on the circuit, Seb. Don't tell them they're the only one, but they're still our fastest Corvette as well. The difference between the Corvette and the Porsche over this circuit, Seb, how much is a difference from driving these cars along this Spa?
the difference in cars is huge. The Porsche is definitely the favourite at the moment. But the Corvette is also a really good car. It was competing with the Porsche last weekend's Petit Le Mans. But the Corvette is very much an all-rounder. Easy to drive, fairly good on tyres, good on fuel. It's a really nice car to drive. While the Porsche is a little bit more on edge, requires a bit more set at work, and a little bit more bravery at times.
Yeah, I've driven the Porsche GT3, and that, to be honest, at times, well, scared myself basically. So, like, put my foot on the throttle, and next thing you know, I'm twitching all over the place from a corner that I could do in a BMW or a Ferrari, a lot more easier. But at the wheels of Albin, this Corvette does absolutely amazing. Pretty much the races that we've seen them in at the moment. So the guys are out on their out laps at the moment. We've got Corvette, Porsche, BMWs and Ferraris in the field. If you could, Seb, and I'm not saying you're going to be able to, so please don't feel pressured. If you could pick a manufacturer for this race, who would your money be on? What car would you select from your list?
100% Porsche. Definitely best all-rounder at the moment. My team are currently driving the BMW, and that is apparent from what they said, not the car to be in. I had to clean up that quote quite a lot from what they told me. So Porsche definitely would be my favourite. It's the best on tyres at the moment. It's the quickest, and it's got so much mid corner grip that you can just lower the downforce on the straight and just go quicker. It's quite the car at the moment.
Right, so there you go, guys. Our own Seb has said the Porsche is the car to be in for this race. We'll see if he's called it here first as we're into the qualifying session for the GTEs. We're currently just under 2.5 minutes in. The driver's obviously coming. Oh, settle down. Back market racing, razzle dazzle there. We don't want to be seeing that on qualifying.
Hey, don't do that.
No, that got very close with Alex Gore from Chicane Online Racing Red there. That was a little bit of a frightening thing. But I think this is the trials and tribulations of open qualifying, Tim. I think they've led us in quite nicely, because open qualifying, if you are tucked up like Alex is, you are that close racing that if back market racing doesn't make a mistake, you're going to be joined with them, aren't you?
Yeah, well, I don't think they're even going to make a mistake. They're actually going to go for the overtake. I mean, you've got the overspeed coming up with the slipstream, so why not go past? I mean, that was a cheeky move from Ed in the 224 car. So yeah, I think Alex has got quite the right just to stick it up the inside or right the outside and say, "Boy, that was a bit naughty." But yeah, you're right. If you're stuck behind somebody, it's good in terms of a slipstream perspective, and especially around here, it will give you lap time. But if you're too close and they either make a mistake or you get in the dirty air and you lose some time, it's not worth it. So a little bit of an interesting strategy from Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle there.
Are you more of a how can I put it, a conservative qualifier in an open qualifying session? Because we know how big drafts can play an effect in motor racing. And if you are in this situation where you are sitting in back behind a car, you've got the dangers. If they make a mistake, you're going to be unfortunately joining them or collecting them unless you can react on a dime to stop the car and go around them. But would you then say that your strategy would be to sit a little bit further back and give them that space where you do feel more comfortable to be able to push your car?
I definitely tend to be more of the conservative, just get a lap in. You know, if you can get a slipstream, great, but it's so much more important just to maximise your corner speed. Otherwise, who knows what can happen? And as you said, somebody can spin out in front of you, or just so many things can happen. It's always better just to get the lap in, rather than going for that ultimate time but never achieving the lap time at all. When you start at the back of the grid, it's always better just to get a lap on the board.
Yeah, I think I'm in the same boat as you there, sir. I think I'm a bit more of a conservative open qualifier, you know. I'll make a 50% concerted effort that I might actually try and catch somebody to get their draft, but I will not ruin my lap or chance a crazy overtake like that. I think I'm more of a back off, let them get their gap, and then I'm able to full speed it. And I think I do that generally on the outlap, Seb. I don't know about you, but I let them go on the outlap. And just sort of, if I'm close coming in, say down into Blanchimont, then I'll hold back as much as possible there. As we see somebody taking a rather different approach into Lacoon, going left there, as we see Cilio Mendes in the BMW for Core Motorsport as we're coming down in to the Rivage section now. Obviously, this is downhill braking, quite a tricky flick down into second, and as you can see there, Seb, that's one of the issues you've got coming out of that corner as soon as you're trying to play the throttle too much.
Undoubtedly, it looked like he got the rears going into the corner, so the tyre temps are high, and you just spin up the rears on the on exit. It's a really difficult corner. I was talking about how difficult it is in the LMP1s. I mean, GTEs, they've just got no grip compared to the LMP1s, and so much power. And yeah, and at least with the LMP1s, you've got the front wheel drive to pull you out of the corner. With these, it's how quickly you can put the opposite lock in sometimes.
Yeah, I think that's the thing as well, is it's just obviously racing drivers overall, aren't they, trying to push it as much as they possibly can to get the best possible times. But I think, you know, it will be an interesting to see where Cilio comes out on that after that little bit. Oh, he's actually stopped. Yeah, I think that's a backed off restart again situation. So we've got Stefan Jones at YouTube. Ed's had his porridge. Yes, he had his porridge with him and Chicane, was it Chicane Online Racing Purple? I think Benedict and Diddley was ones that they were having a battle with, I believe. But Cilio is back on the track now as we go again. He's gone through A Rouge and Radion is on his outlap after going into the pits. Let's give you a quick rundown now in the pros. We've got Aquilio Racing Aqua in first, Chicane Online Racing Red second, Fuga Sim Sport third, Ryan Race Team JRT in fourth, Yuri Mateusen in fifth, Nicholas Crittenden from Verve Racing Team Black in sixth, and Livia Motorsports in seven. Now in the arms at the moment, we've got FTR Esports in first, we've got Verve Racing Team Mint in second, as I say, with the Corvette there. Chicane Online Racing Purple in third, JD Sim Racing fourth, back Marco Razzle Dazzle, who we saw there with Ed having his porridge in the morning, is in fifth at the moment. Albert Gisbert, well, the Sim Racing is in sixth, Danny Thompson in seventh, Thomas Jensen from Platinum and Matthias Drosba from Chicane Online Racing. As we know, they have Chicane Online Racing has been disqualified from qualifying anyway due to having a wrong number, but Platinum Racing haven't got anything through for them as of yet. So here we are with Aquilio Racing Aqua currently on a 110.83, the only car 210, sorry, on a 210 there, Seb. Now that's going to be massive for them. You know, we're going to simply stay on board as we come down A Rouge, come down from La Source, heading up into A Rouge as well. Seb, you know, half a second is a massive gap, isn't it? Huge in GTE. That's a mega lap from Aquila there. Absolutely mega. I cannot understand how they managed to bring that much pace out of a GTE. So well done. I think that's a good indicator of both car and driver working well. Good setup, good time, good driver management. That's awesome from him. As Orion heads up into P2 now, only 2/10 behind Aquila, but still not breached the 1 minute 10. So top three, all Porsches. Not gonna say anything there. But Ferrari in fourth, which is a little bit of a surprise. So clearly Chicane Online Racing Red have also found a good setup. Only 4/10 off
That's very impressive from them.
Yeah, it's breaking at 2:10, Seb, lap time, isn't it? That's going to be the challenge, I think. As we say, I see Aquila Racing, Aqua carry on round their lap at the moment. And I think it's going to be tricky for people to... Has he then... So if we look at it from this point of view, I suppose, if I change in the direction I was heading, have we looked at that Macau has just either got a great setup, found a great position toe-wise, and has put in the 210, or he's sitting nicely in that toe area, isn't he, Seb, on track at the moment?
He is. That's a very good spot. As I've just seen Orion Racing Team JRT go 0.03 of a second behind Aquila, so the fight for pole is not over. But you're right, the slipstream can be a huge benefit around here, especially at Spa with the long straights, and you can just gain so much time. I mean, it's free time if you want it, and yeah, you're right. It looked like he was at the perfect distance just to get that nice draft on the straight, but still have that mid-corner grip. So they're playing it perfectly.
Yeah, I think he managed to keep himself, by leaving that gap, managed to keep himself out of any trouble that could happen in front of him to a degree. You know, the draft is strong here from about half a second downwards, and maybe even touching 3.25 seconds there as well. You can still pick up the draft in general. But as you say, we have got two teams now inside the 210s. Aquila Racing Aqua and Orion Racing Team JRT are on 2:10, 8.3 and 8.6 respectively. So it looks like, guys, we are going to be going for a 2:10 qualifying lap. That would be the time to beat. As we again, so Albon doing it again in the GTE AM, says ISRC TV. Yes, he is, as he always is, taking the lead of the current GTE AMs. That's put him nicely in 8th position in class. Obviously, first in GTE AMs, 8th overall with all GTEs. Albon is exceptionally quick, and we've covered Albon so much for the work that them guys down at Verve Racing Team Mint are doing with that Corvette. I think they're doing things that people wouldn't necessarily expect the Corvette to be doing.
I completely agree. It's a stellar job from them, and as you said, fastest Corvette on the track, and nothing can take that away from them.
Yeah.
What I am surprised about is both Fuga and 27 Motorsport, the 101 car and the 118 car respectively, quite low down on the list. They are some of the quickest drivers in the field right now. Both driving BMW, so that might take into consideration a bit, but I'd watch out for them in the race, because although the BMW over one lap is pretty shocking at times, the long runs, and we saw this in Silverstone, the BMWs qualified low down compared to the Porsches, but after the 12 hours and 6 hours of this race, anything can happen. So I think watch for those two cars to be moving forward during the race.
I think that's the thing. I think, you know, we may look at this qualifying session as we've got 7 minutes now, as we are on board with Fuga Simsport coming down into, well, we're down Blanchimont there as we jump on board with Thomas Mochek in the Ferrari from JD Sim Racing. But I think qualifying is great with, you know, don't get me wrong, but would you say the attitude towards it in an endurance race isn't, oh, I've qualified pole, because you know anything can happen? Or do you still get that same buzz as you would in a sprint race where, yes, I've hit pole, I've now got 40 minutes. You know, these guys have got 2 hours and anything can happen. Do we still take pole position as an achievement, or do you still sit there and think, I've got pole, but I really need to hold it together because it is pole and it is 6 hours?
Definitely the second one. I mean, you are thrilled that you've got on pole, but it's mixed feelings, because not only are you on pole, but you know, you've got the whole field behind you, and they all want to get ahead of you, and they've got 6 hours to do it, and you've just got to, you know, you've got to stay there. And especially with Spa, you know, there's a long run down to Le Combe, a long run. You've got La Source, and then you've got all the run down to Le Combe. That, you know, your pole is probably not preferable here. If you're in second, you get the nice draft, and I don't know, maybe stick it down the inside, but pole is sort of a bittersweet moment. You're proud and you're happy that you've got it, and you can prove that at least over one lap you have got the ultimate pace over the field. But an endurance event, that doesn't really make much of a difference when it comes to the actual race itself.
No, I think that's my thoughts exactly on that one. I'd quite happily want to be second or maybe a little bit further down. I wouldn't say look at sort of going below 6th, to be honest, because you've still got that option, but unfortunately you could still be involved in if anything happens with the front two there. As we see the WS Racing Esports GTEs at the hand of Alexander Kraber. We are coming down, sitting currently in 17th position. We have gone down Blanchimont as we take the fast edit. Now, is this corner in a GTE still flat out 7 in the GTE as it is in an LMP1 and LMP2?
It should be, yeah. From what I heard, yeah. GT3s are just on the cuff, but GTEs should just have just enough downforce to make it through. Although, if you want to do that on 30 lap odds tyres, is up to how brave you're feeling.
Yeah, no, I would be lifting my right foot off just a little bit to make sure I've got that control, to be fair.
I'd be braking, but that's basically what I'd be doing if we went on board with a lap with me.
Yeah,
what I'm finding interesting at the moment, sorry to cut in there, is Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle, the AM entry from Backmarker Racing, and of course I'm not biased, but they are my team, is ahead of the pro entry of Backmarker Racing Yellow. So, and by quite, it's about 3/10. So incredible job by Razzle Dazzle as we go on board with K's from Backmarker Yellow, and we can go on board with what they've named Boaty McBoatface for the race.
Oh, okay. So do they name their cars, I'm presuming, then? Do they?
Not normally, but when it's this bad, they do.
Yeah, I think that was something I think we saw, wasn't it? They put the poll out, wasn't it, to name a boat, and somebody come in with McBoatface or something, which unfortunately won the poll, but I don't actually believe they went with the name.
They didn't, and I can't broadcast it on air, but they didn't because a boat that can... This is a bit of trivia that I know, and I've got to tell somebody. They couldn't name it because it's a ship. It's not a boat, it's a ship, because a ship is a boat that contains another boat or something. So they'd have to call it... They'd have to change the boat to ship, but it would sound too rude, so they didn't. But the submarine is called Boaty McBoatface on that ship. There's a bit of trivia for you.
There you go, Seb bringing in the trivia sessions that we didn't know existed, and to be honest, I actually didn't know that existed either. So we've got Alvaro Lampis jumped in on YouTube. Hi, welcome in, much love to you. So we're on board with Antoine Maz now as we're on the Orion race team JRT. We are on our way down Blanchimont at the moment. Oh, we look like you see that, Seb, you had a little dab of the brakes there. It was on a little brake lights flashing. Maybe didn't feel completely confident, but then again he has backed off and let the car go in front, so maybe he's trying to hold the gap coming down.
He lifted just before Blanchimont, so I think he was on an outlap, but he's brave to be braking while turning in there. I'm surprised that car didn't go round, so I think he's on his flying lap now. It'd be interesting to see. All he's got to find is 0.03 of a second.
Yeah, but that, you know, let's look at it in a big way. With traffic, slight errors, slight mistakes, they're trying to find that 300s is like at times trying to find a needle in a haystack, because you don't really know where you've lost it at times. You may sit there and you may get that feel that you've run over that curve too much, or you've taken that wide line, or you've drifted wide. But with traffic, open qualifying session, it's not easy to find, sir.
Oh, undoubtedly, and if it's anything like me, you'll have the delta up on the steering wheel, and you'll go through a corner and you'll lose a tenth, and you'll go, how have I lost a tenth going through a corner? And then you start overdriving the car, you push the fronts too much, so then they start to overheat, and then you start pushing the rears too much, which they overheat, and then you just start overdriving the car, and it's just a complete mess of a lap. So it's a real skill to be calm, as we see Orion race team, the 144 car, go on provisional pole. It's so careful as we see the JRT team not taking the optimal line after no name.
No, unfortunately they've gone off. I think he's going to pull it in and get towed back to the pits. But we have just seen Mike Dam in the Orion race team there in the Porsche go with a 2:10.77. Yuri Matterson in events is racing at 1:19, is in 5th at the moment, on the cusp of the 2:10. He's on 2:11.05. So he's got to find that little tenth to put him into the 2:10s as well. But as we've said, Seb, anything can happen here at Spa, and with traffic, it's not always possible to find them tenths, you know, and I think Yuri's going to have to pull off a stellar job to see if he can now.
Undoubtedly. So so we've got a minute left in the qualifying session, which means Aquila and Orion in P2 and 3 will be unable to to get out and do an outlap. So they unfortunately are not in the battle for pole at the moment. So that Orion lap is it was timed perfectly for them. He's got a little bit of traffic, the 119 car, but it should just be a nice tow. Let's see how kind the BMW is if they're also on the lap, or he's just going to get out of the way before Blanchimont. But that's quite a nice little gap that he's got there.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be moving, Seb. I think he's going to be looking at trying to get that toe as much as possible. To go with Yuri now from Advanced Racing 119. Going through the last section of Blanchimont, coming down into the chicane. We're going to be looking for the mud line on the left-hand side, just up to the right. There it is. We're going to be hitting the brakes down into second. Flick
Oh,
to
and the
first.
BMW's round.
Oh, don't know if that would have caught Yuri there. That didn't seem to be in Yuri's line, but we'll have a look at the replay and maybe we'll pick out who that was. I don't know. I didn't see the car number, unfortunately, on that one. Let's see if I can catch it back to see if we can get at least the car number of who it was. Give me 2 seconds. I'm having a good nose. Unfortunately, it's still just out of shot even there as well. But that is the end of the qualifying session for GTEs and LMP1s and LMP2s, Seb. Now, it was exciting. You know, we saw some mistakes. We saw Yuri here trying to push the Avensis Racing 119 as much as he can. You know, but we've also clarified that pole isn't always important when in a car going up the Eau Rouge Radion, Seb. So if I gave you an option and said, right, Seb, anywhere on this grid I can put your car, where would you put yourself regarding starting position?
Third, be directly behind the leader, so you can get the best start possible, and you've got that double slipstream. I think if you're first, if you're pole, you're gonna have to be hugging the inside line as it comes into La Source. So have fun.
Yeah, so we've got Mike Dam in Orion Racing is in pole, Mikel from Aquaculia Racing in second place, Antonio Miles from Orion in third, Yannick Van der Zande from Avensis Racing in fourth, Joel Mathiesen from Avensis Racing 119, he is in fifth, Alex Gall is in sixth, and Yuri! That looks... well, that was a very strange one there, Seb, just to see him all of a sudden stick it clean into a barrier.
Interesting way to stop the car.
Yeah.
We'll give him that one, but thank God they don't have to pay for repair bills, because that would have cost a lot.
Yeah, as he's coming round, it doesn't seem to have any issue, but there you go. So we'll run through the grid. Seb, would you like to take us as you're welcome into your first broadcast? We're just going to come to the end of the session now, and then we'll get the grid up for you guys as well. A little bit ahead of myself there, Seb. But tell us, what are we going to be, our main points in a GTE? What is our attitude going into this start? You know, what are we looking to achieve from the first stint, Seb? Obviously, apart from keeping it on track.
I think quiet, open a few laps, especially on tyres, making sure that you can get them to last. Either if you're struggling to get the tyre wear on a single stint, or if you want a double stint, definitely want to bring them in early. Fuel saving as much as you can. As you mentioned, there is, at the moment, you're not quite making the hour, so if you can get in a pack and save fuel, it will help you in the end. Not really looking for positions, it's just about making sure that you are calm and consistent, and just make sure that you just ease the tyres in, I think is the most important thing.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the most important thing that we can see is settling down there. Hopefully we'll be ready for the grid and we can run you through. There you go. Why don't you take us through the starting grid for the beginning of the race?
Thank you very much. So Patrick Pelchat is in P1 for Fugasin Sport LMP1, with Frodo Rosano in P2 with the Porsche LMP1. Sophie Hack is in P3, only 4/10 off the leader in the number 26 Sapphire SimSport Alpha car. Benjamin Gregory is in P4, and Quintin Flott is in P5 for Polder Racing. That's the LMP1 field. As we look down into the LMP2 field, we see that Yannick is in P1 in the WS Racing Esports number 65 car. Alex Nella lines up alongside him, only 900s off. Mads Graven in P3 in the Fuga SimSport car. Watch out for them. And the Vector by RSR car is in P4, only a 10th off. Again, incredibly close in the LMP2 field. Jetty Kramer in P5. Dennis Skolon is in P6. Carlos Garcia in P7. Timothy Brock is in P8. Christoph is in P9. I am sorry for all the pronunciations that I'm getting wrong. I do sincerely apologise. Hans Blankart is in P10 with Stage 1 Racing. Alex Holloway and FTR Esports Red in 11th. Philip Reck is in P12 for JD Sim Racing, and Tom Johnson in the Sapphire Simsport Bravo car rounds out the LMP2 field. Mike Dam is on pole for the GTE field in the Orion Racing team, as we were just discussing. The Aquila Racing team of Mikal is in P2nd, and Antoine in the other Orion Racing team is in P3. Yannick is in P4. Aventus Racing 119 is in P5. Chicane Online Racing in P6. Fuga is in P7, and Hashtag Racing in P8. Going down the grid, Alex Gal, I lost my place, so sorry. That's all right. So Tom John.
Yeah,
so sorry for all the people I missed out there.
That's all right, mate. These things happen, but if we get down, Alex goes 6th, Mark Wissencopper in 7th, Nicholas Crittenden 8th, Pinto in 9th, Barbosa 10th, Krasak in 11th, Milan Spillman in 12th, Isman in 13th, Broibel in 14th, Mendes 15th, Kraber is 16th. That is the GTE's pros in AMS. We've got Shell Bear, Ego Cross, Danny Thompson, Thomas Mochek, Igor Hamburg. Ed is there as well, Thomas Jensen and Alec Gilbert. So we are going to be bringing our man Tim back in. Tim, are you there?
I am here, and I am hyped, and I am ready. What a qualifying. Wow, so close up and down the field. So in LMP2, 2nd to 5th, covered by under a 10th. And then, likewise as well, GCE and GCE Pro, incredibly tight times. The Porsche has been so dominant, but here we go. Let's get hyped. Let's get ready. The Intercontinental Sim Racing Endurance Challenge, 6 hours at Spa, is go. Oh, wow. Look at that start there. Fuga already up a couple of places. Really making that strong stop. The loser has been the Porsche of Sacania. They're down 2 places already. Here in LMP2, they are now just about to come across the line, and they will be heading off. Who's going to be victorious? We will find out in 6 hours' time as they head down to La Source for the first time. That's WS Racing. They're out in front, boosted up a place. They're now heading up, and they'll be challenging up Eau Rouge, and it's going to be really tight up there as we've got the GTEs heading up. Of course, Ryan Race Team, Mike Dan, the Canadian, currently on board for Porsche, gets the field off, and they're heading off. We've got a Porsche, but look at the dominance of them, covering the top 6 places in GTE Pro. Our Porsche, as they head now down for the first time, and wow, it's getting really spicy there. We've got a car off in the background there. I'm not too sure which of the LMP2s that is. But it's, we've got a Fuga as well. That's the LMP1, I think. Is that in the wall? It's one that with Fuga. It's actually, no, I think it's the LMP2, sorry. Caught me off guard a little bit there. There's action kicking off up and down the field. It's hard to know where to look right now. There's one of the GT's going very slow. Number 27 is tagging along. There's the Fuga, LMP2 in the wall already. And wow, James, we expected it. We've come to expect it from the Intercontinental Sim Racing Endurance Challenge. It's just great racing from the off. And yet again, we've been treated to light action already. And we've not even completed 1 lap, James.
Yeah, I think that's a bit crazy, to be honest. I think we saw there as we just watched the boosted motorsport team go past Sapphire down into La Source and off up the hill now. Now they're going to be looking at coming back, but Tim, I believe as well involved in that LMP2 battle was Jesse Kramer and Tom Johnson there, Tim, as well, unfortunately as well. So it looks like we've got a few teams down. Chicane Online Racing, Orange, WS Motorsports, Aquiva and Sapphire.
Sorry, cut across your hair, James. Look at the battle in LMP1. That's top 2 going at it. Sapphire versus Fuga. We saw it at Silverstone where they would not leave each other alone, and here they are again, coming down all into Rivage now for the 2nd time. Hooked up behind him, it's that boosted Motorsport LMP1. It's Audi 1, 2 and 3 at the moment in LMP1. You've then got the Porsche of Sacania there in 4th, and then Polder rounding up the field in LMP1. But back to LMP2, here come Vector, they're on the tackle on the Kemmel straight. They move to the inside, setting up a move into Lake Coombe. This is also the 69 in the background. That's JD Sim Racing. They're coming through and making moves. They've got past the 66 of FTR. And wow, here we... That's Moreno. Was that Moreno? He's gone off.
Dueno, yeah.
Close to Dueno, isn't it?
Yeah,
let's take a look. And that just got tagged. Bit of contact there through netcode, unfortunately. Oh, well, gents, Seb, you're still in the commentary booth with us. Can we expect to see another Vector back of the field to win yet again?
I hope so. I bloody hope so. That was unfortunate for them. It did look like quite a bit of netcode there. If you're unfamiliar what netcode is, it's just the two clients. This is all online. They just don't quite sync perfectly sometimes, and so cars appear slightly different on different people's screens, and unfortunately it ends up in incidents like that. But what I did notice going to the GTE field is that Verve Racing Team Mint are currently in the leader van.
They are, yes, and we've come to expect it from these guys. That Corvette has been incredibly strong all season long, and this is all... No! Wow! Wow, big accident there in LMP2, the Stage 1 Racing Orange team. Van der Broek currently on board for them, and wow, that's straight to the pits. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better place to happen in some ways, but they were the innocent bystander. It was one of the guys that clearly missed their brake marker or had a failure some way. Oh, no, got contacted. Oh, this is a... That's it, there it is. We've got one LMP2 on its side there. And just luckily managed to tip back onto all four wheels, so they didn't have to tow the car. But we've lost the 86, the 52, and the 94 in LMP2.
The Vector LMP2 is up to 7th already.
Wow, you wouldn't expect that. Obviously, after them losing it, you know, around in Leku, all of a sudden a bit of luck coming their way as we now see Porsche on Ferrari. We've got JD Sim Racing in the Porsche, so in the Ferrari even. That ahead of them is the FTR Esports white Porsche, and they've got an LMP2 stuck in the middle of them. That's going to be tricky for them to cut their way through.
Sorry, so the 94 car has come out of the pit, so clearly either not much damage to the car, or they've clearly decided to not take it. So that's not too bad for them. They've not lost too much time in that incident.
So it cut across you. Chalber in the Verve Racing Team Mint, just making some moves in the background there, and I think that was a pass for position. Yeah, getting past the BMW of #Racing. Pinto currently on board for them right now, and well, that car just goes from strength to strength. It's an AM entry, but look at them up in, you know, effectively, if you look at it as an overall within GTE, they are 7th place. And absolutely spectacular, James.
Yeah, I think that's the thing with these cars. We know at the hands of Shelbear is absolutely extraordinarily quick anyway. 750 class, to be fair, isn't a surprise, I think, Tim. Now I think we kind of, you know, we're 2, 3 races, 4 races in. I think we're getting used to what these guys can do at the moment. Sorry,
yeah, all right, it's getting tight here in GT as they get Porsche versus Ferrari. Hard onto the brakes. The Porsche not able to try and nip in for the cutback there. Cover Paul Ferrer as they now head out round the back of the track through turns 16 and 17 through the absolutely epic near flat out Blanchimont. They've got an LMP2, that's the Fuga. I think they're just trying to cut their way through. Trying not to trip over. What an epic angle as they race over the camera there. We've got Fuga coming hard work round the outside into the bus stop as they bang wheels, the Ferrari and the Porsche. Porsche just coming off the FTR Esports, they're just coming off slightly worse. But this is getting really, really tricky on this. There's the LMP2 as well. Just look at all that field back there. You've got cars scattered across the start-finish line there. Absolutely everywhere. As you've got the Sapphire Simsport LMP1 already cutting their way through GTE. Wow, I need to draw a breath here, James.
We are 4 laps in already, and this has been like an absolute start of a sprint race. This is absolutely in insane at this moment in time. We've got Yannick van der Zande in third there as well. As we see now, Igor Cross is coming down the straight. We're going to be going 3 wide very shortly. I think this is going to be absolutely insane. Is this going to work?
Big contact!
Oh, it's not going to work, Tim.
Oh!
It'll hurt. Karasak from JD Sim Racing in the middle of the free. That wasn't going to work, Tim, overall, was it?
Oh, no, 3 wide into Lake Coombe. It's normally tough going 2 wide, but everyone trying to go 3 wide. We've got the, you can see there, we've got the Fuga LMP1 just trying to side their way through. The GT, also they've got the LMP2 just ahead of them as well. Stage 1 Racing Orange. And this is getting really, really tricky. We said about the traffic earlier in the show before qualifying. I believe you guys touched on it as well in the qualification. And it is just proving how tight it is. Can they jockey for position? This is where it's going to get tight. There's the Porsches running wide. And wow, look at the... This is getting really, really tight here.
Going for it, Tim. I'm sorry there, dude. That was absolutely great. How are we doing this, Tim? We're in a sprint race. We're not in a 6-hour endurance. What is going on?
This is turning out more to be like the 6 minutes of Spa than the 6 hours. Somebody needs to tell these drivers that it's an endurance race. We've got another whopping, coming up to 5 hours and 50 minutes left. But right now, I think let's try and find some zen and calm, because and bring you through the order of what's happened so far. So Fuga are currently leading in LMP1. Sapphire Simsport are 9/10 of a second behind them. Boosted 3 seconds behind them. We've got Polder and then Sakanya in the Porsche. The only Porsche entry in P1 rounding out LMP1, then an LMP2. Boosted are heading the way. We expected them to be near the front, but WS Racing Esports are not letting him go. You can see him just in the background there, 9/10 of a second behind. And then we've got the guys from Antagonistic Racing Team Orange. Sholin currently on board for them right now, rounding out your top 3 in LMP2. Then a look back down to GTE Pro. We've got a Ryan Race Team qualified on pole, still there in the Porsche. Then we've got Aquila Aqua, started second, still there as well. And then Avensis, they've made their way up. They are 3rd in class. And we've currently got the top 4 position in GTE Pro occupied by Porsche. Seb, you said the Porsche was the car to go for around here, and it's really showing that. Then down in GTE AM, we've got Verve Racing Team Mint in the Open Corvette entry in the race. They are leading the way. So we expected to see such strong races from them here on the Total Sim Sport channel all season long so far. 2nd place in class, JD Sim Racing. Thomas Mocek currently piloting the Ferrari. And then we've got Backmarker Racing Razadad. They are currently 3rd in class in the Ferrari. And I think that they are, well, yeah, and also worth mentioning, they are ahead of their team, Backmarker Racing Yellow, sister team, who are in the pro category. So absolutely brilliant race from those guys so far. To come round Blanchimont yet again. It's getting tight. And talking of getting tight, up in LMP2, we've got the Vector by RSR, guys. You can see him in the middle of this freeway pack. We've got Fuga on the attack behind him in that number 90 LMP2. And then at the front of this little free car train, we've got JD Sim Racing. You can see the battle for 6th in the bottom right corner of the screen right now. And look how just how close these guys are, Seb. You can throw a blanket over these guys right now.
You could indeed, and just so I'm clear, that Fuga car was the one that was involved in that spin at the start. So he's been in the barrier, and yet he's racing, and behind RSR. That just shows how crazy the opening race has been.
It's talk about crazy. Look, they're gonna almost attempting into the bus stop to go 3 wide. Luckily, they all sort of zip in with one another, and there's no major drama. As we've already seen down at the bus stop.
Thought we're going to be seeing a repeat of that.
Well, hopefully not. They're all with it's sort of like they ingrained in the memory of seeing what happened back down there. We've all sort of calmed down a little bit and backed out of it as they now head down Eau Rouge. The sound of those cars as they whistle past the camera up over Radion. And all that Stage 1 Racing orange guys, they look to be going a little bit slow. Now they're obviously on the recovery drive after that earlier incident. They have cleared all of the GTEs now. So that's something, but here comes Fuga up the inside, and that is the move done by them past JD Sim Racing. And that is elevating them up into 7th.
So both RSR and Fuga have got past the JD Sim Racing car. So good for their battle. Good for JD as well. I don't think you'd want these two drivers behind him. They are absolutely pushing those cars to the limits. As we ride on board with the move now. Fairly standard. Look at Fuga already just following the RSR car, just knowing that he can get through, and that's a nice move. Got a bit tight on the apex there, but that's where bravery comes from.
Definitely. It's what you've got to go for. You've got to be brave, and that's what separates the true greats from the true greats. The ones that can, just attempt a bit of bravery. Sometimes it's a bit of a roll of dice. Sometimes it comes to the favour. Other times not. But Fuga, it works out that time. But they cannot afford for the Vector by RSR car to get away from them as they now start the hunt down for them. Just having a little bit of a look down in GTE as well. We've got Avensis. They are, looks like, well, they've got also the other Fuga team, the GT car, the BMW. That's getting a bit close as well with their racing team Mint as well against Corvette. Trying to bring you up to date with all the battles. The GTE looking incredibly tight all the way down there. But right now, we've got a message. So unsafe overtake, boasted Motorsport LMP1, no further action. That'll be a relief for those guys. I know they've been putting in a lot of practice.
Contact. Sorry to cut in there. I thought that Ferrari was going to be round then.
That's that Porsche is looking a little bit worse for wear with that rear ring, but as we saw at Silverstone, it doesn't seem to affect the Porsche too much. Able to grind out some absolutely stunning laps, even with a slightly damaged rear wing. So it seems to be more cosmetic rather than performance, affecting really to have the bent rear wing on the Porsche. But right now, these guys look. There's nothing to separate them from Fuga to Vector to JD in LMP2. James.
So Fuga have just got past Vector by RSR, so Fuga, who've been behind RSR for the last few laps, have finally managed to get past, so it'll be interesting to see if they manage to extend the gap or if Vector can just stay in the slipstream and continue on. Have a look in the GTE class at the moment as we go on board with the leader. Only 5/10 to Aquila in P2, so still some close racing as we ride now on board with Aquila Racing.
Well, we've seen, actually, it's well worth mentioning, currently, Alex Gall for Chicane Online Racing, the Frenchman, he's managed to get that Ferrari up into 3rd. Brilliant drive from him. Just watch Fuga coming through the BMW as they now head through Eau Rouge, up over Radion there, and now in striking distance of the Offensive Racing Porsche. They've moved to the left-hand side of the track. Porsche seems to be having the better drag down the Kemmel Straight as they come round the Coombe now and enter in, and I don't think that move's going to happen. But while those two are battling, just look who's looming in the background. It's Shelbert in the Corvette, and that guy, you cannot discredit him. It's got Mid-Menace written on the back of the car, and he is an absolute menace to pro drivers. An AM driver who just completely mixes it up, race on race, every single time with the pros, and he's almost like a thorn in their side, really.
He is indeed. Just going back to the straight, did you see that even Fuga there, and of course they're in the BMW, even with the slipstream of the LMP2 ahead, the Porsche was quicker in no draft on the straight. So Fuga's got such a big job if they want to get past that Porsche now. So they've just got to sit behind them and just go for an opportunistic move if they want to get past. That just shows how quick the Porsche is at this phase of the race.
Definitely, they just weren't able to make any sort of difference, you know, like you say, in the slipstream, but not able to capitalise from it, and it just really is showing the strength of the Porsche here this weekend at Spa-Francorchamps. But then equally, credit to the guys at Chicane Online Racing Red in the Ferrari, as Garl currently on board for them, who has got that Ferrari, up into third, and is currently, you know, he's not far off either the top two Porsches. It's an absolutely stunning drive from him. Just looking a bit further down the field, Antoine Mass for Ryan Race Team JRT qualified third, and currently just not where you'd expect to see them. Obviously, you know, that earlier incident, and just getting a little bit tight there through the bus stop. We've got the LMP1s of Fuga just trying to cut their way through, diving left and right, trying to dodge, slalom through the GT cars. There's the Sapphire Sim Sports machine. Taylor Mills currently on board for that one in LMP1. I think we've got pretty much the whole field along the old original Endurance pit straight. It's absolutely spectacular. So there you go, see Fuga, just see the power of the LMP1. They're able to use that hybrid technology to boost through and shoot past the GTs. You see Sapphire just on the lights in the background there, trying to get the way past the GTs. And it's got action on the field at the moment, Seb. It's hard to know where to look.
Oh, I'm with you on that. And even when we were looking at the LMP2s, you had the two BMWs and GTE were racing each other, and you saw Sapphire have to almost go onto the grass to make sure that he doesn't go into them. It's crazy. I've never seen a start to a race this manic before. It's amazing.
It is. We saw an absolutely epic, a monumental start to Silverstone. Red Bull Ring internal last round was biblical as well. You see the boosted LMP2. Alex Nella currently on board for them right now. Hampton jinxed round the BMW there, and so the GT car. And JD Sim Racing, number 69. That you've got a drive-through penalty for causing a collision. That's obviously after that earlier incident we saw down at the bus stop, and they've been deemed to be the cause of it, and thus they've got that drive-through. And I think that's, you know, a fair cop for that one. It was getting a bit spicy. But talking of getting spicy, Fuga versus Sapphire at the front of LMP1. These guys, we've seen it so many times this season. These two guys are just, you know, two teams are just battling out currently. Currently got Pelchat for Fuga, Mill for Sapphire. Half the second cut between them. However, that gap is going to extend. It's going to shrink constantly as they keep having to thread their way through these GT cars. Whistle past there, head across Radion. You look back now, you can see the Sapphire machine that tucks up in the wing. Fuga's gone defensive to the inside. They weave around the Porsche. Can Sapphire take it round the outside into Lake Coombe? They're going to have the entry of the second part. There's contact! There's contact! The Fuga has headed off into the barrier. Oh, wow, that was shaking up again. It's like Silverstone all over again, Sam.
He's got front row damage as well. That's disastrous in the LMP1 car. Let's have a look on board. Does Fuga hit the apex? He does. Oh, it's just the lightest of touches, and man.
It's so, there's a lot of runoff on the outside of the entry to Lacoum. Just looking back at them now, you can see the front damage. They're powering on through it as they just clear past the JD Ferrari. But that is going to cost them dearly. But having said that, we are not even half an hour into this race yet. So we still have another 5.5 hours. Anything can happen. Anything will happen. If it's anything to go by what we've seen here so far this season. You see the JD Sim Racing LMP2. They're just currently trying to cut their way through the boosted LMP1 just in front of them there.
That's not a pretty sight to see on board. You've got LMP2s, GTEs, other LMP1s. It's not what you want to see out the front. You just want a clean race. Oh, it's like
it's the Scania. Sorry, it's the Scania LMP1 of the Porsche. They just all managed to clear through somehow. those P2s will be looking to hook up onto Scania's LMP1, just try and utilise them as almost like a battering ram, you know, somewhere to just clear a path through the GTEs. But right now, looking back down into GTE AM, we've got a battle emerging. Aquila Racing Scion, they are chasing down Chicane Enroy Racing Purple in that Ferrari. And this is getting close. So they come out of the bus stop, now heading down to La Source. It's going to be hard onto the brakes, and it's quite tricky, this sort of entry, really, I find the concept into La Source. I'm mostly an LMP2 driver. Say a B2 driver, not the best at it, but yeah, it's always been tricky just to get the power down out of some of these slower corners for the prototypes. The GTs, this way can get a little bit messy, have a much better drive. We saw it into Remus at Red Bull Remus, of course, at turn 3, that uphill slight right-hander, and it just makes it all the more trickier for them. What's it like, you know, when you've got a prototype in front of you, going through these tight, slow corners where obviously yourself being a GT driver, you're able to get that better exit?
It's difficult. You really have to be aware of the car ahead and you know, make sure you don't do something stupid and just get a better exit and tap the rear end and spin them around. You've got to be aware. You're right, like the GT cars, especially at slow speed corners, are much quicker, especially than the LMP2s. Yeah, you've got to be careful. It's something that you'd hope that all of the drivers would have by now worked out in practice, and that's why doing some multi-class practice is so vital for these types of events, to know where the other cars are weak and where your car is strong, to make sure that you don't get involved in any silly accidents and pick up a penalty that ultimately ruins your race.
It's just looking at the whole up and down the whole of GT, but one thing that's really surprised me, Sam, you were saying earlier about the BMW not being the best car around here, the Porsche being the weapon of choice almost. Let's just watch Ferrari being pushed there. We've got backmarker Razzle being chased down hard by FCR Esports, who are going to look to go around the outside into the bus stop. Can they make the second apex? He's going to maybe push him wide. No, he doesn't. Clean racing there with the Ferrari. We've seen the great drive it has off corners. They're going to be on the inside line into La Source. Can the Porsche perform the cut? They're going for it. Now as they head down, do you think they can get this done, Seb?
I think so. Ed defended too much. The Ferrari defended way too much into turn 1 there. He just gave the Porsche such the opportunity to just go to the extreme outside of the track just to get the better run. I'm pretty sure this will be a done deal.
This is getting close. We've right on board with FTR Esports, currently on board for them right now. You can see the backmarker racing machine, the Razzle Dazzle machine, Ferrari to the right-hand side. Porsche going to have all the work to do around the outside, but they're going to get it done. Igor Kost, spectacular there for FTR Esports Porsche. Down the outside into Lacoum, and now they're clear. They're now going to have to hunt down the 27 Motorsport BMW. Santos currently on board for them right now. But just further down on the field, we've got a trio of BMWs tussling there with the 142 Porsche. That's the Orion Racing JRT machine. Said qualified third, heavily down the grid after an earlier incident, and now on a massive recovery drive. And it's I tell you what, that superficial damage to that rear wing and that Porsche is making zero difference to them right now, isn't it, Sam?
Oh, undoubtedly. If anything, it's just making them easier to spot in traffic with the little orange wing poking up. It's very useful for the commentators, so more of that, please. But going back to that move with the on backmarker racing Razzle Dazzle, and I forgot what part, the Porsche looked like he was in another league, just clean around the outside. That was an incredible move, and now we've of course got the Orion Racing team behind backmarker racing yellow. It's the boosted LMP1's going to go around the outside of Londremont. You need to get up very early in the morning to do that.
I tell you what, the BMW at the front of this train, which is the backmarker racing yellow machine, and not happy clearly with it on the lights, showing his frustration to the boosted LMP1 as they dent it round the outside. Of course, the LMP1s and the LMP2s carrying so much more aero, so they're able to pull out tricks like that compared to the GT cars. However, it is tricky, isn't it, Seb? Because these GT cars do understeer, and where they don't have as much downforce, they push wide to the exit in the corner. So it's almost you can go there as a prototype, but only as you're at your peril. But right now, Orion, they're going to have the inside line into Lecoum. We saw him around the outside previously, but there they go. That's the move done ahead of Backmarker Racing Yellow, and that's for a change in position in class. They're up to 16th overall in GT right now.
They are. That was a nice move from Orion, clean, and I think that Backmarker Racing Yellow sort of quite rightly realised that Orion's not on their pace today, and it's no point fighting the inevitable. It's just worth, letting him pass, head down, try and save some fuel in, and ultimately try and get past the sister car of Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle, as they are the AM team of the AM entry. So it's it will be quite nice for them just to at least be behind them, because they're a few seconds off. But going back to that move around the outside, the danger for the GTE there is that as the LMP2 cuts across, he takes the aero off the front, and you can just understeer, spin, and that's probably why Hayes in the Backmarker Racing Yellow BMW was a little bit unhappy, as we see not a battle for the overall lead in AM, but a battle for position. That's how high the Verve Racing Team Mint car is. They're battling AM pro drivers. Their pace is incredible at the moment.
I'd tell you what, that Corvette has been spectacular all season long. And Chelbert, the Scandinavian, he just seems to, be at one with that Corvette, and he's pulling out the bag. Performances that, batting well above his league almost. And it's absolutely 10 out of 10. Stunning performance from him, and I'm lost for words to try and describe that team and what they're achieving this season. It's we build them at every single time. They fail to disappoint. We heap even more praise on them, and then they go and outperform yet again. And I'm just completely lost for words with those guys.
Definitely, and Aventis have now managed to get past them, but it doesn't matter for their race. They're still leader in AM, and that's the mark of the drivers, is they know when to fight and know when to not, and that's the key to an AM drive, and they're just doing incredibly. And what's even better for them is you've got there's a battle for second in class as we now ride on board with the 266 Porsche car, as we see the LMP2, the 94 that was involved in that incident at the start of the race, so still on a recovery drive for him, and the Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle car interested in that fight as ever and trying to gain as much position as possible. But even behind them, you've got the Orion JRT car as well, that is of course trying to make its way through the field as well.
It's tricky for everyone. I mean, just as in terms of GTE AM right now, where we're talking about their racing team Mint, those guys, obviously second in class is JD Sim Racing in the Ferrari. Now the gap between those guys is 16 seconds in class, which is absolutely stunning. But I mean, just up at the front of GTE Pro right now, Orion Race Team still out in front there. Right now, Aquila Racing Aqua. It's the Porsche 1-2 currently in class. However, I think we started on this conversation, Seb, but never quite got it finished. Is the amount of action happening on track right now. Just watch Sapphire Sim Sport. They've obviously we saw them get past Fuga earlier on, and they've not been hanging around at all. And they've pulled out an absolutely 21 second lead. Where we've had all these battles going on, I've sort of missed that. That's got to be out of traffic, hasn't it?
It has. So Fuga lost around 13 seconds. They're about 13 seconds behind Sapphire after that spin. And what I noticed in the start of the race is that Sapphire were much quicker through the traffic. They were much better at managing the traffic. And Fuga at the start of the race brought out like a 4 or 5 second gap. When all the traffic suddenly happened, Sapphire just got through it clean and consistently. And we saw what happened, and unfortunately it entered in contact. But Sapphire brought their way back up through traffic, so they definitely have the edge in traffic at the moment.
So obviously, where they're it's such a tricky part of the track to rejoin as well, where you're pointing directly in the barrier, just coming through it there at Lake Coon. We've got JD Simrenston having to go on defensive here against Chicane Online Racing Orange, that BMW. Trying desperately, but that Porsche along Keppel Straight, which is all the Porsches, looks spectacular, but look at that, round the outside of Lake Coon. Not a place you should be able to overtake, but we're seeing time and time again today, people making that line work. It's absolutely phenomenal.
That was a stunning overtake, another one to add to the highlight reel of this race. That's incredible. Really, really well done. And again, it looked like it was in a different class. You cannot understand where they're getting the grip from is we see the 142 car of the Orion Racing Porsche going around the outside of Backmarker Racing, Razzle Dazzle in the Ferrari again. Not worth the fight, just worth, you know, Orion are far quicker today, and you know, if it wasn't for their troubles, they would have been right up there battling for the win. So we're looking at JD Sim Racing on, is that the BMW?
It's 27. Just having a little look. So it's the Ferrari with so it's the Lithium Motorsport BMW just ahead of them. It's not a battle in class, obviously, where the JD Sim Racing guys are orange, and orange. They're in GTE and Pro for the BMW. Now, we've got a message just popped up. Drive-through penalty, unsafe overtake, offensive racing 116. So that is, of course, just having a little look at they are down in GTE. There you go, there they are in the pits, just hidden away slightly. But we're going to cut to a nice replay of the incident and how that one unfolded for them. Let's have a look at what ended their race. There we go. Tag, and round they went, and that's what took them to the accident and has cost them, and I think that's going to be a retirement for those guys. Also lost a couple of other teams as well. So World of Sim Racing and Aquiva in LMP2 have dropped out.
Oh no! Oh, that's not how you do it. We've seen people go around the outside, but can't turn in that early, unfortunately. So Centurion car is round, and was the other car involved okay?
Looks like they've got through okay, Seb. We're going to cut to the chopper cam here as we head down into Lake Coon. We said we've seen so many people make that move. Like you say, Seb, you just can't afford to turn in quite that early. It's reminiscence of something, but that's going to a bit of damage to the right of that Ferrari, and that sort of level of damage, Seb, how much does that affect one of these GTs?
Quite a lot, actually. As you know, iRacing's damage model, not great, but bodywork damage. Rear wing, less so. I mean, as we've seen from the Porsche, it doesn't look like it's affecting it at all. But some bodywork damage can take off a second a lap easy, so really got to protect the car, and even something like high curbs can be an issue, as we see the LMP1, the number 5 LMP1 making quite a lunge, but from his perspective, I'm sure it wasn't, but from the GT's perspective, those cars are just so much quicker. And it, of course, as you're battling, you know, you're battling another car, you've got to be looking 3-4 cars behind you just to make sure that there's no LMP1 coming, and it's a real skill to race multi-class well, and sort of all part of the fun of it.
So just touching on that then, for the viewers at home, Seb, you may not have taken part in, well, here we go, Boosted versus Fuga, and so it's Fuga LP2, just mistaken for a second there, thinking obviously whether he wearing identical livery to the LMP1 machine, but yeah, obviously, people who made a lot of home, who made a lot of race multi-class, and what's, yourself being a GT driver, what's harder or more tricky for you? Is it the LMP1s or the LMP2s when they're coming to pass you?
As a GTE driver, mostly LMP2s. They lack that hybrid, that initial burst off the corner, and they are more desperate to get past you. I mean, at the moment, LMP2s are closer. They can race closer, so they're more impatient. They want to get past you, and it's totally understandable. So you really have to watch out. And And the LMP1s as well, I mean, they can come back from so long. You can look in your mirror and go, yeah, they're not going to overtake me. And then all of a sudden they're alongside you, and you're like, how did that happen? So you've really, really got to know, and it's such a skill to just be able to look in your mirror and just instantly know whether they're close enough for a move. And also there's a real art to being predictable. As a slower class driver, you need to make sure that you are predictable. You don't dart off the racetrack, you don't, brake and go offline. You need to just drive your line and let the LMP2 cars or LMP1 cars go around you, and that's where the skill comes from. And it's real skill to make sure that you drive in a way that keeps you safe from faster cars. So it's all a learning process, but practice would be my suggestion on that one.
Seb's top tip for hour one, and just bring you may have spotted it, viewers, in the timing tower in the top left corner. You see a lot of the LMP2s hitting the pits right now. Their pit window is fully open, so LMP2 teams yet to pit are basically your top three. As I say, that WS Racing Esports, they've now headed in, and just looking at it, Fuga are yet to pit, and likewise 524 International in front of them. Is here comes Fuga.
They've got to be
524.
They've got to be careful if they're both going to come into the pits, which they are. It'd be so easy just to be miscommunication, and all of a sudden there's a clumsy spin. But it's interesting that these LMP2s have managed to gain an extra lap over the leader. That could make all the difference at the end of the race.
Yeah, it can amount to one less pit stop, which is with an incredibly long pit lane here. Obviously, we're running the endurance pits here, so they come the exit for the pits all the way on the exit of Radion. So effectively turn 4 as we've got Hungary GT Fuga. Sorry, the BMW. Ooh. No.
That was a weird one. It's like they lost the car, and the car was already damaged, so they're currently in the pits at the moment. As we had a bit of a glitch, but we're back. So Fuga are in the pits. I don't know what happened, but that was a very weird incident. Is that Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle up to P3 in class after getting past the FTR Esports? Were they chosen? I think they've been chosen them down for a few laps, so they finally made the move.
So it's FTR, they've got Backmarker is in front of them in that Ferrari right now. How long that quite lasts for, I'm not too sure. That is the strength we've seen from the Porsches, but having said that, the Porsche were sort of starting to drop down, but it was quite a bit of a mixed bag in GTE. However, the Porsches have made a bit of recovery, now occupying 4 of the top 5 GTE Pro. However, Alex Gall of Chicane Online Racing Red in that Ferrari yet again. Spectacular performance in 3rd in class, and obviously overall within GTE right now.
It's a
drive through Core Motorsports 2. That's in it's in their GTE Pro.
Currently down in 23rd overall as they've just come into the pits. So unfortunately not for the lead, which I'm sure they are both upset and happy about. You want to be in the lead, but you never want to get a drive through if you're up there. So can't quite remember what incident that was for, but
we've had so many, Seb. It's just been completely and utterly manic. It's getting a little bit tight. Just unsettled from the area that you mentioned about earlier on, and it's nearly cost them the place to Jennings Racing Ferrari, who now all of a sudden they're all over the back of them, down hard onto the brakes into Rivage. So Rivage even really close, locked up behind the back of that BMW, stalking the gearbox of them now. To come through No Name, down to Poo on the double left-hander. It's not really a chance to overtake round here. They're probably the next place to strike. Fangis to turns 12 and 13 that they're heading on now. And that Ferrari knows it. They're really all over the back of the BMW of Lithium Motorsport right now, jinxing left and right, making them look in those mirrors. You look backwards now at the Ferraris, just backs up a little bit.
He'll get the slipstream. you could see Lithium after that moment coming out of Rivage. How much opposite lock they had to put into the car to keep it straight. You
Was
know,
that just the aero rush you were talking about earlier,
Yeah.
Seb, where just you lose it where they cut across the front of you?
and lucky for Lithium is the Ferrari is getting a mega run. Unfortunately for Lithium, that was at the most crucial point when you want all of the possible front downforce on the car to get the car turned in. And you just, you know, the rear loses grip and then, you know, your tyre temps increase, you've got like marbles on there, the tyres, you really have to like settle back in, and it gave such a big opportunity to JD Sim Racing.
Right on board with JD Sim Racing in the Ferrari 488 GTE right now. Wow, look at how loose that BMW is in front of Lithium Motorsport. This is getting close, and we've got another closer battle as Fuga up front, you know, looking to get past 524. They've been locked in a battle with these guys for quite a while now. Looks like that move is going to start to happen as they come round, head towards Blanchimont now, but just heading back to the GCE Pro Battle. That's JD, they are through. They've managed to utilise the slipstream along Kemmel, and they've tucked it through nicely, but it's slightly unconventional to what we've seen so far. On the inside for a change rather than the outside.
I know, how ordinary. Come on, we want some interesting moves.
Oh,
I was
yeah.
noticing.
Oh, there we go. That's Fuga. They've got past 5-4. That is for position, 9th place position. So that's overall 5th in class. But now look at 5-4. They're not giving up without the fight. They're saying, no, you're not quite having it so easy, guys, at Fuga. That's Grabson currently on board. They're going to go too wide. This is going to be tight as they head through Eau Rouge, up Radion, across the top. And that 524 International car. Jakura currently on board. He's come round to the left-hand side of the track. He's going to have to take it round the outside. We've seen the GTs make this work. Can it work in LMP2? Late onto the brakes and slotted it up the inside. But can Fuga fight back? It's going to be close. But no, that is the move done. Wow, wow, yet again, a move around the outside at Lacombe.
And in an LMP2, that was simply stunning. He's so loose on exit. Absolutely wringing the neck out of that car. But I think that camera shot showed, I think, a car had gone off. And I was noticing on the timing screens, one of the Adventis GTEs has dropped down the field. So we'll have to look into what happened to him. It's drama happening everywhere. But what a move from the 524 International Racing car. As we now ride on board with the 119 car. That looks like suspension damage. That car's crabbing. So they've had another form of hit, whether it be another car or a barrier, but that was that car did not look right.
No, it looked like almost rear suspension damage. We couldn't see any dents on the bodywork, so a bit of a strange one for that one. But here comes, talking of Porsche, here comes the Ryan Racing, and that's going to be a move up the inside. Is it down into Lake? And that looks like they're going to get the move done. Yep, that is through past Lithium. Those guys on the recovery drive, slowly picking their way back through the field for Porsche. Antoine Mas currently working some magic beyond the wheel of that slightly skewed rear wing Porsche, but making zero difference to him right now, Seb.
Oh, undoubtedly, that's a Mega Drive already up into P10, and we haven't even crossed the first hour yet, so they've got a real chance today. As the battle for the P4 in LMP2 still rages on. This time, Fuga has got the slipstream coming up Radion and onto the Kemmel Straight. Can Fuga make a move back?
Interesting this, Seb. There's a jinxing, you know, 5T4 jinxing left and right. They're trying to break the slipstream and opting. Interesting line, which, you know, going for the middle rather than the left or the right of the track and making Fuga think. Now, they have got one of the BMWs in front of them, and just they're going to have to clear that. There's a bit of a smoke there.
He's brave to go into no name. Oh my god, he made it to no
for it.
He has.
It's early on exit. You can see the BMW not happy with that one. Look, there's Fuga on the lights as well, saying, look, I'm coming with you. You're not getting away that easily from me. And these two guys are absolutely battling it out. Little flash of the cameras almost from 524 there. I know they've got the Centurion Ferrari, I think that is in front of them there. That's going to move over and clear them easy. But look, they've managed to get that Ferrari. This is the tactics of endurance GT racing, where just positioning that GT between them and just giving himself a bit of a gap over Fuga.
That's the fun, but Fuga quick to respond and just to send it up the inside of Centurion into the final part of that complex there. That's a scary move to make as if you're a fast car or if you're a slow car, so well done on him for making that clean, but I would be very scared if I was that Ferrari. As we watch Backmarker Racing razzle dazzle now. Behind is that Platinum Motorsports? It is. So this is for P4 and class. So they've dropped down because they were third at one point. So they've had some sort of drama. Are they going to go around the outside?
Let's find out together. No, he's backed out of it, but that BMW looking very, very squirrely. And now there's the Sapphire Simsport LMP1 coming through just to mix things up. And there's also an LMP2 there as well. That's number 69 just cutting their way through. That's the JD Sim Racing machine there. Currently with Philip Reck on board for them. And actually, I'm just looking at the time, Seb, we're going to be approaching the pit window for the GTs now, aren't we?
We are, yeah. It'd be interesting to see, as you alluded to in the intro, are people going to take just that little bit less fuel to make sure that they can and just commit to the splash and dash and less tyre wear, or are they going to try and extend? So it'll be really crucial to see if people can make the first hour as we see a replay of Fuga getting past the 524,
it is. Yeah, 524 International machine.
Second guess myself.
There's so many battles going on right now, up and down the field, as we always seem to have here, really, to be fair. And we're now an hour in, and it's still not settling down. And I get a feeling it's going to be a Red Bull Ring all over again, where we got about three and a half hours in, and things just eventually started to settle down. And Spa-Francorchamps, I'm getting deja vu, really, as the FTR machine looking to go around the outside. Atlas Source on normal convention plate, but it's compromised them on exit. But they are going to have that slipstream over the 27 Motorsport white BMW. And Santos is going to have to defend this, or will he? Will he go to the outside potentially? Look to move it around the outside. Wants a counter-defensive mechanism, but Koss just electing just to sit behind him for one more lap, or for now anyway. And we've had a few couple of battles where they've been inseparable. This is one of them. And of course, the 524 International and FTR Esports up in LMP2 have just been inseparable.
Undoubtedly. Is he going to dive it down the inside of No Name? He'd be a very brave man if he went up the inside there. But I just want to very quickly go back, as while we're in the middle part of this lap, to anybody that's watching and interested in the BT battle. The key to watch out for is if the cars can pit after the first hour is done, because if they can, it means that their fuel usage is good enough, as we see the FTR car actually going around the outside, proving me wrong and making a stunning move around the outside of the final chicane there. That was incredible. That was a stunning move and left the BMW just in dust. I mean, I've never seen a car go around the outside there successfully.
I've never seen, like you say, successfully, or even most people don't even bother trying it there. Wow, look at Costa, he's just throwing the rule book out, just taking it out, just throw it out the window as he's driving through there and reinventing it and reinventing new lines. As we look at, we've got the Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle Ferrari chasing down Platinum Racing BMW, but just behind it is the Aquilia Cyan Porsche. Can he get a 2-for-1 deal into bus stop? No, he can't. He's just past the Ferrari, but who can get the best drag on the exit? On the run down to the source, and it looks like the Ferrari is just looking like it's a stronger car right now, and managed to pull through potentially.
I think you're right, and I think that the Adventus 119 car is a lap down for everybody at the moment after the drama that they had. So that wasn't for position. So maybe Ed has just realised that it's not worth fighting, and as he was running at P6, so try and get the slipstream and follow him through. But really interesting battles going on. Very quickly, I want to go back to my point on the pit stops. If they can make it past the hour, it means that they don't have to do a splash and dash at the end, and that is critical for the race strategy. If you can eliminate that final pit stop, because the pits are so long here, you can gain a lot of time. So if any car can do that, and as long as they can manage that for the rest of the race, they're in a really good strategic position. And I think there was a car actually going off in the background there. There was at least smoke, so keep an eye out on that.
I think it was a Price. Let's have a little look. Forward with the World of Sim Racing Team Junior. Oh, they make contact with the prototype on the inside. I think it was one of the booster machines, that one. Just trying to see if they... Oh, wow, getting incredibly messy there. On the exit of Lecoq on the run down to Rivage. That could have been a much bigger incident. But just heading back now to Santos and Kos, 27 Motorsport White BMW, FTR Esports Porsche. Guys getting closer and closer and closer. Oh no, there's suspension damage.
Such a good save from the LMP2. That could have been disastrous.
Nearly
didn't hit him. I'd rather spin than hit him.
On the FTR Esports, he just nearly managed to, and then just got tagged in the rear as that BMW was rolling backwards. As almost back to the early stage of the races. They've got half the field along the start-finish straight there, all trying to trip over one another. And I tell you what, it's been nothing but short of pure entertainment.
And that's what ISRC is for, and well, I've been enjoying it. So now, to this battle, so FTR has, so I think the 118 car of 27 Motorsport has got past the FTR car again, and that's allowed Marker Racing Yellow to get involved in the action now. But they're now stuck in loads of traffic. It's, you can't. It's crazy, absolutely crazy.
You cannot predict it. Well, there's one thing you can predict, is you cannot predict it today. It's getting so tricky. And James has just joined us back in the commentary box. Wow, James. Wow.
I've been away. I've been on a little bit of a hunt, Tim. And currently I've got Toby Ward, one of the other drivers from Boosted LMP1s, and Adam Hedgecock. He's from the Boosted LMP2 team, so I'm just going to drop Toby in and we'll have a chat. Toby, welcome into the stream.
Hey, good afternoon. Thanks for having me.
No worries at all. So do tell us, what an absolute chaotic start. Your LMP1 has come out rather well at the moment in seconds. How's it getting on? How's Ben getting on in the car?
You say that. We hit the second lot of traffic. We possibly hit it at the worst possible moment when the LMP2 car started mixing with the GTEs for the first time. And we were going into a 2-wide situation, and then it got made 3-wide around Bruxelles, and we got sent off, picked up a bit of damage, and we decided, especially around Spa, there's a lot of top speed here. So we decided to take a short stint. So our driver's on their second stint already, but we're going to have a bit of a think about our strategy, because we're definitely going to be a bit short on fuel unless we take an extra stint, and we really don't want to do that at the moment.
So are you out of sync at the moment where you plan on being then? Because obviously we were looking at 40-minute stops for 40-minute stints for LMP1, so you're out of sync? You reckon you're going to be fuel saving towards the end?
Yeah, we're going to have a think about it with, well, the two decisions are either we really try and fuel save, or we just try and absolutely hammer it out and take the extra pit. It's a bit difficult to tell at the moment because we're so early on in the race, and the traffic is starting to spread out now, but hopefully after the next couple of stints we'll start to be able to figure out, is it going to be sensible to fuel save, or are we just going to have to absolutely put the pedal to the metal. But at the moment, Ben's feeling pretty good in the car. You know, we haven't had any more incidents, and he's going reasonably quickly. So hopefully we can get a decent result out of this. I think for me, a top 3 would be great. I think it is achievable, particularly, you know, around this track. The traffic is just really difficult for the LMP1s because you can't get the speed differential like you could at Red Bull Ring, because all of the acceleration on the LMP1 is at the low end, and Spa is a lot of medium to high speed corners, which is probably why we saw so many issues towards the start of the race. But
I think it was. I think we used the language in the commentary booth as it was more of a sprint race start than a 6-hour endurance. Toby, what was your?
Yeah, definitely.
It was chaotic.
Yeah, I mean, you have to take advantage at the start around here. The first stint is so critical because you have so much time in free air, which means you can absolutely just go as fast as you possibly can. But the tricky thing is, by the time you hit the GTEs, they're still pretty bunched up. There's not a lot of chance for them to spread out, and so that's the tricky part. The track isn't actually that wide, particularly when you've got slower cars trying to overtake each other at the same time, which is fair enough. That is part of the racing, and it's our job to try and get past them safely. But you know, especially when you got the LMP2s in the mix and they're all trying to get past because they're ahead of the GTEs, you know, it does cause incidents from time to time. But you know, we've got what, we're just hitting 5 hours now, and we're expecting more incidents to happen. You know, we've already seen one of the LMP1 guys get a warning for their conduct. I think Pat's had a few issues as well in the Fuga Sim Sport car. So, you know, we're keeping our hopes up at the moment, and we're just trying to chip away at the leaders.
Okay then, Toby. Well, I'll let you get back. Thank you very much for joining us. That is Toby Ward from Boosted Motorsport LMP1.
Thank you very much.
James, we've got a penalty apparently coming in. So, Sicania Endurance, it's the guys in the only Porsche LMP1, and they've got an unsafe overtake, hold for 120-second penalty, and that'll probably be in the absolute melee that was trying to clear through the back markers. It's so tricky for all of them. Before you jump to your next interview, James, you've probably seen from the timing tower on the left-hand side of your screen, the pit window for GTE is well and truly open now. We've got pretty much the whole field popped in, with the exception of 27 Motorsport, Lewis Barbosa, on board with them right now, as he's just headed to the pit side. Curse the commentator striking in there. So it's JD Sim Racing Ferrari, Platinum Racing Team BMW, Aquila Racing Cyan Porsche are the only guys in GTE yet to pit. And James, Adam Hedgecock, I believe you've got him sat waiting next.
Yeah, he's from the Boosted Motorsport LMP2 team. Obviously, we just heard from Toby Ward there. So let's bring Adam in. Adam, welcome into the booth. Hi, how are you? How's it sort of, should we say, as Alex settled down and recovered from the start? Because the start was quite manic for a 6-hour endurance, sir.
It was. Fortunately, we were just ahead of the melee at Raccoon, Alex, and the WS Racing car just behind. We managed to get out and get a bit of a gap, so we weren't involved in it. But looking back, oh my, that was a start, wasn't it?
It definitely was. You know, we thought we were in the booth. We thought we were on a 1-hour sprint race, considering the amount of action that we had going on at the moment. As we just see your sister LMP1 go past Alex down in Blanchimont there. So where are you guys based on your pits? Are you within of where you want to be, and are you still looking at sort of every 40 minutes, or are you sort of out of sync because of everything, the traffic and the accidents that have been happening?
Oh, I'm going to make this sound really professional. We are on target.
Oh, okay.
We are on target.
And what is that target?
So we're just running as fast as we can. You know, we're not trying to fuel save or anything. We think that the guys behind did try and fuel save a little bit. They went an extra lap on the first stint, but we're just gunning it We're just driving as quickly as we can, for as long as we can, see where we end up towards the end of the race, and then figure it out from there. We're in a great position. Alex is driving really well at the moment. So yeah, we're in the luxury place of being able to decide later in the race how we're going to deal with it.
So you think you're still on for the 8 stints that you're predicting throughout the race, or do you think you're going to get an extra one in before the end? You're not looking at a splash and dash. I'm presuming that's where you guys are heading at the moment.
We would try to avoid any splash and dashes, right, for sure. But my maths isn't the greatest, so I leave that up to the more intelligent guys to decide. I just get in the car and drive and take pictures of it. That's my job.
So when are you in the car, Adam? When are we going to see you in there?
We've got John up next. After Alex, he's going to come in and do a couple there, and then I'll be in after that. Get us kind of cross that halfway mark and see where we go.
That's excellent. That's Adam there from the LMP2 Boosted. Adam, thank you very much for jumping in, and we should look forward to seeing you in the race later.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, there you go, Tim. They're on target, which is obviously a bit different to their sister LMP1s. So it's going to be interesting from the Boosted guys in the LMP1 to see what they do.
It is. Definitely. They were definitely a team to watch when they entered the championship last round at Red Bull Ring. And everyone had their eye on them in LMP1 and LMP2 respectively. And right now they're showing their mettle in LMP2, completely leading it. And you see, we've just completed, 5 minutes ago, completed the first hour. So let's just take you through a little bit of a recap of the first hour and what a first hour it has been. It has been manic, hasn't it? I think, James, your noise you just made that just summed it up completely. It's obviously Fuga versus Sapphire, battling out wheel to wheel, as we've seen already so many times this season. Unfortunately, slight connection into Lacoon. That saw Fuga take to the wall on the outside and obviously pointing the wrong direction. Had to wait for a lot of the fields to come back through. That has dropped them down. There is currently about 40 seconds between Sapphire and Fuga. Fuga still managing to retain second place in class right now. Of course, Lacoon, as we were talking about it, there's been this absolute scene of tons of moves of people going around the outside. Now, let's a little look at Fuga. Talking of Fuga, this is the LMP2 outfit. Mats Gravsson currently on board, and he is being attacked by the antagonistic racing team Orange guys. There's Sherling currently on board for them right now. Now, obviously, talking of LMP2, from the first hour, we saw that absolutely massive accident down at the bus stop. The first few laps. Stage one Orange ended up with a drive-through for it. We saw, obviously, one of the cars actually on its side. Luckily, they all managed to recover to the pits quickly and easily. It didn't cost them too much time, but we are seeing recovery drives from them in class. And the stage one guys just slowly getting there. Now, Vector, they had a bit of an issue. They dropped down, and we're seeing them there. David Duino currently on board for them, still trying to pick his way back through the field. Just watch the battle in LMP1 right now between Polder and Boosted. Audi versus Audi. Now, finally, Aventis Racing, they ended up causing an accident in GTE. Had a penalty, however, they've retired I think they've since retired the car. And unfortunate for them, yeah, that was in their BMW. So that penalty not really making any difference, but wow, has it been tight? Has it been epic? And I'm sure we've still got another 5 hours left, and it's going to be exactly the same as the LMP1s. Weaving their way through the GTEs there, just picking their way through as they head through Rouge, across the top of Radion there, and down the Campbell Straight. But I tell you what, James, this is going to be interesting as they both head to the inside. No one wanted to give up that inside line, James. Oh, Boosted, they're going to get around the outside. Here we go. And they're through. Boosted are through. As you see the penalty pop up, Vector by RSR. They've unfortunately picked up a penalty for drive-through penalty for unsafe overtakes. And James, yeah, you have to take over for a minute, mate. My voice is nearly going. We've got 5 hours left to go.
To be honest with you, Tim, as soon as you said about the hour recap, I wasn't quite sure where you were going to start, because if we were there, it would have taken us an hour to explain through the first hour. It was been absolutely manic though. Yuri Ubenet from Polar Racing and Benjamin Gregory up in Boosted Motorsport. They are currently the first and second. Oh, he's in. Oh no, Yuri, take your time. There you go. He's managed to get through. But
big contact!
Car 233, Thomas Moochek for JD Sim Racing. Oh, wow, that was
messy.
That was a messy way of doing that corner. As we see now, they're dropping down. Oh, no, he just pulled out. He just didn't see us down into Rivage, Tim. Oh, that was just, wow. That was the last just before Blanchimont, actually, but that was a very messy way. And as you see, JD Sim Racing on the lights had been flashing like a trooper, but that was, that was very messy.
Wow, I tell you what, it's been anything. Oh no, Boosted! They've lost it all by themselves.
Oh, we've just had a chat with Toby Ward from Boosted Motorsport, who said how well Ben Gregory has been doing, and he feels good in the car. And there he is, unfortunately, in the bus stop, spinning it round. Tim, this has been absolutely insane. I still can't believe that we're actually sitting here in a 6-hour race, Tim. I feel like we're coming to the end of a sprint race. It's just been absolutely epic.
I don't understand what you mean, James. It is literally, it's been like that, hasn't it? It's just been absolutely anything short of chaotic would describe it. Well, but I tell you what. Obviously, we've seen the Rowlands pit stops. Obviously, with all speaking to a couple of drivers, obviously last hour, but we haven't really covered the fallout from all the Rowlands pit stops in GTE. And just as our producer has cut to it perfectly, the racing team. And I was saying earlier, obviously, while you were off, James, chatting to drivers, seeing how they were getting on. I was saying to Seb, each round we heap praise on these guys. And then we, the next, obviously we did Silverstone, brilliant performance. Red Bull, they went even better. We heaped even more praise on them. And now, I think literally we've run out of superlatives to describe what these guys are doing in the Corvette. Because here they are, half a second behind the Chicane Online Racing Red Ferrari, which is actually, they've dropped a place, I think, after the round of pit stops. But, this is an AM car, 4th overall within GTE, leading GTE AM by 40 seconds, which is similar to what they were doing at Red Bull Ring as well. And here they are, being a thorn in the side and looking to get themselves on the podium overall in GT, let alone their class. That's gone out the window. I was saying to Seth, we have run out of words to describe these guys.
I think, to be fair, Tim, I think at the hands of the drivers of Jens and Albin, they have got this Corvette like it's almost running on rails. They have done such an absolute epic job. And it's consistent, race after race. We're not just seeing this as a one-off. They've done this for the last 3 or 4 races, and it's been absolutely incredible. And I think people, we may refer back, and yes, probably the commentators have got a little bit of a soft spot for this team, but I think it's because we're not, they are in the AM class, but they're underdogs and they're in the top 4 of GTE overall, beating pro teams, and that is just exciting in its own right. And I think that's why we heap praise, especially on Albin Shelby. There's absolutely stellar jobs, Tim, and I don't think it's going to be long if we can keep up with Chicane Online Racing Red, which is 0.27 back. I don't think it's going to be long before we then see them swapping positions again, Tim.
So I've just done a quick tot up. They are beating 11 pro teams. As you see, they boosted 11 people just coming in between, and that's just going to pad out the gap a little bit temporarily. But they're around Blanchimont now. They're going to pick up that slipstream. But James, just throwing some sort of stats behind you. So they're beating 11 pro teams in GT right now. Obviously, I think we've lost obviously the team early on. from straight to straight. I think where you were saying earlier about this having this car on rails, and they've absolutely got it on rails. And they're there on memory. You know, aside of the commentator's soft spot with it being the only Corvette in the field, they are there on absolute merit, and it's spectacular to watch.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing. You know, we're not sitting here in the booth taking any form of respect from any other GTE team in this current season. You know, every team has done amazing, and with endurance, it's so important to actually try and finish the race, Tim. And if you finish the race and you're in a respectable top 10, you've already won in my book, because you're doing so well. As you go through loads of going up the hill. From Yannick van der Zande there, that is the car in front at the moment. That is #racing from Luis Felipe Pinto. As we're coming down the straight at the moment, down through the Camel Straight, we're coming into the Coombe. And that's the job done there from Yannick van der Zande. That was nice and clean, Tim, but that shows the benefits of the draft coming down the Camel Straight, doesn't it, Tim, really?
It does, and we've seen it already. I mean, the Porsches looks absolutely epic race long there, where we obviously had the pleasure of having Seb Bosch-Williams in the commentary with us, obviously drives the BMW within the championship, and you know, saying that the Porsche is definitely the cars out this weekend, just really showing that it really was the machine to have, and it's had such straight line speed, James.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing. You know, we were looking at initially a Porsche-dominated top 7, I think it was, after flying out the 10. And I think now we're just sort of seeing that little bit of a mix. You know, we've got Porsche, Ferrari, BMW, Porsche, BMW, Porsche, BMW, Porsche. So it's kind of every other one is a Porsche at the moment. As Albin coming down Blanchimont, tucked right up the back of Niels Cour, going in. And there you go, into the bus stop. There goes Albin Scherberg up another position, Tim. That's still leading, obviously, GTE and third overall in GTE Pro. Now, the question to you, Tim, is would you have sat behind him to get the Source Rouge Radion pass? Because that really does look at jeopardising him for that long section, doesn't it?
It could potentially, but it looks like he's actually way slightly. But look at this battle right now. You got, of course, FDR Esports in that Porsche. He's got JD Sim Racing Ferrari. Thomas Mocek on board for that one. And as they head down to the bus stop, can we see a repeat as we've just seen in the Corvette versus Ferrari battle? We can't. Porsche not made that successful, and the Corvette was able to. But I think, like you say, James, to see another JD Sim Racing machine. They're heading to the pits as there seems to be opening yet again for the second round of pit stops in LMP2 right now. But yeah, the Porsche, I think they're going to have at least a bit of advantage up the Camel Straight, and you know, it is tricky for some of the drivers, but some claims where it work. It's all about getting a line, carrying that momentum through, as Seb was saying earlier.
Yeah, I think that's the key when we've got such a long race to go. You know, we've still got 4 hours 43 minutes. You're trying to stay as safe as possible. Obviously, you've got JD Sim Racing, Chasing Down Chicane Online Racing, purple there. But, you know, they've got to be sitting back, and, you know, as long as you're hitting, I think, Tim, the agreed amounts, as we see there, it run wide. Unfortunately, it's going to get him there as well. There you go, he's through. Yeah, that was Carousel Ingmar there with his slow down at the top of A Rouge there, Tim. You see it take a lot of curb on the left-hand side going up the hill. But I think now these guys are going to be setting. I think you want to be making sure you're on your hit target. I don't think, as we've heard earlier from Adam, that you don't want to be looking at a splash and dash, Tim. And I think that's what these guys have now got to be looking at. Am I hitting my targets? If I'm not, how can I? And because I really don't, you don't want to be splash and dashing in an endurance race at the end.
Don't. I mean, these guys put you into the viewers into a bit of perspective of what goes on behind the scenes ahead of a race day for all the teams. You know, whether it be P1, P2, or GTE, and here comes the FTR Esports machine. Can Kos get it moved? And he's initially looking on the outside into Blanchimont. You're going to come hard on the brakes into the bus stop. With JD Sim Racing, Thomas Mocek just positioning that car in the middle of the track. Can the Porsche get the switchback? He's going to have a good go at it. Igor Kos, can he get the move done? He's going to have to take it round the outside at La Source, and he's going to do it. He's JD Sim Racing just yielding ever so slightly there in the front. Here we go. So, can't be matching that. Drive-through penalty for unsafe overtake.
Now, I'm wondering if that's reverted to the fact that obviously the LMP1 that happened down into that last section. Yeah, I think that was. Yeah, it was the one with Polar Racing where unfortunately they made contact. But you know, it's a shame really because obviously these guys are still battling. They're third in class currently. You know, and that drive-through penalty is a 30-second drive-through all on its own. You know, as we see Taylor Mills in the Sapphire Simsport, she's hardly seen them, Tim. I think once that thing with the accident with Fuga happened, these guys were on their boots and away, and you know, we've barely seen them throughout this race, and we're 1 hour and 20 minutes in.
Yeah, hardly seen them. It's normally a sign of a driver. If they're out front, and hardly mentioned, just, you know, how they're just pounding away and putting the laps in. Mention, oh my God, the commentator almost strike. How did Taylor Mills hold on to that Audi LMP1 there? Wow, that was nearly game over for them. Just trying to clear past. I think that's the Ferraris there.
Yeah, I think it was the Razzle Dazzle Ferrari there, Tim. She's done an absolute stunning job in holding that because I thought they were going to lap for boosted, but I thought that was going to end up going over there to Tim.
There we go. We're just going to ride on board with them as they now head down there past the old pit straight. Eau Rouge, rally on. You can see them just about to approach it. Here we go. Let's see how this unfolds.
See, I was going to praise her at that point there, because she looked patient, waiting and waiting, but
wow, that was very twitchy.
Yeah, that unfortunately with that car, isn't it? The GTE Ferrari naturally would drift out that way, and unfortunately Taylor was on the outside. You know, as I say, we were at the point of just about to praise her to say like how much patience she's got, because we've seen a lot of people die for that inside corner at Lacombe, and you know, and I think it's just going to be interesting to see whether or not the stewards are going to look at that as an unsafe overtake, or if they'll. I don't know, Tim. I can't quite answer which way that's going to go.
No, I think you raise an interesting point. There's Duino having a big lunge on the brakes and having to carry on. He's going to have to yield that place, as well as picking up a slowdown. Now, if you need the iRacing platform that we use for this race, if you cut the corner, you do incur a tiny penalty of slowing down. However, interestingly, because it's based on the fastest car on the track. Now, in the endurance racing, this really plays into the hands of the LMP2s and the GT cars, because if you had a field solely full of LMP2s or GT cars, depending on which class that they were in, the penalty is a lot more harsher, because obviously the LMP1s are able to lap a lot quicker. Now, on average, just looking at, you know, if you take best lap times, the difference in speed, so LMP1 lapping at about 151, that's 9 seconds slower for LMP2, and GTE are around about 22 seconds slower a lap compared to the LMP1. So it does actually increase the massive penalty is what you think, but just doing the right thing there, just yielding the place. Arduino, I think the right thing to do there.
Yeah, to be fair, if he hadn't given it back, I think he would have had to slow down, which would have slowed him down enough. But as we see in the background there, we've got Niels Core all over the back of Albin Sherburne coming down into Lacombe. It'd be interesting to see that one pans out. Yeah, I think that was just Niels settling back in there, Tim. I don't think, he was quite that close. He looked closer on screen as we looked at it. But, as you say, I think these guys are just... Them slowdowns, though, you don't really want them, and you've got to be driving your line consistently. And I think you continue to get them, when you're in battles, you're going to be losing positions, Tim. And I think these guys have really got to be a little bit more careful when they're battling that way to keep their lines straight if they can.
Yeah, it's just going back a little bit, obviously, to the Fuga, the Sapphire Simsport collision there. Obviously, with the LMP1s, if they start to spin, what the drivers do is they will apply the boost, the hybrid boost, because that runs through the front wheels. So what that does is, it's like with the front wheel drive car. If you start to spin, you slam the accelerator, absolutely floor it, and it pulls the front end back round and counters the spin. And that's what the drivers do in LMP1. So they feel the slipping, it look like very much what Taylor Mills did there, just to get out of that spin and keep the car straight and prevent it from heading to the wall. But just talking of LMP1 right now, Fuga, they are heading to the pit. She just looks like it's even going even more Sapphire's way, because they have stayed out for another lap, and that is helping cement that lead that they've got at the front.
Yeah, well, they went in before, and it's going to be interesting to see where they were at after this, Tim. I think, to be fair, we've always said Sapphire have been stronger anyway. We've taken on Taylor Mills for this race as well. Obviously, Fuga still at the hand of Patrick Pelchat. Obviously, there's been a few issues, racing, let's not get into the politics of what's actually happened there. But I think at the end of the day, we're coming into this second stage. We're going to be going into our third stint shortly as we see Niels Core all over the back of Albin Shelberg coming into Lacoum. Is he going to be making that move? And he just looks content, doesn't he, Niels, at the moment? He looks content just to sit behind him.
Yeah, Niels Core for Chicane Online Racing Red, obviously. Although it's overall, these two drivers are in different classes, so maybe just looking at it, Core is just happy to just tag along in the slipstream of Shelbert, just maybe save some fuel as well. Seb spoke earlier about how the GT cars will look to try and maximise their stints as long as possible, get as close but over that hour mark, magical time for the GT car, and then you have to either fuel less on the last stop, because the last thing you want is to have to go through the pits. Now, pit transit, roughly, you're looking like around about 1 minute 5 seconds for the GTs, including their stop. So it is a long time to suddenly lose, as you see JD Sim Racing there, Vector by RSR, and they've got the JD Sim Racing Ferrari just ahead, and clearly not helping up the LMP2 machine at all. They now head down to Rivage, James.
Yeah, I think, to be fair, Tim, I think you've obviously, in a GT car, you've got your relative up, and I would have thought, obviously, their GTE team would have had the same thing up, but I think noticing that it's your teammate behind is always a little bit more tricky if concentrating on what you're doing, do you know what I mean? And I think Vector by RSR got the move done. Unfortunately for Philip Reck, he was still stuck there, but, I don't know, from my point of view in endurance and the hours that I've done, I think it's just very difficult to tell the teams behind you, Tim. Maybe that's just me, but I don't know.
I'm not sure that it is tricky, especially when you're coming into a corner like that, and you have to look in your mirrors and darting LMP2s behind you. It's it can, I'd imagine it's kind of tricky for the drivers, but just these guys are really away from about 7 tenths of a second separating right now as they head now down into the bus stop, and that will just sit in the way, and just goes to show you the tactics that they used in terms of around endurance racing, where sitting as a prime example of it there, position car for lower standing, so whether it be LMP1 versus LMP2, LMP2 versus GTE, just to try and get a bit of a gap over your competitor behind, and use it as tactics now. Unsafe overtake for Boasted Motorsport. Stop on 30
Wow. That's yeah, that's a long time with the run in as well, the stop and hold and the run out. It's not just 30 seconds, is it? It's a 30-second stop and hold, but you're looking at another, yeah, it's almost that. You're looking at another 40 plus on top of that, Tim. It's a big, big, big loss for these guys as we see them going in now. Ben Gregory taking it into the pits. Wow, that's yeah, that's an unfortunate one there, I think, mate, on that one.
It is. It's so costly at Spa due to the length of the pit lane. It just feels like you're absolutely forever, really. You know, just sat there in the pit lane, and it's so tricky. The drivers are so costly when you end up taking a penalty. I think definitely drivers who manage to keep their noses clean are going to be the ones that are going to, you know, really benefit and finish higher up today. Just racing Ferrari and their attempts to stay on the back of that mighty Corvette.
Yeah, they've still been following each other now for a few laps since obviously Albon's managed to get through, but we have got the 9 LMP coming through as well. That's Dennis Scrawley from Intercontinental. He's going to be wanting to clear them as much as possible to see. We've had a driver swap for boosted LMP2. We've now got John Roberts, who's taken over from Alex Nell. He's chasing Philip Wreck in the JD Sim Racing car. And, you know, they've had that driver swap. They're down in 8th now. I think they're coming off the lead, Tim. What are we looking at for them going to have to try and do to get these positions back? Because they're really trying to get the other guys pitting, aren't they? I would have thought, and we're trying to move them that way.
It's going to be pit tactics and also a bit of luck. A bit short of incidents and I'd say it's sort of the reason motorsport guys earlier. It's a bit of a world when you sort of chat to them earlier. It's the race fully expecting there to be incidents during this race. And I think that's the only way they're going to elevate themselves, really. It's disappointing for both boosted teams. Obviously, LMP2 team, seeing them out of early on to find themselves now 9th in class 12 overall. But all is not lost, and I think you could easily see the race come back to what we've seen before. That's why ISRC, you know, Red Bull Ring, they managed to pick their way back through the field, and a bit of luck kept themselves clean, and that is going to be the real main point. Just keep yourself clean and maybe just get a bit lucky with the traffic as well. Catching it in the right places. As another thing that came out of the chat with Boosted earlier is we've got a BMW just wide, nearly a little bit close there to Vector and JD Sim Racing behind them. Replay, there we go, it's Lillian Motorsport BMW.
So he's just hit the outside, hasn't he? He's hit his rear tyre, hit that curb, and there was nothing for him to keep hold of it with.
Big connection with the rear left there, James. It's gonna doesn't look like there's any bodywork damage, but it's what if any. There we go. That rejoin not necessarily the cleanest one there. Does attempt to get back on the track, but yeah, potentially it might have to be careful of any suspension damage to that BMW, but looking okay now at the moment.
Yeah, he's sucked up behind Igor of FTR Esports quite comfortably, as we say. David Dorino weaving his way back past the GPEs up the hill to try and sort of clear that gap to JD. But I think, Tim, with the fact that we've still got four and a half hours to go, right? Let's put it into perspective. We've still got long racing, haven't we? We've got a lot of racing left to do, a lot of concentration, more pit stops, more traffic, more, you know, bumper to bumper action here as we see Luke go back past Igor for Lithium into Lacoon. But I think we can't ever really count anybody out because, you know, John might have dropped down into 7th now for boosted in LMP2. But as we've seen with Vector, it's possible to get the win again. So, you know, 4.5 hours left. They've still got the chance, haven't they?
Oh, definitely. And there we go. Chicane Online Racing Herb for not leaving racing room. And this is what we're talking about. It's just, you know, picking up penalties. It's only a warning for them right now. this is where it's going to really shape it. And the stewards, they don't forget. They're like elephants when it comes to memories. Aside of all the systems that they run, where they're constantly looking and monitoring everyone, and likewise, their rival competitors will not forget either, and they'll be straight down to the stewards room should something happen.
I think this is going to be these guys here we've got on the screen currently. As we see the Ben Gregory boost together, we've had an incident with Sophie there, Tim.
James, this is the lead Sapphire Simsport LMP1. What's happened? Oh, just got lucky there. That's into the source. That could have been far worse. They've got a massive speed out front, and they were setting faster, so I got a bit lucky there. Set the personal best 6 to 4 and 5 from that last time around. Looking to push it on even more, and maybe just a little bit too hard.
Yeah, it was kicked out the wall, Tim. I think that was what we really need to sort of come out of that. Yes, there was a little bit of braking error. Yes, the accelerator on, maybe a little bit too early. As you see, Stefan Jones from Back Marker Racing Yellow and Danny Thompson from Aquilia, they're going one behind each other as we head up into A Rouge and Radion. Now, I think, Tim, from a perspective previously, we can see Danny hugging the inside line coming around the corner. Is he going to leave racing room? There you go, Back Marker Yellow stick their nose out, and I think if this line's been as strong as it has been on most of the other overtakes, yeah, Tim, I think that was done sort of 50 yards back, really. I think that line is so strong that it was completed before we got in with less dramas than we've seen before.
I think so, and that is the beauty of having such a long run down to Lagoon, is that you've got such a chance to set up the move well in advance, whether, oh, wow, Lithia versus FCR Esports, that Porsche making a real late lunch there, but capitalise on it.
Wow, that could have gone drastically wrong there, Tim, I think.
The car control, though.
Yeah, between the Lithium and the FTR Esports, I think that could have been, I think we've both been in positions there, Tim, in officials, where that has just gone horribly wrong. So, take a bow, gentlemen. That was nice and clean.
Epic car control, but Parfitt power chap. After that earlier incident, he's just picked his way back up to the second, hasn't he? He's been doing all right, and power chap is one of the quicker drivers for Fuga. Last time around, in comparison to the lead car being Sapphire Simsport, they were 2 seconds faster last time around. Interestingly for me, people to watch right now in LMP1 are in fact Polka Racing setting the fastest laps on average for the last few laps, and down in 4th currently, but clearly managing the traffic very well, and some solid lap times.
Yeah, I think that was what we tried to touch on earlier, Tim, for for the beginning of the race and the information that we've got in before we went into the race. The traffic management is going to be massive here, and we knew that already, and we've seen it as well, to be fair. So we're just we've just had a notification that there's been another incident regarding Sophie Hack. So we'll truly see as we're coming there. We're down at the bus stop, isn't it? Yes. LMP2 as well, and there you go. That's reminiscent of a boosted incident there, Tim, on that one.
A bit of a carbon copy of the incident we had early on with boosted, and that from that camera angle, that rejoin looked a little bit frantic, but it just could be that camera angle. It's always hard to tell. Sometimes it can be a bit deceiving. Sometimes the cars are closer than they really are. But that's allowing that to be good. Allowing people to catch up. But we've seen this before. Lithium versus FTR.
Yeah, but are we going to see it coming out in the correct manner? That's the thing.
Find out from those guys.
Coming down Blanchimont now.
Let's see. Here we
It's
go,
gonna be
James.
close to him. Yeah, he dives.
There we go.
Move done. Move done, Tim. I mean, as we come into the bus stop there, they put Eagle ahead of Luke. But is the Lithium Motorsport sitting there thinking, I've got the straight coming up? You may have taken me there, but I've got the straight to get you back again. You know,
I don't know. It could almost be a little bit of fuel-saving aspect to it. Obviously, these two cars, although they're fighting, they're in separate classes. Obviously, the FTR Porsche is in Lithium Motorsport BMW is Pro. So it's a similar relationship that we've got up in 3rd and 4th overall. With the Racing Seat Mint Corvette. GT and then GT Pro Racing. Now this is Zaphon again, same corner and then exactly the same mistake. Sophie must be flagging a bit, but that's the second time at that corner in a row, and all this is that. So James, Fugger were 40 seconds down on Sapphire. That gap is now down to 13 seconds because of the slight mistakes that Sapphire are making right now.
Yeah, that's 3 mistakes there, Tim. And I would be looking at now whether or not Sophie's in the correct headspace to carry on, whether or not they feel they can settle down. As we've seen it with Vector by RSR in the last race, they took out David Duino out of the car and gave him time to cool down, and then he come down back and did an absolutely epic final stints in there. I think, you know, Sapphire needs to take a look now and think, okay, we're 3 now, we've gone down from 40 to 30, well, 9 now. I think that's going to be looking at a move to see whether or not she's able to carry on, or what would be best would be to jump out. And I think at the moment, from our point of view, or from mine up in the booth, I think jumping out is, you know, the best option at the moment, I think, there, Tim.
It's looking that way right now.
You know, we've got on YouTube as well. Mills says, I hope I put on a good show for you all. Yeah, as always, absolutely amazing. Taylor, thank you very much. Well, we got Patrick Pelchat coming down. Blanchimont is going to be down heading into the bus stop very shortly. He's currently 10.24 seconds behind that now, going in, and we've just got 4 hours and 19 minutes remaining as we jump on board with Niels Core, who's still tucked up behind Alvin Shelbear from Verve Racing Mint. And we're going to be carrying on now, and they're still close together again, Tim, and they have been for the last few laps, haven't they?
Yeah, this battle is definitely, it's starting to intensify a little bit, but the chicane on Racing Red guys just look to be happy to be sitting in the slipstream, the Corvette, and looking to play the strategy game, maybe to bring themselves up closer to the 2 Porsches that are ahead of them in GTE Pro. So the Aquilia Racing guys, they are the Aqua Machine, that is currently in 2nd place. They are 16 seconds up the road. Now to close that sort of gap down, it's either get a little bit lucky in traffic or pit stop strategy, and it looks like they're electing for the pit stop strategy right now.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. We've got 17 minutes coming up to the hour, and I think they are sitting there thinking, we've got, you know, we are in this coming into the almost into their pit window. And Chicane Online Racing Red, I think with Niels, are just looking to sit back comfortably and get to the pit stops and maybe look at doing the jump there. As we see them coming down into Lagoon, and they're still one, you know, line astern, as the saying goes. But I think, Tim, to be fair, 4 hours, 17 minutes coming into the pit window, I think we possibly might see a change from the Verve Racing Team Mint, and I wouldn't be surprised if there's also a driver change for Chicane Online Racing Red. These guys have been in the car 2 hours. and I think it's maybe time to change over now, Tim, and give them a little rest. I think with 4 hours and 17 minutes to go.
It's obviously not just the physical tiredness, obviously, where especially when they're using direct drives, the weight of the wheel and being pushed against them, and trying to maneuver the car. But it's the mental tiredness of just picking your way through the field. Having it's constantly on a swivel where you're having to negotiate.
Cars like that, as we talk of negotiating cars that are off track, unfortunately, there, Tim.
Yeah, it is so tricky for them, and it's who can manage that best, really.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing, as we see Danny Sayer manage that scenario rather well. That could have gone a horribly lot wrong if he'd gone to take the normal sort of thing on that one. But I think, as you say, mental tiredness now is kicking in. Some of these guys have been in the car. I think they'll be coming up to their driver changes. We're coming up with just basically nearly 2 hours gone. And I think, it's going to be interesting to see how the next 2 hours goes. We're going to be near enough looking at the pit stops. I think, to be fair, Tim, I think most people are going to be looking at coming in round about the 4 hour mark remaining. So we've got, obviously, GTEs are trying to hit the hour. 48, 120 was 160 minutes for the LMPs, LMP1 and LMP2. So it's going to be an interesting situation on that 4 hour mark, Tim.
It is. So I think the LMP ones, just looking at the data right now, they are excluding the boosted who have admitted themselves they're a little bit out of sync when we spoke to them earlier. Now, they are roughly about halfway through their stint as it stands right now. It's just the Sapphire Seamswell safety hack on board right now, heading past them. And the source and down to Eau Rouge there. So yeah, the LMP2 guys, they're not far off their stop. To be fair, they're approaching that, and also I think you said that hour mark is the magical mark for the GTs. And around about 50 minutes to go. It'd be interesting to see who sort of emerged victorious in that battle of the strategies down in now.
Go on, Tim, sorry, carry on.
No, I was going to say, just coming up in the next hour, well worth staying tuned in for. We'd love to, get your input in chat. We'll be talking about LMP1, obviously Hypercar, LMDH, and in the next hour, and tuning that over what's that covering for the next few seasons, and what new manufacturers can be coming in, and then also what implications potentially that has on iRacing. So that's going to be well worth staying tuned for. We'd love to hear from you in chat, as we do always. So James, I'm so cool. I think he's just against the boosted LMP1, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's just taken over from Ring Gregory now. I think, as we said, it was a double stint now, I think, as well. But we've had a Yannick Danish in from LMP2, Tim. Is coming down from the lead position into, and that's a familiar sight, isn't it? I think that we've seen that action before, Tim. And there you go.
Yeah, we've seen it. Obviously, I don't think from WS Racing before, but we have seen that has been a popular move down at the bus stop in terms of type of spin. It's a little bit wobbly, the track there, and I know, especially as you exit, it's with older tyres as well. Drivers will get potentially their second, well into their third stint on those tyres potentially, and drivers out.
Yeah, we did say at the beginning, Tim, for them LMP2s, double stinting is fine. But I think triple stinting, you'd have to be a big, brave man to be going for a triple stint on the LMP2 for your tyres. So if they have double stinted, and then they've decided to go triples, we see Stefan Jones of Back Marker Racing Yellow come into La Source there. and take 215, which was Thomas Jensen from Platinum Racing. I think if they have triple stinted, Tim, I think we're going to start seeing the repercussions of that.
I think potentially we could well do. I mean, it's a local time in Sim is 9:20 in the morning. So the time, it is going to start to get warmer. Second half of the race potentially. Let's see the drivers, the teams only double stinting the tyres where as the tap temperature starts to rise. It'll become harder to triple stint the tyres. So I think potentially will be more the case, especially for the prototypes where they're having to weave around the GT cars. But equally, it's not so easy for the GT guys. You see there, sucking back in front of the prototype. Lovely camera angle there. BMW and the Porsches whistling past. Hashtag BMW and the Orion Racing GLT Porsche, who I'm slightly surprised haven't recovered a little bit more in terms of outright pace. Obviously they qualified third, I think it was now, and just slowly starting to pick their way back through. But maybe not the meteoric rise that we were expecting, but then everything just seems to have calmed down a little bit.
I think that's the thing. It has all settled down, but I think in front of these guys as well, we've got some big movers. Barbosa's up 22 places from 27 Motorsport. Neil Score 14 from Chicane Online Racing Red. Aquila Racing's up 13, and even Mike Down from Orion Race Team is up 7. So, it just goes to show what sort of action we've had as we've seen Antoine Mass go past Luis Pinto going into Lacoon. But I think, there's been some big movers, Tim, and I think that's generally down to what we guys saw at the start with that very, very, very manic, chaotic start that was there.
It is. Just looking at it. Funnily enough, we've just as I spotted the start, we've cut Sapphire Simsport. Now, after those earlier incidents, they are starting to pull away slightly from Fuga, who are behind them. There's obviously a 12-second gap. So if there's early issues for Sapphire with these couple of spins, that's what's really cut the gap. It was around about 44 seconds. It's now down to 12. It's hurting them dearly, but luckily they had that gap to be able to allow for those mistakes and give them a few get out of jail free cards. I think we might forge.
Yeah, I think we know the job that Taylor did at the beginning, done an absolutely stellar job for this team, and we've now got Sophie in the car as well. And she's doing another absolute stellar job. Yes, the free mistakes have cost her, right? We can see that, we know that, but it's how the recovery of their mistakes over this next period of time really shows what kind of racing driver she is, Tim. And I think that's the important thing that we guys have to recognise is not, yes, the mistakes have cost her the 32 or 28 seconds, but the recovery now to get that gap back up to 12 when it was down to 9, that's the thing, isn't it? It's getting back into that headspace and making that difference on track, which we know she can do.
Oh yeah, we've seen it before in previous rounds. It's just the way the Hack lack together, and likewise, really, a lot of these guys are up and down the field. But yeah, Hack has been one of the standouts. Likewise with this guy Patrick Palchak for Fuga Simsport. Just able to smash out some incredible times with incredible consistency as well. And it just warrants really what these two teams are at the top in element in just negotiating through the bit of the traffic there of the GTs.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing, Tim. I think, anybody that does endurance racing will know how important it is to do it, to do the race and stay on track. But anybody good at it will consistently do the times that you need. Do you know what I mean? I think that's the thing that people don't quite understand is driving the endurance is great. You drive it, you get through it, you might have a couple of offs, go in there. And I think Seb touched on it earlier. It's the difference between driving in the race to compete and just hopefully try and finish, to driving in the race for going for that win. And it's the winning drivers that are consistently good over the 6 hours, Tim.
And consistency is such a key in endurance racing. It's the ability to keep out of the wall, the ability to look at penalties, and potentially as well a bit of fuel saving, and it can really, really transform your race. If you're able to go just one lap extra compared to the competitors around you, that all stacked up across the race, and it means that you have to take less fuel in that stop, which obviously equates to a short pit stop, so you can put more time there. Of course, your car will be lighter for longer as well. Also, so just looking back from the boosted LMP2 car, there's the Sapphire LMP behind them. Stage 1 Racing Senior guys. See that just behind the yellow front end of the LMP2. But yeah, it means that you accumulate less wasted time. Yes, luck does play a large part of it, especially with the collisions, as we've always seen here today in the first hour. Just approaching the first 2 hours, nearly, I'm not too sure where that's been. It is such an integral part of your race, and those that have, through some of them no fault of their own, that have incurred contact. It's where the LMP2 guys started to head to the pits, people are opening for them. It's boosted in stage 1. It's really, really transferable on their race, and certain drivers appearing near the sharp end. I mean, we came into this race expecting pure Porsche dominance in GTE. However, it's not truly been the story of that. They're only occupying currently the top 2 spots, whereas in qualifying it was the top 5. So it's really, really starting to show through. I mean, Legend is quite damn. I think he'd be fast even if he was doing this on horseback, switching head up running on. But likewise with quite a few of the other drivers as well. Even if they're trying to wade through a vat of treacle, they make it look like a Sunday walk in the park and doing it incredibly fast. But, this is where it's. I think it's going to be interesting, especially with their pit windows starting to open. So I've seen the event in this Racing 7 machine that has entered the pits, which is a little bit early to the hour mark. They're about 4 minutes short.
Yeah, I think though you are doing 2 minute 12 laps, I suppose you're coming in 2 minutes early there. Anima in chat, spots open for a 3-man LMP1 entry for next round. I believe there is, but the links to the Discord and the websites are in the description, so you can have a look there, sir, and see if there is any open slots. But I believe, Tim, if I'm not mistaken, there's one open slot left, is it now? I believe.
I think there is, but I know the guys at ISRC TV are tuned in, and I'm sure they'll be correcting as well, Rowlands posting shortly. It's I mean, LMP1 is spectacular. I mean, covering that next a few minutes time where that's heading, but yeah, we've seen some epic racing from those guys, and talking of epic racing, I can't remember a time, James, when Boosted and Stage 1 were separated. And they just seem to have been together pretty much the whole race.
Yeah, we're still together, after the pits, and I think, it's going to be a continual thing with these guys. If you're looking, Tim, really when you're looking at the track currently, there is no, there's gaps all over the track. You've got traffic spread out all the way through. It's getting to that stage now where you are going to have to really concentrate. And as we say, with 4 hours, I think 4 hours is where we said that most of the pits are going to be taking place. And I think this is where we're going to see some driver swaps as well, and people are just going to be settling down to sort of go into their stints. It's going to be interesting to see the next hour. And if you are tuning in, guys, please hit the thumbs up. You're not going to want to miss what actually happened. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting one, Tim, and I think we may still see some movers throughout the whole of the both classes.
I think we definitely will do. All it takes is one little incident with back markers, and it completely shapes things. I mean, so we're talking about, just touching on a bit of a trivia for everyone at home. All love a good start here at Total Sim Sport. Now, in terms of obviously just comparison times for what these guys are doing. So in race trip, currently the fastest lap of the race belongs to Sapphire Sim Sport Alpha in LMP1 on the Audi. Now, the fastest LMP1 time. Well, this is where it gets a little bit tricky. So, in obviously there was the Porsche 919 where they created the Evo version, which had more power than what was allowed in the championship, and gave it like a farewell Grand Tour. Now Neil Yarni managed to set a 1:41 lap around Spa, which was just truly spectacular. Nowhere near blew away what was being produced by the regular LMP1 rules. Now, in terms of regular, standard LMP1s, the Toyota currently leads, will always lead because obviously that cash doesn't exist anymore. The 1:53.66. Now, the fastest lap we're on at the moment is nearly 2 seconds faster, which just goes to show, the quality of the drivers we have in here. Now, LMP2, that is currently held by Johnny Fern, actually. Oh, no, sorry, no, I lied. No, that's. I am right. I'm getting the times mixed up there. Sorry, James. Yeah, Johnny Fern currently holds that in the LMP2 car of 2 minutes dead. Now, to tie in a bit of time-wise, it's slightly slower in LMP2 compared to the real world, but then, to be fair, Jeff is a bit of an absolute menace in that machine, and unsurprising. So it just gets to show, it is really close of just how close these cars are to it's achievable in real world.
Yeah, I think it's a hard one to explain to people who aren't in the sim racing world. We look at sort of things you see generally over PlayStations and Xboxes, like F1 Motorsports and that, to the Codemasters games. They've always been the kind of thing that most racing console drivers will look at doing, Tim. This is a different world, isn't it? This is, I think, so many more different options, so many more different things that you're involved with, and there is it's a very skill-based, luck-based driving simulator, and I think that's the thing that people don't get. And I think we're all sitting here, and some people may sit there at home and be like, oh, I can do this. Well, it's not as easy as it looks, and your racecraft, your racing overall, you've really got to be on the ball and use that practice time. And I think Seb touched it earlier, practice, despite what car you're actually in. And I think most people don't use it in the way that practice probably should be.
Well, I could vouch for the it being nowhere near these guys, and that's why I talk about it rather than race. But you may well have seen, obviously we have clicked over into the 2 hours completed mark, 4 hours left of this race at Spa, the 6,000 Spa Intercontinental Sim Racing Endurance Challenge. And what happened in the last hour? Well, the major story lies in LMP1, really, with Sapphire Sim Sport and their free spins has reduced a 44-second gap down to, what was 12 seconds, but is now crept all the way down to 10 seconds. And maybe with a little bit of traffic, Vuga can break that 10-second mark, which I'm sure is going to be a nice mental barrier for her. Palchap really pounding out those laps right now, and can almost smell blood, and nearly a second quicker than Hack last time around. Also, I think another point to raise from it was in GTE. The rise of the Corvette to bring it up all the way up to 3rd place. Now they currently are taking taking pit stops, so that's going to sort out. And talk of the devil, let's take a little look at what's happened to them on a replay. Oh yes, Roy just having a little bit of a drift there. Managed to rejoin, and luckily they haven't lost too much for those guys there.
They haven't long changed.
They haven't, have they?
And this is where we were going back to our beginning conversation regarding GTEs on the outlaps, and the first few laps of 1 to 3 are going to be quite, you know, slippery for these guys in the GTEs, because obviously that low downforce setup there they're all going to be trying to run. So, you know, I don't expect Jens to be making many mistakes, because he's fairly a consistent driver in the team with Albin, but that is that slippery period, Tim, where like we mentioned, didn't we, at the beginning?
It is, yes. And with driver changes tends to come new tyres as well. Obviously, there's going to be plenty of marbles out on tracks. Marbles are basically little bits of loose rubber that come off the tyre, merge offline. Now, it's not so much of an issue in, you know, compared to say single seasons where there's one line and marbles are quite heavy. They are cleaned up by all the overtaking that is done, obviously, where you have the large speed differentials between the 3 different classes, but they are a contributing factor and appear in the virtual world as well as the real world.
Yeah, and I think
it makes it a bit slippery under braking and if you come offline.
Yeah, definitely on that one, and it's just a different thing to get across to people, that there are consistent dangers, I suppose, in a way that you would look at it, Tim. You know, as we see here with Jens de Roy's recovering now, because he's dropped back behind Chicane Online Racing Red. But there are consistent dangers as such all the way through the track. The marbles is just another thing to take into consideration. The long sausage curbs, another thing that you can hit. Taking too much tight line into the bus stop where it raises up the curb, that's something else you can hit. There's just so much to think about, and you know, and unless you've experienced it, I think it's very hard to get across to people, Tim.
And it's definitely one of those things that's a lot easier experience it and living it rather than compared to, you know, trying to explain it, explain that feeling, and actually just with the car until you truly experience it, you don't really get the real ramifications and the impacts of what it makes to yourself. And I tell you what, you know, we talked about cars that have been slowly chipping away, but that Polder LMP1, Flora is currently on board with them right now. And, you know, after, you know, a bit of a mixed bag in terms of the race, I think they'll admit by themselves. There's also Fuga there into the pits. They've found themselves up on the podium now, up into 3rd place. Obviously aided a little bit where we obviously lost Sicania early on, and boosted of their troubles, and they're currently running on 4 pit stops, whereas after this round of pit stops, which is currently just happening, they'll all be on 3 pit stops. So, you know, by Booster's own mission, as we said earlier, they are out of sync anyway. So, yeah, but yeah, that's off to the guys. Overall,
they're just steady, aren't they? You know, it's just consistency, and this is where we've mentioned this consistency. You know, as we see Jonathan Coral there going inside Caleb Crawford and coming into the bus stop. You know, these guys have been close together. There's little pockets of battles that you know, sitting at home you might not see, because obviously we're focusing on one thing, but there are little pockets. And Polder Racing and Boosted, as you say, Boosted are out of position. We know that. We spoke to Toby earlier. So it's going to be interesting to see how they can recover. But I think it's now, Tim, looking at is kind of keeping this consistency up track. It's keeping your car going forward. It's trying to hit your spots. It's trying to get your fuel safe as you are. It's trying to stay with the cars in front. And, you know, that's where we're at, I think, within this 4 hours. The 2 hours have already gone, but 4 hours remaining.
I mean, worth mentioning, Kane Crawford, so currently in that BMW at the front of this train here for Platinum Racing Team. This lad, I've got to say, absolute hats off to him, because he only started sim racing about just coming to 6 months ago, and what a rise he has he's had. He's more used to the Porsche. He drives mostly the Porsche Cup. But you see him obviously for BMW today. But he's really just come on absolute leaps and bounds and taking this by the scruff of the neck and squeezing the LMP2 squeezing by some heaping praise on Kay Crawford there for platinum. Nearly ended in the curse of the commentator. I know Kay would have come after me for that one, but it just goes to show, you know. But what you goes back to what you were saying earlier, James, about practice. This lad puts in a ridiculous amount of practice, and it's what's able to, you know, give him this sort of meteoric raise, as it were. So we got Lithium there with the back marker, yellow BMW going side by side. Bolcham on there.
Yeah,
Nice, moved up.
Yeah, I think it looked fairly clean, to be fair. This is the sort of thing we're going to be looking at, sort of 3 hours, 50 minutes to go. You know, we're going to get the people swapping the positions, but it goes back to, with regards to Kane, it is literally the amount of time that's practice needed. And I think if you're going to sit back and think, you're going to come into something like our sim racing world, and then you're going to be jumping into a Mazda MX-5, and next you know you think you're going to be up in Class A, Lewis Hamilton F1 McLaren MP430 going round Spa. I'm sorry to try and not wait you.
They will drive so differently, James.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. You're never going to be able to jump from a magical MX-5 in rookie and do the McLaren MP430 on an A license. You know, it's just too much involved. Tim.
I'm not sure if you've tried driving the McLaren, Chase, but I took it for a spin during periods when the RAC service was down. Stuck it in the wall numerous times and trying to manage all the hybrid technology and stuff, and it gives you a glimpse into what the drivers have to manage in real life, and decided it was way too complicated and way above my skill level, and so I decided yes, that's not the car for me, and I would in single seaters I'd stick to Formula 3 at most, even though I'm not particularly good with single seaters personally, but yeah.
Yeah, that was the thing with that car, Tim. My philosophy this year was that was the series I was going to do. I was the MP430. I was going to throw myself into it. I was going to commit to it in a big way.
Immerse yourself in it.
Yeah, literally get involved with it. Yeah, like
James,
almost Zen moments.
Sorry to cut across you a bit, Jason. This is getting a little bit spicy here. We got Aquilia, really, Jonathan Cole, the American, really on the attack here, but he's got the car lapping them just in front of them there. That's the Brian, the BMWs there. Yeah. It's just World of Sim Racing machine. And yeah, all of a sudden it's getting a bit spicy. Sorry, James, I cut across your immersion into McLaren.
Yeah, I was in my Zen speech then, Tim. You know, and that's the thing. But then I took it out in the first race. No, completely different story. I kind of come out of that race and went, yeah, I haven't even got enough buttons to try and do deployments to do. You know, I've got like a Stream Deck set up as my button box, and I haven't even got enough buttons on that because I had to do too many things in front of me while trying to do things on the steering wheel. And now I'm just in the Dallara F3, and that's where I'm at the moment. You know, the safety first aspect of it.
Yeah.
But I may still, you know, I still look at the MP430 and think that's something that, you know, you want to be doing. But you know, it's just too much involved.
Yeah, it is. I mean, the IR18, that's another one pretty short is said about in our ear. It's another tricky machine. To tie it back to endurance racing, this is what it's like for the LMP1 guys. There's so much more to think about rather than just getting in a car and driving. It's managing the harvesting of energy. It's then also where do you deploy it? There's just right on board with the Aquilia Racing right now, and there's so much more to think about rather than just getting in and drive, and it's so tricky. But I think that probably gets in nicely, James, to our debate. And talking of LMP1, let's talk about the LMP1, Hypercar, LMDH. Where is that all going, and what is happening? And we'll then eventually, obviously come back around to what could that mean for iRacing. Now, bring everyone up to speed, and big shout out to the guys at automobilesport.com for who put together an absolutely amazing article, to be fair. So, obviously, Alpine, they have announced that obviously that they will be coming across obviously into the hypercar. Obviously, they're technically already in here. They're going to be applying the LMDH, the Daytona hypercar regulations. As I had to cut myself a little bit short there. It's getting a bit spicy. The world of sim racing machine just can't find its way past Kane Crawford for platinum right now, and almost a bit of a roadblock, and that's allowed the JD Sim Racing Porsche to be right on the tail of the Aquilia Racing Cyan machine, and they now head up towards Eau Rouge and Radion, and right now that JD Sim Racing machine is looking in prime position. This is going to be tight games. I think they're going to, it's Porsche versus Porsche down the Kemmel Straight. Aquilia remaining stuck to the left-hand side, trying to be sucked along the slipstream of the two BMWs alone, but they're also too wide in front. Well, Sim Racing have got ahead of Platinum, and Aquilia, they've lost out. JD Sim Racing, they've got that Porsche through. Job done from Karashek there.
Yeah, nice and I would say clean, to be fair. But we're obviously, I'm interested to see, Tim, who is the BMW in front of Kane. Is he out of position, or is he out of position, Tim?
He, let's have a look. Yes, he is.
251, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. That's Jesus Montiel recovery. He's had a bit of a recovery try, to be fair. As, oh no, Platinum's losing out to JD there. JD managed to get that Porsche through. So yeah, that's why he wasn't obviously, didn't have to yield at all. And he's bottom of the amps right now, and I think last of the running cars out on track as well. So obviously Crawford didn't have to yield to it, but obviously Montiel clearly having some pace in that world of sim racing BMW right now, and didn't manage to get done, but hats off to those guys at JD Sim Racing. Karashek, 2 places in the lap.
Yeah, it's just that with the replay, Tim, take us through.
Oh, this is a fence. It's locking it up and losing the rear end. Yeah, the 27 Motorsport BMW in front of them, just losing it there. So tricky, it's an off, good car dropping away from you around Rivage. It's a big battle. That is the trouble with the Porsche, where it changes our direction like that, where you've got all the rates in the rear of the car. As I tell you what, Karashek, JD Sim Racing, it is quick right now. It's really adapting the conditions, getting in the groove with Karashek on board.
Yeah, I'm just a little bit concerned about Montiel here. He's kind of standing a little free. He's not really involved in it, and I'm a little bit confused why he's still there. He kind of should be moving out of the way, should he not, Tim? Because he's not in position.
This is where it's tricky, James, because he's got the pace. That's the thing. Oh, there's hashtag just got past the right racing team JRT. That is for 7th position in the class. Yeah, James, this is where it gets tricky, because how do you clear cars like that? Because clearly they've got pace to get past them. You can unlap yourself, which is what they're trying to do right now. But it's all getting a little bit tricky, isn't it? Clumsy's, it's not clumsy, but it's somewhere between the two, really, I'd say.
Yeah, I think this is where, you know, I think this is something that as a commentator, we have a very strong opinion on certain things anyway, and as a racing driver, we have even stronger opinions. Montiel is out of position. He isn't involved in this battle. You know, he may be holding on by the draft, and technically, in my eyes, Tim, from my point of view, that would just be a move over and let them through and slot in at the back. You're sticking your car in something that shouldn't be there, and he's been around about probably for the last 3 or 4 laps. I've been looking at this, and Montiel's been sat in the middle. I've been trying to work out why he's been there, what's he doing.
But James, you say that. You know, Karashek, JD Sim Racing, that Porsche, it's second in this train. It's played into their hands beautifully. Absolutely beautifully. And now look, they're right on the back of the Lithium Motorsport BMW, which has got defences to the inside. There's an LMP2 number 88 machine. Boosted, just trying to pick their way through, and this could get a little bit messy here for Boosted as they try and pick their way through the GTs that are all battling it out here right now. Where can they get through as they head down to Ravage? It's going to be hard onto the brakes, and wow, JD just cutting across the front of the Boosted LMP2 there. Round through No Name. This is so dangerous for the Boosted LMP2 to be stuck in amongst these battling cars, and they've managed to clear short with a big sigh of relief. It's Crawford riding on board with him for Platinum right now, third in class. He's dropped 3 places. He's probably one of the big losers from this, as we have that BMW just is getting very clumsy. The T51 machine there.
Yeah,
what a sim racing.
I think this is something that's going to need to be looked at, because he's not involved. He's putting Kane's race to a degree at risk by being there, and I think you know. I think regardless, he's a lap down, Tim. He shouldn't be involved in this.
But lads won't lap himself, James. This is the thing, and this is where it gets tricky. Of what to do, and especially with then you throw in the multi-class factor as well. It's an incredibly tricky conundrum to try and unpick. And I tell you, I'd love to get everyone's opinion in chat of this.
I think
what they should do, and try and get someone else's opinion, because.
I think we're going to disagree, Tim. I think we're
going to have to agree to disagree.
I think so. From a driver's point of view, I would be being on my radio saying, please, can we get this car out of the way? He's not in our race, and yet Kane has lost 2 places, come out the biggest loser of this. He's been stuck behind this BMW, and if I was Kane, I would be on my radio to my spotter. Put a message in, please. We need to get this car. He's not observing blue flags. We need him out of the way. And, you know, regardless, Tim, if he was that faster, Tim, he would be unlucky. He isn't. He's holding up Kane. The guys have got past him at the front have managed to actually get past him without him still continually being there. And Kane's not tried, but he keeps coming back. And I think I would be on my radio. I would be on my radio to the steward saying, please, can we get this car out of the way?
Racing driver. Completely agrees, but if you look at the rule book, and this is where it takes all, if you take all the emotion, as like you say, when you're in that car, the last thing you want is them meddling in your race, and you just want them out of the way. And I'm sure Crawford is probably screaming inside the car for him to get out of the way, but in terms of the rule book, it can be there. It doesn't have to, and this is the real tricky conundrum, because it can really shape and affect your race, especially where you see you've got the boosted LMP1 coming through right now. It is so tricky, and I'd be interested to see how that goes on. But let's we've got the battle between Hashtag and Orion, BMW versus Porsche, and we'll stick with this guy. And where it's all kicked off, we'll resume our debate, but we very loosely started and had to abandon because of the action here.
I think we got into our own debate, Tim. I think thinking about the old LMDH. I think we got into our own
little micro debate of back markers and and how to negotiate them. And wow,
just move over and let them go and tuck in behind him, because I do debate whether or not he would still be able to do the faster times he's doing without the draft toe. And I think it's just, as a as an end, he's got his nose in something he doesn't need to be. But if you are guys in the stream, please let us know what you think. Should we literally, as backmarkers, be moving over and let them through? Because that is the kind of thing we've been taught as race drivers, Tim, from racecraft and stuff like that, isn't it?
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I think, we'll agree to disagree.
Yeah.
But great to know if you're either hashtag Team James or hashtag Team Tim in the chat. It's all good fun and jest. There's no answers between us two. So
We'll get producer Sean to put up a poll. Hashtag Team
yeah.
He can stay there. Hashtag Team James. He needs to move out of the way. What do you think should be the thing to do?
But yeah. So going back to where we started, I think probably about a good quarter of an hour ago now. So yeah, let's talk about the current state of prototypes. Top level of prototype. LMP1, as it was, Hypercar, LMDH, so Le Mans Daytona Hypercar. Obviously, they announced the alignment between the two categories a few months ago, which has invoked a massive amount of interest from manufacturers across the world, and it's really made things interesting. Recently, I was saying, you know, fancy the guys at automobilesport.com put together a nice little article on Alpine. Now, obviously after their podium finish at Le Mans 24 hours this year, obviously they've returned to the top flight category. They're going to be entering Hypercar officially in 2024. Now, at the moment they use a grandfathered LMP1, and it's okay, but it's not going to be truly competitive, especially once Scuderia, Cameron Glickenhaus get up to pace. Obviously, we've already seen the dominance of Toyota. It's just continued across into Hypercar. Now, I know that they're also going to be looking at entering IMSA. Now, the cars, the chassis will be made by Orica, quite well known within the sports car industry. Produce LMP2s. Also, there was utilising technology across from Alpine's F1 efforts. And it's just sort of, it invoked well, okay, what are all the other manufacturers doing? And that's really interesting ones. DailySportsCar.com I've put together an absolute epic list. Oh, there you go. Producer Sean's just put a lovely poll up. As for your request, Jace, and it's already got 5 votes, and I want to vote just which way this is going. Should you facilitate a pass as a back marker? I get the feeling, I get the feeling. We'll see. We'll be interested to see. Do you know, I need to vote for myself on this one. Oh, and I'm losing. As it stands at the moment, James, with 7 votes, which one of those is mine? You've got 71% of the vote. But yeah, we'll keep an eye on that one. That's going to be a really interesting one to see. That one involved. Ben Gregory saying, facilitate a pass by being predictable. If a car is making a move, don't turn in on them. Has plenty of time this race when that happened.
See?
But you're not wrong there. And Bill saying, don't get me started, Ben, lol. And yeah, we have seen it quite a few times, James.
Yeah, if anybody's around, Ben, if you want to jump into the broadcast waiting room, or Taylor, if you fancy joining us, you can come and have a chat with us for a couple of minutes about your first stints. Let us know. That would be amazing. Just send us a message through Discord and jump in the broadcast waiting room, and we'll pay attention and see if you guys are in there. So if you want to come and join us for an interview, you're more than welcome. But I think, yeah, I'm not saying no more, Tim.
No. No, I think I'm going to lose this one badly. Anyway, so obviously, as I mentioned, so 2021 for Hypercar, Toyota Gazoo Racing, Scuderia, Cameron Glickenhaus, Alpine, and Intercontinental. Now, obviously, 2022, the Peugeot Sport with their 9X8 Hypercar. Wow, no rear wing. The whole world's talking about it in the sports car industry right now. It looks epic. It's going to be really interesting. The chassis is going to be built like Ligier, obviously. Nice French ties. was just watching it. Just slipping their way through, and that wasn't too bad in the end there. So that's now it's going to be built around Le Mans hypercar rules. So that's going to be, it's within the WEC format. Now, interestingly, they're going to come back to Persia because they do play a little bit of a part later on in the story. Now, 2023, this is where it starts to get a little bit interesting. So, Ferrari, they are apparently strongly looking at entering. Now, they will be only running in the WEC, World Endurance Championship, or WEC. So, what's that? Wait through James. Oh no, there's James heading across there. Oh, he's in the meeting. There we go. So anyway, yeah, I'll continue explaining. So, just losing track of where we all are there. So, of course, Ferrari, they'll be entering a two-car. They've committed to a two-car effort across the full season of FIA 2023 WEC. Now, this is where it gets interesting as well. So they're looking to start testing mid-2022, so mid-next year. And it's going to be a part factory effort, and also, of course, the behemoth that is in Italian sports cars. Then we've got Porsche looking to return. They are going to look to run WEC and IMSA as well. Now, this is where it gets interesting. They will also be offering customer cars. Now, a limited run in 2023, but then really ramping that up in 2024. Now, the power is going to be produced via a 4-litre twin-turbo V8 that is very similar around in the Porsche Panamera and now, I think we're going to, yet again, I'm going to pause this because, James, I understand you've got Taylor Mills sat waiting in the waiting room.
I have. Taylor's just joined us.
Yes.
Taylor, welcome in. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you guys. How are we doing?
I'm not too bad. Now, obviously, you've joined us right at the specific time where me and Tim are having a wonderful debate. We will just talk about, just quickly, bear with us, the drive-through penalty for causing a collision for stage 1 racing orange there. It's just come up on the screen. That's your car number 94. Now, obviously, we're looking at the... first off, let's discuss, how was your first stint? How did you get on in the car?
Well, I mean, it was fine. Spa's a track that I do quite get on with, and the setup's pretty damn good at this track. So I was quite comfy. I had a good fun fight with Ben. Traffic was very much in our favour in that first stint as well, which allowed me to get onto the back of Hell Chat pretty quickly. Before, obviously, the little bit of side-by-side incident in Lacoon, but I'll say no more of that. But yeah, it's been a lot of fun. For some reason, this is a lot more intense than I thought it would be.
I think that's the thing, even from our point of view. Obviously, the start, it was almost like an hour's sprint race, if not a 10-minute sprint race, because it was just quite chaotic. What was your point? What was your sort of take on the first sort of, I'm going to say hour, because it was chaotic all the way through really the first hour?
Well, the wording I'm going to use is dispatch, but that's not the right word. But after we kind of dispatched of Fuga in the first stint, it was just a case of getting through the rest of that second stint and cracking on and doing the best job I could. Traffic was a bit up and down, as it always is at Spa. I think Spa is actually one of the worst tracks for traffic, but it was, it's just one of them. They get in your way exactly where you don't want them to, and it's quite difficult to manage with the boost and trying to regen and sometimes trying to save a little bit of fuel, because you've got all these, as much as it's one big race, there's 3 different races happening at the same time, and they're all interacting and intermingling with each other, and it can get quite tricky out there. Especially when you've got like a GT who's right on the tail of another one that they're trying to pass, and you're like passing them into Malmedy, and sometimes they might not expect it, a lot of the time they do, but you've just got to look for those opportunities and take them where you can. I don't make a lot of friends in GTs and LMP2s, but I think that's my style of driving. It is quite aggressive, but it works. As much as it's annoying, it works.
So tell us, are you, obviously with the poll in YouTube, are you Team James or Team Tim?
Honestly, I don't remember which way around the argument was. But when it comes to passing traffic, I think if you see us coming, hold your line, because we've got the move planned. Or I know that when I'm passing traffic, I've got the move planned 2 or 3 corners in advance. Like, I know exactly where I'm going to go and I know exactly what I'm going to do. If you all of a sudden, I don't know, if I say I'm planning on going around the outside of Fania, and you suddenly stay on the outside, I'm like, right, okay, hang on, what's going on here? And it's kind of more likely to result in a crash, because I've got to then go from doing something that I planned on about 10 seconds ago to making a split-second decision. So just be predictable.
Okay, so back marker, you've overtaken your LMP1 just safely boosted. He's a lap down and he's involved in your battles with Pelchet up front. Are you happy, or would you prefer him just to drop back and let you guys get on with it?
Oh, for an LMP1, I always say don't get in the way of a fight. If you're not involved in it, do not get in the way of it.
Okay, so what if they're slightly quicker than you?
Okay, so if they are slightly quicker, if you can get past and stay in front, by all means do it. But if we're going side by side every single corner for a lap, just drop back, because we're obviously evenly paced. But if you are quicker, get in front of me and pull away, by all means. It won't stop you.
I think that's what we're seeing at the moment, Tim. I think with Montiel involved with the cane battle, he wasn't quicker and he wasn't pulling away. He was just in front in a battle for a 4-way place that I think, as we say, I don't think he should have been there.
I think he is sitting slightly on the fence there. He's leaving Team James and Team Tim. But going for a wrong Taylor, but it's tricky, isn't it? Because part of the, a big spin there. That was one of the LMP2s losing it. I think it was Sam Helson, yeah, stage 1 racing orange. Just losing it all by themselves there and having the tickets to the barrier. Oh, luckily not coming too back online too much and just managed to take evasive action. But yeah, I mean, it's tricky because it's all that said, car that's coming back through the field, you're trying to unlap yourself and you see you're quicker than the cars in front of you. They're battling. It is tricky, isn't it, of knowing what to do, because in your mind as a racing driver, you're losing time to said cars ahead of you. But oh no, we've got contact there between Centurion there and also Alex Brett. That's the back marker razzle dazzle Ferrari on Ferrari into the bus stop there, and that's last thing the Ferraris want the hits right now, being dominated by Porsche today. And just getting back up to speed. Just watching a replay of it right now, and it looks like the Centurion machine a bit late on the blades, trying to move around, but maybe distracted by the prototypes behind. But, moved off on not too much damage there by the looks of things. Yes, so going back there, Taylor, bit of exciting action on camera.
Yeah, no problem. It's a race at the end of the day.
Yeah, I imagine it's tricky for you, because if you're coming back through the field, you lap yourself. You've got 2 cars, same class as you in front of you, which you're quicker than, but you can't get past. It's you're losing time to them. Well, obviously they're battling. And what do you do really?
I mean, if I'm this is going to sound so big-headed. If I'm quicker than them, I'm getting past them no matter what. Like, it is not hard to overtake.
There,
it's not hard to overtake other LMP1s at this track. You've just got to save a bit of boost in the right spot and then just fly by on the pedal straight. It's really not difficult. If you are faster, you will pass. If you're not faster, you won't. It's really as simple as that.
See, and that's what we're looking at with the cane battle as well. He isn't faster and he hasn't got past and he should be. But there you go. Taylor, we should let you go now. Thank you very much for joining us into the booth. And we will catch up with you soon. All right, you take care.
Thank you, Taylor.
You too, guys. I'll see you later.
Now, clearly my argument has worked well, because I'm clawing back some of that advantage you had at the front, James. Just like I was watching the battle between Orion and Aquilia in GTE Pro. 2 Porsches getting really close. Yes.
No, Tim.
Only 5%, about 10% ahead of me. 55, 45. Tell you what, we've got Benjamin Gregory sat in the waiting room. Do you want to
Ben's
check
gonna
across,
help me.
James?
Yeah, Ben's going to help me.
Is he coming to support Team James? And let's see which way we can sway this. And yeah, I'd love to hear you from you watching at home. Feel free to type in the chat. I'd love to know your opinion on this one.
Ben, welcome in. How you doing?
A lot better now. Had a bit of a calm down, let the adrenaline settle.
Yeah, well, how was it? You know, tell us about your stint, dude. It was quite action-packed. So let's have a quick recap. How did you get on in the first hour? Because obviously it was a bit of a manic start, wasn't it?
First hour went alright. Yeah, I think Toby's already talked about the contact where we got put into the wall at no name, which wasn't super great. It, you know, it was about 10 kilometers an hour, 10, 20 kilometers an hour off our top speed from the hit. So it's like, we have to bring this in now. So short stint, just fuel it, put us off cycle. But yeah, it went alright. Some interesting slower class driving. Had a couple cars blocking us into corners, which I think is actually what gave us our penalty. But I won't say too much on that. Like, stewards have made their decision. We can't exactly change it, but yeah.
I think that's the thing, isn't it? It's just your decisions that get made. You obviously can't help that. Now you've obviously just got to settle back. You've got Toby back in the car. He's in fourth. You've had a break. Are you seeing things differently now? Are you trying to work on where you're going to go strategy-wise with it? Because I know Toby said it's going to be sort of pushing, touch and go towards the end of the stint.
Well, honestly, we're just going to, again, with Toby's immense at fuel saving. That's what actually did us really well at Red Bull Ring. But yeah, we're trying to just see what happens now. So.
Right. Okay. So Ben, this is a very important statement now. What you say next may affect the future of motor racing. Are you Team James or Team Tim? Do you think you should facilitate a pass as a back marker, or do you think that if you are faster than the cars in front, should you stay involved, or as a back marker, should you get out of the way, Ben?
If you are a good 2 tenths faster, then disappear up the road. It's not going to really affect the car behind. If you are what you're saying for interclass, same class, or multi-class though?
Yeah, basically what we've looked at, we've got a Battle GTE at the moment, and we've had a few cars. Kane Crawford, there was Jonathan Corral, Michaela were involved, and then we had a lap down gentleman, Jesus Montiel from World Racing, was staying in the middle of the battle with the 4 cars around them, trying to get past him. And he was literally still sat in the middle of the pack. Do you think then, because Tim's argument was he has a right to be there because he's just as quick, if not quicker, but he hasn't actually overtaken them apart from being involved, Ben? What do you suggest he should have done?
If he's quicker and he's trying to make his way through, I guess, sure, just don't be stupid. I think it's the big thing. Just don't start diving up the inside and causing crashes and forcing cars off the road. Just be smart about it, that you're not on the same lap, but if you're going to try and make your lap back, over half the race to go, still could. So like, it's a tough one, but if he's faster, he should at least, it's, you know, multi-class racing, endurance racing, you're allowed to make that run up. Honestly, we've got the same issue right now. Sophie Hark's going past us, and we're just going to be smart about it. Just.
I mean, this is where me and Tim differ. Tim, what do you think? Come on, Tim, join in the conversation.
I'm still sticking to my guns on this one, James. And it is tricky, as because especially for throwing the multi-class element where you've got other cars weaving in and around you, prototypes weaving in and around you. It's whereas this was purely a field of GTEs. I think that's maybe where you've got the speed difference is easy, but then when you've got to check out, keep an eye on what these guys are doing. They're, slotting them in between other cars and such like, and weaving around you. It doesn't make it clean and as easy as it would do in just a single category series. I think this is probably where it makes it a little bit more tricky, and I'm clearly not doing good enough job of selling my idea, because your lead is extended. You're now on 60% of votes, James, on 140. But yeah, I mean, it's within the rule book. You are allowed to unlap yourself, and I don't know. This is where it's tricky. And it's a bit of a moral operation because you've got the race driver in you and the rule book side of you, and you know, you don't want them in there, but you do. And I don't know. It's tricky, isn't it?
Yeah. So
as you just explained, Ben. To be fair.
yeah, it's a difficult situation. Like a lot of us in the boosted teams actually race in full GT3 league on Monday. It's one car class, but we have different speeds of drivers of Pro, Pro-Am, and Am, and it's the same sort of thing when we have endurance races. Like, if there is a car who is faster, say there's an Am car who's a lap ahead of a Pro-Am car wants to overtake that car because he's probably chasing some people ahead of him. No, it's a difficult thing. Like, just don't roll over for people, but don't.
Yeah, be sensible.
Be sensible. Be smart.
Yeah, and I think that's where the differential lies there too. Because as we come into Lacombe, actually, we had Kane Crawford on the inside. We had Montiel, the lap down guy, on the outside. And he was still running with Kane, even though Kane's trying to overtake him. And I think that's where I turned around and said, hold on, you're kind of in the way, son. You shouldn't be trying to put yourself up the inside to let the car go through. And he was still trying to battle back. And I don't know, I didn't like the scenario. And I don't think it's really benefited Montiel anyway. I think looking at the car pack that we were looking at before with Jonathan Corral, he wasn't again involved. So I think he might have settled back and let himself, you know, drop back from the pack. And I think realistically, Tim,
to be fair to the 251, he has actually pulled away from that by a good 6 seconds. So he's definitely earned the spot.
Right answer, Ben. Hopefully that is going to reflect in the poll all of a sudden to prove that
no, don't let. Just because we're betting. So anyway, Ben, thank you very much for joining me in the final teams debate. I'll let you get back to the racing, and we'll hope to catch you in the car again later on. You take care now, mate.
Yeah, no problem. Cheers.
Oh dear. So I think it's probably a good point to close off the poll. And James, you are victorious. 60% of the vote to my 40%. Thank you to everyone who voted in chat and all your contributions and the drivers popping in. Well, I'll tell you what. We'll skip talking about LMP1 Hypercar. We'll throw that over into the next hour as we sort of started, and we'll sort of refresh on that one. I think just sort of bring you up to date with the action on track right now. So the battle for the lead in GTE Pro is hotting up, and do you know what? As we approach the 3-hour mark, halfway through the race, under half a second, these guys have just 6 seconds sprinted away. Aquilia Racing Aqua and the Ryan race team. Coral currently on board for Aquilia and Schrenker for Orion, and they've just headed off into the distance. They've worked together. Porsche's Sebastian Bosch Williams was in the comments earlier. He was saying the Porsche is the car to have, and these guys have really shown it. They're currently around about 28 seconds clear of Chicane Online Racing Red, who are in the Ferrari. Brilliant result from those guys, and they've dragged that car well up what was looking initially like a Porsche dominance, but that's round of Prince-Stops. Their racing team meant they have lost out a little bit. They were third overall, however they are still leading GTE and by quite a considerable margin, as the Corvette has been absolutely electric around here. Top of the BMWs, that goes to 27 Motorsport. Ruben Santos currently on board for them right now. They're 5th in class and overall in GTE. However, they have just been overtaken overall by the Stage 1 Racing Orange LMP2 that is currently recovering. So, next up, just look up and down the field. So, what's happening in LMP2? Well, WS Racing Esports, they are leading. They're 18 seconds clear of the mighty Fuga Sim Sport. the LMP2 outfit. Second place in class. Then we've got 524 International Racing, who they've been battling with for so long. However, they have managed to pull away now. That gap is 18 seconds between second and third place in class. Then got to round out the top 5. We've got antagonistic Racing Team Orange, and then vectored by RSR. O'Donnell Lines currently on board for them right now. Then recovering, obviously, after that early incident within the first hour. Slowly just dragging that car up. Like they did, it's almost a sense of deja vu to what happened last round at Red Bull Ring. Then, the story in LMP1, Sapphire Simsport out in front. However, the gap, they have managed to pull some gap back, so that gap did drop to 12 seconds from 44 seconds over second place Fugger Simsport after some earlier spins from Sophie Hag, just having a couple of really torrid laps and spinning on each lap. However, Sophie has managed to extend that gap from 12 seconds that it was by further 13 seconds to take them clear by 25 seconds in LMP1. Biggest motorsport, we've heard from a couple of their drivers now and some alternative pit strategies, but they are currently third in class, followed by Polder in fourth place in class in the last of the runs. Obviously losing earlier on, the Ticania team are only Porsche entry in LMP1. Wow. It's been, you know, even after all this time, still close battles as we currently look on to the battle at the top of GTE Pro James.
Yeah, it's going to be close. These guys have been close all the way through, haven't they, really? You know, 0.6 seconds, which as you can see on screen is nothing. And the real sort of interesting area that I would personally want to be keeping an eye on is obviously you've got the LMP2s that are going to be very close. EJ now is behind the wheel of Vector. That's going to be an interesting to see what he can do. We've still got Jens de Roy. It looks like he's had a bit of a tough time in the car at the moment. He's still first in the cab, but obviously he's dropped down, what is it, 3 positions from GTE class there. You know, we're coming up to that 3-hour mark, which can only mean we're going to be... Oh! No! Tom there was... who was that? Was that Ruben Santos from the 27 Motorsport team?
I think so, yes.
Looks like he may have the Pedro Lanza Gomez. So
no, it's a sister car, that's why.
Sister car.
Oh, that was clumsy.
See, this is where we're going, Tim. This is what we were talking about.
That was very... Oh, wow, that was close.
Yeah,
nearly...
There was a lot of oohs and a lot of ahs, and neither of them really did it cleanly, did they?
No, that was close. And the poor LMP2 just coming through. I think that was the antagonistic team Racing Orange that was just coming through there. Nearly completely unsighted, completely blind as you come round the source, and that was nearly game over for them. They would have, you know, T-boned straight into the side of that car. And no, sorry, it was the Stage 1 Racing Orange machine. There you go, because you see them just siving through the GTs right now. Of Chicane Online Racing, that Ferrari. And Aventis just ahead of them in the Porsche. And we're riding on board now with Kate Crawford, a Platinum Racing team.
He just run wide, didn't he? I think just run wide, a little bit wide and kept it on. But then that goes, what we've just seen obviously goes back to the initial thing we were talking about, Tim, with the back markers. But, you know,
it does.
Was he there? Should have been moved out of the way. So should he have moved? Should he have been there? Was there a gap there? Did Jasper go for the gap that he saw? And the door was shut on him? Yeah, this could go on all day.
It could do, and I'm sure it will do. And yeah, it's...
But there you go. We're approaching 3 hours, Tim. We've been going 3 hours already. Where has the 3 hours gone?
Well, I'd tell you what, James, it's been even longer than that for yourself, because you covered qualifying with Sebastian, and it's 4 hours for yourself, but I'd love to know. We've been treated to a complete feast for the eyes yet again here at Total Sim Sport. The ISRC Endurance Championship has yet again not failed to deliver on action and excitement, and I mean, just hold on, I've got Sapphire. Are they taking an extra pit stop? Yeah, they have just taken a pit stop. Sorry, I thought I got a bit excited. I thought something may have happened to them, but no, they've just taken an extra pit stop. Yeah, it's been spectacular once again, and do you know what, James? We say it every time. 3 hours in, and we've got battles like this. Under half a second separating these two LMP2s from Stage 1 Racing Senior, with JD Sim Racing LMP2 just in front of them. You know, it just blows your mind how you can go for 3 hours and still only have half a second separated.
I think that's the thing.
Well, that's not even half a second, that's down to a tenth.
Yeah, that's not half a second. That's literally 0.27 seconds of closing, Tim, as we come round into Fagné. There, we are literally 1.9 and below. So I think, to be fair, it's just a credit to these guys. They're going to have to make a move over at the moment. We've got Polar Racing in the LMP1s is pushing up to the back of them. So I think they're going to take a break for a minute and let this car through. I wouldn't be surprised if he overtakes and going down Blanchimont. But so they won't lose too much time. But I think it's generally a credit to the people behind the wheel, isn't it? You know, we give these guys ample amount of credit throughout the racing, but I presume in a way you kind of almost don't give them enough, because of what they've achieved within this 3 hour window. Is you're 6th in class, you're 0.32 away from 5th, and you've still got 3 hours to go. So that puts you in a absolutely amazing position.
Hold on here, James.
Look, it's going up, yeah.
This
on the right-hand
it's
side.
moving.
It's done.
It is. That is the move done. So that is for 8th in class, 11th overall, Stage 1 Racing Senior. Blancois currently on board for them right now. Getting the move done over Xander for JD Sim Racing in LMP2. And just having a little look up and down the field. And I tell you what, we're going to be not far off.
We've got little pockets too.
Another round of pit stops, to be fair, as well, James, actually.
Yeah, we're
because
coming up from the hour mark, aren't we?
We are. Well, and as if by magic, James, I've just spotted on the timing screen the racing team in Porsche in GTE Pro have just come into the pit. So, as if by magic, right on cue, there they are.
Yeah, there you go. I think this is it. We're coming up to that hour mark in general. And I think the hour mark is really giving us a good base, Tim, of what these teams are looking at doing. You know, we've got GTEs, and if they're extending it, if they can get to that hour mark, they've had a really good hour, haven't they? Let's be real about it.
Yeah.
So, you know, and I think that's the difference. If you've got an LMP 1 or 2, we were looking at 40 minutes stint. So if they've stretched out to that hour, again, that's an amazing job from them, let's be real, because they've stretched it that far. But that's quite a lot to fuel save, isn't it, really? 20 minutes per hour. So they've saved an hour's fuel. I don't think that's likely to be happening. But I think the GTE cars now are looking at that. If they can get to an hour, they're going to be having a good stint. And hopefully they'll be in, out, save the positions. We might see some movers and shakers, Tim, but I think generally we're going to have a static turn. It depends on how well they've done through their stints.
It will be. I was trying to make some sort of analogy then, and pun based on your the Child's song called the Hokey Cokey, which will be more obviously known to our British viewers rather than our continental friends who also tune in. But yeah, I won't go there because it was just so dad joke worthy.
That's our age, Tim.
It is, mate. It is.
We sit back
parents.
That's how.
This is what comes. But so we've also got #racing. They have headed to the pits now. We've got around about 3 hours and 2 minutes. So these guys are coming in slightly early obviously, as we mentioned, the racing team Black, the first ones to blink in GTE. Obviously, they're driving the Porsche today, and yeah, it's this is where it gets it's going to be interesting because how far can they dig into that of 2 hours and X amount of minutes remaining. I think that's what's going to be the really, really interesting part, James, over the next probably about 10-15 minutes or so, really.
Yeah, I think this is going to be the important part now. I think to keep this as it is, what you're really looking at doing. And these two guys here with Philip Zander and Hans Blankout from Stage 1 Racing, I think they are in a position where they're doing both well. I think it looks like they're more working together than they are against each other, Tim, which is always good. They're on the pace, they're not far off it anyway. And I think they're facilitating each other as best they can be. 203, 203. Yeah, Alex Nella was 201.78, but I think from their position, they're kind of coming into traffic, they're helping each other out, and I don't think they're really pushing probably the racing that they could do.
No, I think you're absolutely spot on there, and Ingmar Hamburg just saying over the chat about how GTE AM's looking juicy. P2 to P5 quite inside each other. Well, there's more the pro guys, to be fair. Though we have got
3, 4, and 5 to
what with pit stops happening at the moment, everything is a little bit up in the air. So who have we got coming in? Just having a look. FTR Esports, Porsche, Back Market Racing Yellow, BMW there in Chicanon Racing, Motorsport White, Ferrari and BMW respectively in. And I think just looking at it, James, I think it's basically our top 5 in class right now. All the exclusion of, makes sense now. Ryan have just gone past. Yeah, they're the only guys, other than Aquilia Racing Cyan, and these guys are currently watching now, the Platinum Racing Team BMW, that are yet to pit. So I think start your stopwatch now, see how far these guys can get in to this, over this 3-hour mark.
We are literally 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 3 hours to go. And at the moment, as you can see on screen, you've currently got Fuga Simsport in first, Sapphire Simsport second, Boosted in third, Polder Racing in fourth in LMP1. WS Racing Esports first, Fuga Simsport LMP2, International Racing, Antagonist Racing, Vector by RSF, Boosted Stage 1 Racing Senior, JD Sim Racing FTR Esports Red, and World of Sim Racing are in the LMP2 top 10. It's looking very spicy in the GTE.
Well,
We've got Aquilia Racing, haven't we? And as we talk about it,
I was going to say, Jake, as you read out the listings there, it just changed. And Stage 1 Racing Senior guys versus JD Sim Racing. This battle just keeps going. It just keeps giving.
And I think that's the thing. He has made the move. It's whether or not Hans now can push on to try and open up that gap. He's nearly a second already, which is, considering he only got through at the chicane, he's done an absolute stellar job to try and clear a second gap within such a short period of time. But I'd be interested to see what Philip does. We know the token will still be picked up anyway, from the sort of 7 tenths to 8 tenths away. So it's going to be interesting to see as he pulls it in now, 6.2, 6.8. Yeah, he's still getting the toe. So Hans is still going to go some, Tim, to clear that gap to make him, to be able to drop him enough, should we say, where Philip doesn't still come into the fray, into the mix.
Well worth that now, James, is the pit stop strategy in GTE. So we've got a Ryan Race Team, Porsche, 27 Motorsport BMW, and the Orion Racing JRT Porsche all in the pits at the moment. But we've still got we've been the leaders out front for a lot of it. Aquilia Racing Aqua, and then came Online Racing Reds Ferrari. Yet to stop, also yet to stop in class are the Aquilia Racing Cyan and the Platinum Race Team BMW. Those 4 cars, I think, are the only ones yet. Oh no, sorry, JD Sim Racing Ferrari in GCEM. There's 5 cars yet to stop.
Yeah, it's I think once everything settles down, 'cause we've got a lot of in and outs at the moment. We expected the GTEs to come in as well, and we've got a lot of people jumping in and out. So we'll give it a minute. As we
James,
see
no!
Vector-
Contact!
Oh,
Contact!
no! Was that EJ? EJ from Vector? Is he in the car at the moment?
I did look. Yeah, Donald Lines is in the Vector IRSR LMP2, and it did look a little bit like that.
Right.
So right one with the FTI Esports white Porsche.
I think that's after the event. I think EJ may look at an unsafe overtake there.
Be
'Cause
interesting
there
to
was
see what
definitely contact there, Tim, I think, on that one on the inside from EJ. But again, it goes down to room and what was left. Do you know what I mean?
Yes,
So,
definitely, and you've got to really feel for this FTR. It's so unlucky, and just goes to what we were talking about in the last hour, about clearing traffic in different classes there, so it's slightly different based on our debate, but yeah, it's tough, and well, actually, I think we've got a similar style situation going on here, haven't we, to what we had in our debate. So we've got the third racing team in, that's Corvette, hashtag Racing BMW, and then just looming behind them, I was trying to catch that
who's in the middle, Tim?
that is,
I think there's a car in the middle.
yeah,
that-
there is. That is that Kate Crawford at Platinum 215 machine? No, it's one of the 27 motorsport cars, isn't it? Sorry, I beg your pardon. It's quite similar liveries.
So are we saying it's Andre Montero? Can we get if the producer, the lovely producer? Okay, so we'll try and see the number so we can pick him out. Is that
188.
So
That is
that's
the-
Andre
that is-
Montero. So he's got, is that Richard? Jens Roy. Is that Richard Duarte and then Andre Montero? But where's Kaseba Kasenga from Orion Race Team?
Oh, he's
Yeah.
on the road, 6 seconds up the road. So from 27 motorsport BMW. So
Never mind. Maybe my eyes were seeing something completely different now. I thought somewhere was out of sync.
James, we have got the leader, Aquilia Racing Aqua, GCE Pro. They are in the pits, so, and also on the Aquilia Racing Cyan machine. So the two Corals, Jonathan for Aquilia Cyan and Justin for Aqua in the pits. And this is going to be interesting, obviously, once these pit stops have taken out. Obviously, Ryan Aquilia Aqua at the front of GCE Pro. There was only half a second, roughly, wasn't it? Separating. Oh, hold on, that's JD Sim Racing and a Ferrari there off the track. Looked like contact there. We'll see if we can come back to that one eventually. I think, was that a B? Just having a quick look, I think it might have been Alexa Brett, potentially. But yeah, it's definitely. Yeah, I think that,
Still looks
that
like
was
she's
one of
like-
the Ferraris.
Yeah, it still looks like she's on a recovery there, dude. I think.
Oh, here we go. Oh, well, it already happened. Oh, big. There was a car flipping on the left-hand side. I mean, I've got the luxury of having an ultra-wide one, so you can see a little bit extra than you guys can at home. But there was one already.
Cummins is
Yeah, it was
making
JD.
move.
Had already started.
Going off. He's already lost it. Come
Oh,
back. Oh.
wow.
And then watch the Porsche in the background. 142 there, just coming around all on his own.
Lost it of his own accord. Just clearly distracted by what was going on in front of him.
And that was Kasengo from Orion Race Team JRT there, who lost it all on his own, unfortunately.
Wow.
Wow, that was a little bit, that was an action just under 3 hours in, and it looked like just a catalogue of things there. I don't think Alexa had really a lot of places to go. She pulled out the way of the track, Tim, and then just got hit in the side from Kasenga. I don't, there wasn't a lot she could do with this BMW, but I don't also think the Ferrari, sorry, but there wasn't a lot she could do with the after effect either.
No, it's we see it's with that section there has been an absolute hotbed of action all race long, hasn't it, James? That Lacoon, we've seen so many incidents around there. I'd say probably more than anywhere else on the track. Really, it's probably places.
But what we have got, Tim, on screen currently.
Oh, no!
That was Toby Ward. That's where I was going to go next, Tim. They were 0.5 seconds apart. What have you done, Toby? What went on? He comes down over the curb, Tim. He takes it down into the bus stop, hits the brake. Has he taken too much inside and it's bounced him? Oh, no, he didn't take any.
Just carried too much speed, I think, there.
Yeah, I think that was a break and slide, and yeah, I think that, unfortunately that's allowed Polder to go through. They were so close, but together, 0.58 seconds back, and then it's just unfortunately Toby's lost it for unfortunate error, should we say, of his own, and that's put him at the back of the LMP1 field there. Crazy, crazy. But I think Toby's coming to the end. I think he took over the 2-hour stint, so he's well over an hour and so bit in. And I think it's just a sort of, he's looking at double stinting, so that would be bringing him down into the area as well, Tim, and possibly looking at changing over. But
it would be, yeah,
that's,
it would be. They're heading out, so Boosted have left the pits. Toby has stayed on board, maybe electing just obviously if they slow down, you know, effectively at the pit entrance. Hop in, refuel, and reset. New set of tyres. Go again.
Yeah, so see now Pierre Benoit Lemaire from Fuga going down Camel Straight, and that's look at all the cars we've got happening here. We've got LMP2s and GCEs. It's absolutely crazy as we go down through Lacoon. Now, and we jump on board with Jonathan Corral, second in class in GCE AM, Tim.
He is, isn't he? And it's been, well, yeah, the absolute machine that is the Verve Racing Team Mint has been absolutely dominant yet again. And yeah, what can you say about them? And there's the pro car, the Racing Team Black. Porsche. Where the black comes from, there's very little black on that car. It's another inspired paintwork from those guys.
Yeah, I think
brightly coloured ones. It makes our lives so much easier, James, for unique liveries.
It does. They stand out, don't they, Tim? So when you get a car full of black cars with a little bit of orange on something, it makes our job literally impossible because they all look the same.
It does. But it's dream having features on cars, and
as we've seen so many times, haven't we, in the different sessions this week, Tim, that we've done, that have had brightly coloured Fords and all sorts of mixtures, you know. But no, there's Reeves in there for Verve Racing Team Black. It's going to be interesting to see what happens with this under the 3-hour mark, Tim. And see what really sort of takes shape. I'd be interested to see. We've got some of the LMP2s coming into the pits now. Hans is in after taking that position from Philip Sanday, and Adam Hedgecock is in on Boosted Motorsports on my screen as well. So just under 2 hours, 2.5 hours to go, Tim. If I said to you, pick a winner, would you think about it?
Not a chance.
Rude.
We've seen. I know. I know. Sorry to sound like I'm presumed my incredibly comfortable spot on the fence. However, we've seen already. It's anything can happen, you know, and it will continue to happen, especially as more and more fatigue tries to go in. Maybe try and stretch. Stretch stints got there eventually, and it's going to be really, really interesting how this one plays out. It's still too close to call, and also I don't think I want to, because in case the looming commentator strikes, but we've seen I mean, Gap that Aquilia Racing Aqua managed to pull out the front of from Orion Racing at the top of GTE Pro. You can see on the screen now, a chunky gap between those two drivers. And then you've got even battles like here. You've got Boosted coming back through the field. Currently got FTR Esports Red and LMP2 just in front of them. In this, I think it could go and it will go anywhere. Don't discredit O'Donnell Lines for Vector by RSR and LMP2. See some of the magic he can pull off. Equally, the guy Van der Poel, the antagonistic Raking Team Orange. And there's not a massive amount of time between these drivers. They're all on the same lap, and all it takes is one incident, and it in the wrong moment, at the wrong space of the track, and it completely will change and shape the outcome of this motor race. I mean, predominantly, we've probably got about a good third to half of the field spread out across the first sector. So they're quite heavily bunched. A lot of those are GTs, which obviously, do tend to, move around in a pack. They seem to have that pack mentality, but it's way too early to call this, James. We're only halfway.
Oh, I know, Tim, but I just thought I'd see if you would actually give me an answer rather than sitting in the middle.
No,
I
not a
thought
chance.
I thought you were going to come out with, right, I think this is going to happen. Which would have then allowed us to have, as the day goes on, we'd be like, no, Tim, that didn't quite work out. But no, I think, to be fair, I wouldn't want to be sitting here now with, 2 hours, 50 minutes, thinking, or 40, 30 if we really would have been near enough. But I think the people that we haven't mentioned are the people that, if we look through the timing tower, the people that are the ones that are having a good race. And I think there's a few that we haven't really touched on, really mentioned massively, which means they've stayed consistent and in the positions that they're in the tables. Do you know what I mean? And I think that's what they're going to have to do with the last 2 hours to go.
It is. I mean, but then in contrast, you look at Sapphire. Taylor Mills currently on board with them at the moment in the LMP1. They have dropped second behind Fuga, and Fuga's race looked, after that incident between themselves and Sapphire where they went into the wall, it looked like their race was over in LMP1, and it isn't. They felt, managed to get themselves back up to the top, and it's really, really surprising, to be fair, but it's mostly because of the long pit stop time that Sapphire had to take on board to clear some damage on their car. But equally, Boosted, we expected really, really high things from them, and they just haven't had the race, I don't think, by their own admittance, that they would expect it. And it is tough, and I think anyone could actually win this still.
Yeah,
Any of the categories.
Yeah, to be honest, I think it's we've seen it. The thing is, though, Tim, with racing like this, it's such flashpoint racing that things can happen at the slightest minute. We could have 45 minutes of nothing, just of me and you waffling on about something, and then we'll have 10 minutes of complete chaos where things just all go wrong when they all start getting together again. And nobody, regardless if you're in P1, P2, P3 of your class, are safe. And I think that's the thing. Until you get across that line, until you take it, and we've seen it with Sapphire already, until you take the finishing line, that 40-second gap can go to a 30-second loss, as it is now. And unfortunately, Boosted have had a rough time. And it seems to be their qualifying, their practice goes really well. Their racing, not so much. And I think, that's a thing that the guys may sit back and actually admit to themselves that that it's not the greatest race pace car, or they're not having is race pace consistency, I suppose, that you would want in an endurance. But it's the same situation throughout the field. People that we would see at the top, are down. We've got a lot of lapped cars, Tim. A lot of lapped cars. And at the end of the day, I think, the people that will be at the top, which will be the people that are consistent. And I think regardless of the fact that where you are currently at the moment, if you stay consistent now for the last 2 hours, 42 minutes, you will be in a good position. And I think if you don't take
I'll tell you,
crazy chances, mate.
just looking at the gap up front, Sapphire, this is Fuga. I think there's either, well, I'm not sure whether our timing sheet's on the timing tab. I'm not sure which one is correct because on the timing sheet that looks incredibly close. Let's just check in. No, it is right.
It is. So has Pierre had an incident there because he was 30 seconds back. We've got Boosted in front who's out of position as we come down into Pouillon. Tim, I wonder if that's an incident from Pierre there.
I'm trying to scrabble back through my logs, James. I think there was an off track potentially. We'll see if we can bring you a replay. Let's take a little look. Here we go. So this is from Fuga, the mayor, the Canadian. Has he? Well, nothing too drastic. Or he might have incurred a slowdown potentially from that. I don't think that part of the track doesn't care it.
Get a 30-second slowdown, Tim.
I'm not sure. No, that's very true. But this is the battle we've come to see. You're paying your money in there. Take your tickets.
In chat, let us know what happened because if you are here from the teams, let us know because we do team people in here. It'd be interesting to know what happened with Pierre there because he had 30-second gap, Tim. You know, and now he's got Taylor Mills tucked right up behind him.
Spencer Mills earlier, and she was incredibly confident. Here we go, James. This is what we came to see.
I think they've got a problem there, Tim. I wouldn't be surprised if that Fuga looks like it's got an issue because it's just.
James, this is going to get messy. This is going to get messy. Oh no! Oh, have they got through there?
3-1 either side. Taylor Mills is on the inside.
Oh, it's open!
No, Taylor! Oh! No! Look at that! Tim, I thought that was going to be so clean. I think.
Netcode.
Netcode issues there, wasn't it?
Oh no, that is destroyed. The Fuga.
But where has it left Taylor? That's the question. What has she been left with? Has Boosted got an issue as well? Because they're not.
It's got to be. It's slowed down.
Yeah, but
Eau Rouge is what the cause was.
I find that was a long slowdown, dude. There must have been more than that.
But it will be for the LMP ones, though, James, because your slowdown is based on the fastest cars on track. Now, if you've got the fastest car on track, it takes a long time to burn through it, and also, the last thing you want to be doing on a long straight is, trying to burn off that slowdown because it's going to be caught, constantly. The speed differential is going to be massive, and that's clearly where they've elected to take it, and that's what's eaten up all of that time. But you've got to feel for Fuga, but this story is not over, James, because Fuga will be straight down to the steward's office, and they will be protesting that massively. You see Fuga just heading to the pits there. So this isn't over for Sapphire, and I can see this is. I'm really intrigued at what's going to come out of the steward's inquiry over this one, James, because it's going to completely shape LMP1.
Can we get? Do you reckon if we ask Mr. Producer Chris Nice here, we get a replay from the front of Taylor's car? And see if we can get the replay from the front. I just want to see if the door was shut. If the door was shut on hire or not.
I mean, spectacular scene. We might have to leave that with a little bit, but I tell you what, James. It's interesting.
Terra's not making a move there, Tim. Did you hit the back off?
Yes, I did, and I was just about to say about this, James, where we were talking about pit strategy earlier and how that all comes into play. Oh, here we go. This is more interesting. So, whoa.
I don't even want to know what that is, but we're on the onboard with Taylor. Watch the door. Oh, Tim, that was no room.
That wasn't, was it?
No, that looking back, Taylor had that line, and I will defend her. That was closed. That was closed, and I think.
Yes.
We go to the right, which we got. So we've got Taylor on our left, we've got the Boosted in front. Can we see Taylor from our screen?
No. Was in front though, James. Was in front. Would have got to the apex first.
Yeah.
Ah.
No, spotter, car left. Would you really cut in?
Equally though, James. Spotter,
Car
car right, car
yeah,
right.
Yeah, that's it, no, it works both ways.
I know you're not.
but-
It's tough, isn't it? I don't think
and we're off on debate number 2. Are you
It
Team
is.
James or Team Tim?
I tell you what, but this is the absolute, the beauty of this league with having live stewarding. We can sort things out like this on the fly, and I'm really, really intrigued to see what the outcome of this one is, because you can view it one or two ways, or just get written off as a racing incident.
Tim, be
I
nice.
don't
Come
know,
on.
James.
Come
Could
on.
go one of 3 ways with this one, and it could go anyway. And I don't know.
I think it was them trying to create the Schumacher Hakkinen overtake here as well before Tim. But I think you say it can go 3 ways. We both know they've got spotters. We both know they've got crew chief. And as you see on Joe Montero taking the position from Nicholas Reeves down Verve Racing Team in Mint there coming into Lacombe.
That's the black team, mate. Mint team. They
Verve
are
Racing,
actually they're
black,
a
yes.
bit heavy up the road. But
Yeah, there's a black. Sorry, my mistake.
that's all right. But so that does make 27 Maxwell in their racing team sandwich. But the Mint team of Jens de Roy currently on board in the core, but they are 13 seconds clear of these guys for you, James.
There you go. See, but I think let's wait for the stewards. Tim, before-
Yes, I think this.
because
That's,
otherwise, me and you could end up in a heated debate again for the second time.
Again, requiring a poll to sort that one out. But luckily, we do have the stewards, don't we? Because I don't. It could go anyway, but I think we'll wait to see what comes out of them. I mean, the fallout is so Fuga are back out again, but they are a lap down on Sapphire, and I'll keep one eye on the stewards. Bit for you, mate, and as soon as I can spot something, I will let you know.
I think that's going to be a very tricky one for them, dude, as well. And I think it's going to be very tricky for Fuga to make that lap up now, as we can see Jesper Räikkönen defending heavily from Tom Connor Dalman in the Chicane Online Racing Red. We are on the Ferrari on board with the Porsche. Is he going to duck it again? It looks like they're not making much moves, Tim. We saw it earlier on, didn't we? Where we were on board and he literally looked like he backed off. And I think this is that's kind of one of the same things that look like that's happened again.
I think, James, this is where we spoke about earlier, the ability to extend your stints and go as long as possible. It's how far can you get up past that hour? The longer that they're tucked up in the slipstream of the car in front of you, they are saving fuel. They will, lift and coast into corners. They will back out of moves and just allow the car in front of them to punch a hole in the air. They can run hard, for as longer than the competitor in front of them. And also, as these guys are, they're coming around to lap other GTs, and they're using them to help clear them. So I think that's the Platinum Racing Team, BMW Kane Crawford, currently on board with that one. And I think it's just this is where the strategy element, especially, we're entering into the second half of the race now, and this is where all these tactics are starting to come into play. And actually, that's an interesting battle ahead. They've got the Chicane Online Racing Purple Ferrari. We've got 2 battles in GT right on top of one another, and this is going to be interesting to see how this one plays out, James.
I think we've got, as I said, we've got Jesper Räikkönen, he's in third. We've got these guys in third and fourth. Third in AM, isn't he, at the moment, Benedict Abdullahi. So Kane Crawford's in front. I think it's going to come down to how we were talking earlier about facilitating your overtakes. But they are sat in the middle of a battle for themselves. So are they really going to really want to facilitate it? Is a different story, but I do feel that they need to be a bit more mindful of what we've got behind them. As you see Benedict we are on the right side, and there you go. There goes Jesper Reichnen there through for Aventis Racing. I bet if we saw an outside view of that was a quick left and right using the cars as his own chicane there, Tim.
Very much looks so. I was just trying to have a quick look into the stewards' announcement, see if anything had come out from Fugger initially. I think that one's going to take him a little while to pick through because well, we couldn't even come to an agreement after seeing 3 or 4 different replays, James. So, and seeing it live as well. Which obviously the stewards, I know they do have that on in the background, but yeah, it was. It's definitely some creative moves going on in GTE to clear us. We've got the 2 Ferraris there, both of chicane online racing.
Yeah, that looked like, Tim, I would have thought Benedict would have been jumping out the way to let Tom through. It didn't, yeah, I don't know. I think that's why I would have been trying to jump out the way if that was my guys behind me. But he's now on his way anyway. He's coming up to the back of Kane Crawford, who we should overtake if we're going down Bronchimont, which we are currently. So he's going to look at getting past him before the chicane. I would have hoped that he would be able to. As we're still on board, if we can flick forward a car, please, Mr. Producer, that would be amazing. And there you go. We're on board now with Kane, who is he going to? Yeah, he lets him through. So that's going to release the Tom there on his way again to catch up to Jesper Reichenen. But obviously, it's that pocket of battles, Tim, that we spoke about, isn't it? Is it the back markers in GTE are finding it, the leaders of GTE are finding it quite hard to get in front of their back markers.
They are. Obviously, you don't have the speed differential like you would do in, obviously, prototype, even the 2 prototype classes versus the GT. So it does get a bit tricky, and sort of 3 different lines there going across the top of Radion. But Crawford for Platinum Racing Team, that BMW does have the draft, but he's already gone defensive, utilised the draft for most of the Camel Straight. But as we've seen, going to the inside is not always the safest way to defend. Oh, Crawford! No! Wow, what a save from Crawford there. Wow.
I think a big shout out to Benedict behind him for not literally using him as a brake there to try and stop. That was absolutely insane.
How did those 2 avoid each other? I don't think we'll ever know on that one.
No, as we see Travis from the Orion race team there, he has got Jesper Reichnen right up behind him with 0.3 seconds at the moment as we're heading down into, I believe we're going down into Fangay. These guys are going to be very close. I think this battle is really going to kind of take off down the back side of Blanchimont, Tim. But it seems Jasper has really got the bit behind his teeth because he's pulled up quite a lot of time back.
James, I can tell you what was the talking point of the last 20 minutes. The LMP1 Sapphire versus Fugger incident. It is under investigation. 1 representative from each team have been called to the stewards' room. I'll keep one eye on the stewards' announcements for you, and as soon as I hear anything, I'll let you know on that one. And it's going to be interesting to see how that one comes out.
Yeah, I think that's going to be an ongoing debate throughout the rest of the race here as we see these guys from Travis from Orion Race Team coming up to the back marker again. I believe that is Jesus Montiel, who we've had a discussion about earlier in car 251. Affected, I don't know, Tim. I'm not quite sure how to put it anymore.
James, I need to cut across you. Wow, I didn't see that one coming. It's been announced very, very quickly. So, Fugger versus Sapphire. No further action. Written racing incident.
Well, there you go. Now, that's. We are going too wide. No, that's
wow.
brave there through Lagoon. And they're
bravery.
still going. Yeah, bravery and some
Stupidity, I don't know, craziness, mental racing drivers, but no contact, and wow.
and
How they managed that one, I don't know. This is Kane Online Racing Purple. That's Platinum on left hand side.
I believe we've got Kane's already on our left. Yeah, he's already been going into the Coombe. So that was nice and straightforward. But again, Travis and Jasper. What's
the Fugger LMP2 there, James? Oh, that's a boosted LMP1. Oh,
hold on.
They're both. That's both ends. It's that. They.
What?
Fugger LMP2 doesn't look too bad. They're currently 4th in class, but the boosted LMP1 looked a mess after that, and it just goes from bad to worse for the 4 guys that boosted that Motorsport LMP1. It all seems to be just happening for them. It's so unfortunate. Not another, not a race to remember, but Fugger just so unlucky to get caught up in that accident.
Yeah, it's a shame for the boosted guys. I believe Tim's taken over as well, and that's not an exceptional start. I'm sure that he had in mind, to be fair, as we still see Travis in a GT3. GTE up Jasper. Now Jasper seems to have got his boots on a bit here, Tim, and he's done a little bit of a run. He's pulled out over a second, but he has got 46 seconds now down to Justin Corral. So it's going to be interesting to see what Jasper can do. He looks obviously visually quick and is making his gaps happen. But 46 seconds? Oh, I'm not even going to talk, because 46 seconds in this race ain't nothing, is it, really? Let's be real.
It is nothing. We've seen it, We saw it at the front end of LMP1, how that battle has yo-yoed all race through incidents, through drama, through spectacle, and anything can change at the drop of a hat. It has done so far. It will continue to. Battles up and down the field. You can just shake. I mean, look, Vector ISRC, they looked down and out at the start of this race after the incident earlier on. At the back of LMP2, even further back actually, because they had to recover back through a lot of the GTs as well. Now, up into 4th. I mean, David Dorino, the American, he has been the stalwart of that team. He's dragged them up the field on numerous occasions. We saw a Red Bull, we saw epic drives from him at Silverstone in the 12 hour there.
Yeah.
But for me, James, the interesting one is the guys in front of him. I mean, we're a bit gutted we won't continue to see the Fugger versus 524 International battle in LMP2, but it's also WS Racing Esports at the front currently. And personally, I didn't have them down for a race victory. I mean, they are leading by about 58 seconds currently. After we've seen that, they can easily be diminished very, very quickly. But yeah, I'm hats off to them. Generally surprised, but equally, you were saying earlier, James, about how certain drivers we haven't spoken much about, and I think that's been a credit to them. Certain teams, because of how clean they've raced, and how high up they are, and WS Racing Esports really holding a light, shining that candle, aren't they?
Yeah, we haven't, to be honest, mentioned them guys at all. And
No,
I think I don't actually think we have mentioned them at all, and it's Till Burm and Nicholas Nagale from WS Racing Esports there. I think that, as we said, the most consistent driver is the one that's likely to come out in decent positions. And I think, to be honest with you, Tim, they kind of are shining that they have come out the most consistent, because we've probably mentioned 75% of the cars in LMP2, and they're probably in the 25% that we haven't actually spoken about. So, yeah, it just shows that keeping your nose clean for this race is what the purpose of it is, isn't it? As we see, obviously, Fugger there as well, coming through the GTEs. coming down into Pouon at the moment.
It's
But
the P1 there,
One,
and looking. James, I've got I'm sitting there looking really close to the screen. I can't see too much damage on that car, if any. In pretty good shape after that heavy contact with the wall on the outside of Lacombe, and yeah, you've
it
got to
looks
feel for
very
those guys.
clean. But they went into the pits, I think, Tim, as well. So whether it's not they took the
They
repairs
did.
in the pits.
They've got to, that LMP1 Audi was in a right state after that contact of the wall at Lacombe, and you've got to feel for them. They just can't seem to catch a break today, the guys at Fugger. LMP1 or P2, to be fair. And actually, to be fair, it's even been a similar story for the BMW outfit of their GT team as well. It's Fugger, they are the races really, and what they would have hoped for. I know they're highly competitive, and speaking to them, they're really, really, pushing each other along, and surprising, they'll be disappointed.
Yeah, we've got freeway battle at the moment, Tim, with Benedict Abdullah, Justin McHale, and Kane Crawford there. I mean, Kane's at the back of the free at the moment, but we see Benedict take the turn, and I think Justin may have sort of facilitated that and then thought, well, I may get you back on the straight. But as you can see, we have got the boosted team that are probably catching at the wrong time, because that put Justin in a different position then, Tim, didn't it? Because he couldn't pull out because the boosted car was in. So that's where that thought process of you're not able to make that move. Do you know what I mean? It limits you, doesn't it? It kind of boxed him in.
Yes, it definitely does. It's all about, it's like a game of chess, especially for the GT cars, and even more so with, when you're managing the traffic of the other categories coming through. Just positioning other cars in and around you to have maximum effect, and also some slight tactics of just slowing up on the apex to prevent the car behind you getting a good run. As we've seen, the Porsches have been incredibly strong around Spa this weekend, and with incredible straight line speed as well, a real go-to car. So you can see currently within GT Pro at the moment, the whole it's a podium lookout for Porsche right now, and it's definitely the car to have. So maybe just try and stifle their progress. And in the FTR Esports guys in Pro-Am, that Porsche have not been any slouch the whole race long. But hands up to Craig Crawford in that BMW. Said Marshall Rose was saying earlier, the BMW not the car of choice this weekend, but Crawford is keeping up with these guys, and but this is what I love, James, most about the GT class. You've got three completely different cars, engines in different positions in the car, two different engine formats: flat six in the inline six in the Porsche, V8 in BMW, V8 in Ferrari, and they're all battling really, really hard, really, really closely.
I almost had visions then. We were talking about Kane saying how well he was doing, and then I saw the back of Michaela's FTR Esports car coming straight at us in the source there. I was kind of a little bit worried that we'd already cursed him.
Here he comes, James.
Yeah. He's
Here
got
he
the toe
comes.
as well. He's got the toe from he swapped sides, unfortunately, but it looked like he had the card toe from Online Racing Purple, but you're not going to be able to make a move with Boosted Motorsport coming up beside you in the LMP2 there, Kane. Well done.
Can FTR follow him through though, James? I don't think they can.
And we got
Sapphire head
Sapphire,
through.
yeah.
Here we go. Down to Raj. And FTR have the place back.
Done.
But they've got a battle. They've got Centurion and the Verve Racing Team Black behind them. No, I'm not going to say about it going back to our earlier debate, because I just think, folks,
don't.
bad
Here we go
memories
again.
Yeah, it will.
This is where it's happening again. This is it. Are they? We are looking. I am looking at this correctly. Stephen Brumfield and the Verve Racing Team are a lap behind Kane.
So Verve Racing Team Black, yes, they are a lap behind. So based on that, but look, you can see they've got the pace, And they're trying to get past. Oh, that was incredibly close from the
That was
Centurion
gonna be-
Ferrari, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was Stephen Bromfield there in the Centurion Racing team for the Ferrari. That's obviously the man doing was looking at the 10 hours in Silverstone, which would have been absolutely physically insane. But obviously due to tech issues with his racing partner, he didn't manage it. But I think this is the situation now for these guys that, you know, Liam Ahern in the Bird Racing Team Black is obviously looking a lot more quicker than Kane. Now, if he can get past Kane and get on your bike, as we said earlier, go for it. But I think if you can't and make it stick and pull away, Tim, then I think you've got to look at being sensible with it. Oh,
There you go. There's a mistake. Just caught it onto the grass there, James, and had to carry straight on from the Racing Team Black Porsche. You'll see it just about nowish. You see, he just wanders out. There you go, onto the grass, unsettles the car, straightens it out, does the correct thing to prevent him from spinning. But then ends up very close to the barrier, so that'll take a little bit of reversing and turning around. And it's such a shame all the hard work I've done.
I think that's the thing, isn't it? Unfortunately, you know, as you say, with that just that little touch of that grass, and that's where that's what happens. You know what I mean? And there you go. Poor Liam Ahern there. He's still sat. Is he still sat in turn one?
I still know.
It'd be
I'm not
interesting to see.
sure.
Let's see if he goes back in or he's back out on the move. To see Benedict Abdullah now. He's currently sitting third in class, Tim, and you know. And there's obviously Tim Perry in the boosted. No, I think that's Liam Ahern's cleared. I think he's moved now. I think he's probably back on track. Yeah.
Maybe you said it's we'll see if we pick that one up later. We should work out what's happened there, but James, I just love this. This is why I love sports car racing, because, you know, watching these cars, you know, hurtle up, and the sound as well, all the different sounds, it's just a feast for the eyes and the ears.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, Tim. I don't think there's a certain amount of appreciation when you see something like this and see these guys constantly going at it. As we see, we're coming up to 2 hours 15 minutes, and I think that's the thing. You have to really enjoy what you're racing, what you're doing, what you're looking at, and what you're interested in. Otherwise, none of this makes sense, Tim. That's the problem. And if you're
No, I don't think it. No, it doesn't.
None of it
Yes,
makes sense.
you have to base your interest, but there's never a dull moment with sports cars. There's always something going on. As we've proved, you know, we're approaching, you know, 3 3/4 hours now into a 6-hour race, and we're still getting overtakes. We're still getting action. We're still getting craziness at times. But I think, just looking at it boosted, just look at the time sheets, bring their data into it. They've set purple sectors, you know, quite often over the last 2 sectors. There's clearly pace still in that car, James.
Yeah, I think it's a really hard one with these guys, Tim. You know, they do so well leading up to the race, and then faults that not always necessarily of their own, or, you know, other incidents that they get caught up in, and it puts them at the back of the field, and it's such a shame, because I think they had the pace this race to be really up top and really challenge the Sapphires and really challenge the Fugas, and they're just not. Yeah, they're not there, and it's a bit of a shame for them, really, as we see Polder Racing trying to cut his way through GTs as well. A big stab at the brakes to stop. I think hitting the back of that 27 Motorsports car, isn't it, there, Tim?
Yes, it's
Andre Montero, isn't it?
It's getting yeah, it is. It is Andre Montero, the Iberian, for 27 Motorsports BMW. And they've got Jens Roy ahead for Racing Team in that Corvette, and then just tucked behind them is the 119 Porsche. And it's again, it's getting close between all these guys, and just don't know where to look half the time. This is half the trouble. You know, we have it as, you know, we try and cover the race best as possible for everyone at home. You have battles constantly going on, and it's there, you know, trying to make sure we bring the best experience and the best representation of what's happening here, because it is at times completely and utterly crazy.
Like now.
Why we love it.
Like now. LMP2
Like, just like now.
Yeah, look, we're double-sided going in. We've missed our breaking point. We've got 3 cars all going into one corner. We've got an LMP2 and an LMP1.
Yeah, it was
all
well called there,
classes
James.
on track. All classes on track within. There you go.
Trying to, interlock and. You know,
Was there a nudge there from Aventis? Oh.
Here we go. The run up.
So
down
we've
the
got
hill.
Montoya, Jens de Roy, Justin Coral, yeah? And then Lithium of Luke Chmielowski at the back.
That's right. So I read it as well, James. And
well, Montero's managed to get a gap.
Yeah, I think that's going to make Montero safe. But just look in the background with the other 27 Motorsport machine. They've gone to the inside. I think that's going to be the move done as we just wait to see who's managed victorious. No. There's clearly something happened. There's a lot of flashing of lights. Prototype just cutting through there as well. It's boosted LMP1 Audi.
Right, so hold on. Can we flick to... so we've got Jens de Roy in the middle. Who we got behind Jens de Roy? We've got Justin Coral.
We have, yes, that, I believe that is Jens
So
Coral. Sorry,
if that's the other 27 team of Pedro Lancer Gomez...
That would be the other, yeah.
So he's out of position. No, Justin's there.
This is the tricky thing you get with the. This is the tricky thing we get with the. Once you get this level of endurance race, where you've got people out, people trying to recover, people, getting lapped. It becomes a real hotch and a bit of a mess, and as we've seen time and time again, where people then come through, it gets a little bit tricky. As I believe, pit window in LMP2 is open yet again. Boosted stage 1 senior currently in.
Yeah, I think it's open as well. We've got boosted. Adam Hedgecock is on his way out of the pit, I believe, and there he is on the right hand side. Yeah, I don't think there's going to be much. He may back out and let your sister car through as they come down. So that was nice and straightforward there, Tim. And I think this is the thing. Being helped out by your sister team is one thing, but trying to ask for help from other people who aren't is a different thing in endurance racing, isn't it?
It is, yeah, but then equally, this is where it gets tricky. As we saw earlier in the race, whereby, if you've got your teammate, we saw it with the, just trying to remember, it was the 2 Ferraris, wasn't it? The Chicane Online Racing, where it was just so tricky for them. Obviously, they're both locked in 2 separate battles, but then they're trying to get past one another, and it's, yes, you help your team coming through, but then equally you then lose out on your own battle, and it becomes so tricky and it's a conundrum. But then equally, this is the absolute beauty of what multi-class and endurance racing invokes. It's just a complete conundrum and a real portion, mix of different, strategies that play out, and different situations you find yourself in. You have to negotiate yourself around.
Yeah, and as this sort of goes on, I think, to be honest, and I think the guys in chat, if you are in chat, please let me know. Don't forget as well, if you can, like, subscribe, and turn on them bells for notification. That will be absolutely amazing for us as well. We are here at the moment doing the 6 hours Spa event. We're on board with Taylor Mills. I tell you what, let's have a run through the standings currently. So we've got Sapphire.
I can do that for you if you'd like, James. You can rest your voice.
Oh, there we go. The wonderful world of Chris Rowlands has jumped in.
Good afternoon, James. Good afternoon, everyone. How are we all?
Not too bad, young sir. How are you? Let's have a
I'm
run
good.
through, Chris.
Yeah,
I
I
think
can.
the
I'll
viewers
run you
can
through the
hear
order.
us.
Let you. You and Tim have done a spectacular job this afternoon. I'll let you rest for a few seconds. We can go through the order. So in LMP1, we currently have Sapphire Simsport Alpha with Taylor Mills on board. They are in P1 of LMP1, and they are nearly a lap ahead of Fuga Simsport, who are in second. You have to go nearly another further lap back to get Quinton Floor currently driving the Polder racing car, and then of our currently running LMP1 field. At the back, although equal on pace, I would say, it's Tim Perry in P4. And then let's have a look as well at the LMP1 field, which, I mean, I've been around for the last hour or so. I'd say it's the most well-behaved class of what I've seen, although it sounds like you've had some interesting developments at the first half of the race. But at the moment, WS Racing Esports are leading, and they've got about half a lap advantage on 524 International, followed in third by Antagonist Racing. And I don't believe 524 Antagonist have got a podium yet so far this season, so that's quite good running for those two. Followed, of course, by David Dino Nuggets Duino Invicta by RSR in fourth, followed by Boosted Motorsport.
He would
FTR.
love you for calling you that, Chris.
Well,
he will absolutely
I think,
love you for it.
I think it's very important that we get whatever shaped nuggets people want out of their. It's important to know. But followed David is Boosted Motorsport LMP2, FTR Esports, Stage 1 Racing Senior, JD Sim Racing, Fuga Sim Sport LMP2, and they are actually the only one not on the same lap as those ones I've just read out. We've got a very tight LMP2 field. I mean, no one is directly battling, but there's still a very close-knit field, and they are followed in by Welder Sim Racing, who are the last still running LMP2. That's not to forget, of course, that we've lost Stage 1, Aquiva, and Sapphire Sim Sport Bravo. And of course in LMP1 we have also lost Sicania. And then GTEs in the Pro category, we've currently got Aquila in the lead, followed by Orion, and then Chicane Online Racing. And then GTE AMS, we've got, I say it, no, these two are still in order. It's the pit window. The pit window is pretty much basically Aquila. I've got exactly one pit stop's worth of time over Orion currently. Followed that we have got Verve Racing Team Mint leading GTE AM, Aquila Racing Cyan in second, and Chicane Online Racing Purple in third. But Kane Crawford in the Platinum Racing Team car is keeping them pretty on it right now. And yeah, we've got plenty of racing still to come. We've still got just over 2 hours as it stands. So plenty of action still to follow here at Spa. We have, I think, we are looking at the moment, this is the first time certainly in the last hour I've been around, first time really there have been no direct battles on track, but of course that's not all there is to multi-class racing. There will be plenty of traffic, I'm sure, for these drivers. I mean, especially the LMP1s. We can go on board with one of these guys for a little bit, just to sort of show you exactly what an LMP1 car has to go through when they're lapping in these multi-class races, because it's funnily enough, the only LMP1 incident we've seen recently has been within the class, but more often than not you'll find with these prototypes that it's the other classes that cause trouble. And I believe Tim has returned. So Tim, you can walk me through what happened in the first half of the race. It sounds like we had a lot of shenanigans.
Where do we begin to dissect the first half of the race? So, well, let's take it through. So, the story of qualifying, first of all. So, LMP1, the top three were Fuga, Sicania, Sapphire. Pole time was a 1 minute 50.35 for Fuga. Now, interestingly, Sapphire actually did the most laps. They did 13, whereas on average, the rest of the LMP1s, they did around about 8 laps. So, Sapphire really ground out some time. Then, now, covering second to fourth place, it was covered by 0.17 of a second in LMP2. So it was really nip and close in LMP1. LMP2, WS Racing boosted LMP2 and Fuga LMP2 made up your top three. Pole time was a 2:09. However, second to fifth was covered by under of 10. So again, really tight times in LMP2 as we watch Polder there
Only
Currently
just
on
come
board.
out of the pits that lap as well, so maybe it was fresh tyres. Just it's slightly changing how you have to take that final corner. Although he's had nearly a whole lap, so maybe it's it's just a small change
But what
can make a huge difference.
What catches me out, Chris, on that one is there's bumps, and maybe we'll see this actually. We'll put you up to date with the rest of the race so far shortly. We'll just go through this section through Blanchard now. Well, Sapphire SimSport is. So when you turn in right now, the track gets a little bit bumpy just here, and it's really tricky. And you know what I tend to find with the LMP2, it tends to screw up. Can't get the power down out the corner without ending up in a sea of bogged down traction controlness, and when it makes that growly grumble. There you go. You can see the
Quite similar in a
beauty.
way, I think, to the second proper corner at Austria, where you've got obviously you can take the apex as you're going in the right hander up the hill, but more often than not, you take that wide line. It lets you get down on the power just a little bit earlier. It's a deceptively difficult corner. I mean, Spa is known for being a difficult circuit, although incredibly fun to both watch and race on. But yeah, it does. I mean, 6 hours of racing, you're going to get caught out by it occasionally.
It's a law of averages. I mean, for instance, Sapphire SimSport obviously leading at the moment. They've completed 122 laps. Well, if you want to be exact, 122 and a half. The law of averages, even if you have a 1% chance of failing it, they would have done it at least once so far this race. So that's what makes it all the more tricky. Now, we've sort of covered that off. So GTE Pro, the story of GTE Pro, it was a Porsche lockout in qualifying. Ryan taking the pole time at the depth with a 2-minute 10.77. Quilla Aqua Porsche and Orion JRT Porsche making up the second and third places respectively. Now the fastest Ferrari in qualifying was the Chicane Online Racing Team Red. They're currently running third overall in GTE Pro. And then in GTE Am, of course, it was the Verve Racing Team Mint guys in the Corvette. Followed by the FTR White Porsche and then the Quillia Racing Cyan Porsche. So Porsche really dominating in qualifying, taking of the two GT classes, 5 of the 6 top 3 places available across the 2 categories. Fastest Ferrari in GTE Am was the backmarker Razzle Dazzle team, and the fastest BMW was the World of Sim Racing. Now, hour 1, of course, we experienced an absolutely chaotic start. I think it was coined more than 6 minutes of Spa rather than the 6 hours of Spa. And wow, Fuga versus Sapphire. We've seen it in LMP1, the battle so many times, and it did not fail to deliver again. Fortunately, Fuga ended up in the wall at Les Combes. We also saw a lot of moves around the outside, interestingly, on the entrance to Les Combes, especially from the GT guys, who are really finding a lot of grip and success, taking that outside line, and then able to get to the first expect for the second part of Les Combes. There's a big accident in LMP2 at the bus stop. Stage 1 Racing, Stage 1 Orange ended up with a drive-through because of it. However, they have been slightly recovering. It's not been necessarily race over for those guys. Then it was Avensis Racing. They ended up causing an accident in GTE. They did get a penalty for it, however, because of the damage to the car, they decided to retire it, so it didn't really have too much of an impact. Then into hour 2. Wow. Sapphire, they lost the... they ended up losing it at La Source, but no damage or contact with the wall. Then had 2 further spin of what was a really torrid time for them. The gap between them and Fuga dropped from 44 seconds down to 12 seconds. Hour 3 was a little bit uneventful, really, and nothing too major to report on. However, hour 4, it did not fail to disappoint at all. Of course, with that battle between Sapphire and Fuga in LMP1, they closed back up again and ended up, well, we saw the result ever so recently. It went to the stewards. They deemed it as no further accident, a racing incident. But Fuga, yet again, the team ending up worse off and into the barrier. It was just so close and could have gone either way. Then, commiserate for Fuga LMP2. Fuga just really having a rough time of it in the whole Fuga outfit today. They had boosted LMP1 spin in front of them, connect again at Lacombe into the wall, and the Fuga LMP2 as it's coming through just ended up collecting them. They're so unlucky. And of course we've had our good debates on back markers, which James won about should be letting them through. I think I can hear him chuckling in the background. Yeah, there he is. There he is.
Hey, I could go off proud knowing that poll was 61% to me and 38% to you. So yes, I can do that.
With 1/3 race distance, so 2/3 completed, 1/3 left of the race. Let's just run you through the current standings that we have. So, okay, I missed that, apologies. You've already beat me to it. So, I think it's probably, it's a good time to sort of presume debate we started, but then we got engrossed obviously into the debate over clearing back markers and chatting to some of our drivers who jumped into the commentary booth. Thank you very much to them. So, obviously, we started talking about the state of LMP1, as it is now Hypercar and LMDH. So, obviously, yeah, just to recap, obviously, we've got Toyota, Scuderia, Cameron, Glickenhaus, and Alpine at the moment. Peugeot joining next year, working with Ligier on their chassis designers. Well, the team is absolutely amazing. 2023 is when it starts to get more interesting. Ferrari, they've committed a 2-car full season effort to the WEC World Endurance Championship only, working under the Le Mans Hypercar rules. The same for what Peugeot are doing, and also Toyota and Scuderia and Cameron Glickenhaus. Now, also Porsche have shown an interest. They are going, but also they are looking to end IMSA as well at the same time. Of course, the unification of the rules between IMSA and WEC has allowed that to happen. Now they're going to be running a race version of the 4-litre twin-turbo V8 that is currently using models such as the Porsche Panamera and the Porsche Cayenne. Now, Audi are also going to be entering as well. Both WEC and IMSA. We'll definitely speak to them. It's far more interesting.
Oh, Tim!
Whoa, big
Pedro Gomez!
The 27 Motorsport White there, BMW, and that they're going to have aero damage. That does not look happy. The front end of that BMW MA. Wow.
Was that Alex the King of FTR in front?
It was.
So they're not.
Oh, they closed the door, but the BMW was already there. And it may be
Steward's office.
I think so, especially for the bit of frustration clearly at the end. Oh, that! Wow, that is crabbing. That's almost dangerous, especially come through this section.
No, jump to the pit.
There we go.
I think
headed to the pits.
Yeah, I think they need to take that to the pits there, Tim. I don't think that was going to get all the way around. I think
it's a long lap.
Yeah, is really put himself into a position now because he's mixing it up with the guys in front, Tim. And I think it's, again, going back to what we said earlier, there's Verve Racing Team Mint who are ahead of him. And I think they really need to be removing themselves from that situation.
Definitely. And
who's that? Who's the other Ferrari? Is that
that
JD
is
Sim Racing? Wasn't
it is the JD Sim Racing Ferrari, that, James. So that'll be Kazakh currently on. No,
Mocek, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think it's Mocek Sim 223.
Sorry. I just saw it, JD Sim Racing. Of course, I was looking at the Porsches there, Kaska, sorry. But it is the Ferrari machine with Mocek.
Mocek. Okay, so we've got Mocek You're flashing the second place AMs and also 7th place overall in class. So, in a way, you need to. Never mind. I think this is where this because the debate is. It could go on all race, Tim, regarding this.
It could do.
situation,
I'm
mate, to be
sure
honest.
it would too.
Because Mocek isn't involved with Leiden Lee any more than obviously that BMW or Pedro Lancer is involved with either of them. So yeah, it's a different story. I believe, Tim, I think we got Jens de Roy, who is waiting for this win to jump in.
He's waiting for him to head across to the green room, and then we'll drag him in as soon as comes. He helps in there because their racing team in. What a drive from those guys! Yeah, again.
But
yeah,
they need to
Lyndon
clear
Lee
this,
currently, and as if by magic, he's just must have heard us. And let's take a little bit of time to welcome Jens de Roy of the racing team into the commentary box. Wow,
Good day.
what a race from you guys so far! Absolutely spectacular. Really taking it to the pros.
Especially today, yeah. For some reason we were on the pace the whole race so far. We're pretty far up at the whole field, not only in Ems. And I think we're leading by a big margin so far.
You are, so the gap currently to second in class in GTM, which being the Quillia Racing Cyan, is 1 minute 15 currently. It's an absolutely monumental gap between them, and yeah, I mean, could you have asked for a much better race for you guys?
Well, there have been some things behind the curtains that have gone wrong, especially one of the team members couldn't sign up properly, so that means we had to pull out an emergency and ask him to come while he wouldn't be able to attend the race. Because obviously we have one driver who got updated to silver, and now we would have had to done 4 hours, which wouldn't have been possible. But still, the lead Albin pulled at the start, especially with not taking tires first. Pit stop is monumental, and I managed to keep that up luckily. And we've not had any big incidents so far, so the race has gone absolutely picture perfect so far.
How are you finding the tire degradation then? You're able to, obviously, you say double stint. I'm guessing, obviously, you know, moving later into the day in terms of, you know, local time, it's currently 11:42 in the race at the moment. I assume as it gets hotter and hotter with the track temperatures, triple stinting is completely out of the question.
Yeah, we were never planning on triple stinting because obviously a single stint in the GTEs is only an hour. It's 1 hour, which would be 3 hours in a row, and we're changing tires every time we do a drive swap. We did know that we were able to do easy double stints without too much tire wear. Obviously, the end of the second stint is going to be a bit more on edge, but it's worth not taking the tires, in our opinion. And now we're just trying to finish the race off, not crash the car and finish it in P1, obviously. We've obviously had a couple of incidents with some discussable driving from pros, unfortunately. And we've been held up a bit, so I think we could have gone a bit farther in the lead, but I mean, 1 minute and 15 seconds is plenty enough to win a race with.
Definitely, it has been a monumental drive from you guys yet again in the Corvette, and it seems to be the Corvette is almost a little bit of a jack of all trades. It seems to work at every circuit so far that we've been to, whereas, you know, we've seen dominance from either Ferrari or Porsche or BMW, whereas you guys seem to be able to make that Corvette work wherever you go.
Yeah, definitely. The Corvette's a hell of a fast car. It's very nervous to drive, especially under braking here. We had to compromise a bit of the comfortableness under braking just to be quick. So it's hard to drive, definitely. And there have been some mishaps so far with our braking. But I think it's worth it so far, the Corvette. It's very quick, as you already said. And with the setups we've made for it, it seems to work out pretty well. It's just sometimes it gets over the edge and we get an off track, or worse, which has been our biggest point now, just the off tracks and the incidents we've had.
Brilliant. Thank you very much for giving us some of your time, Jens. Really appreciate it, and good luck to yourself and the rest of the team for the rest of the race.
Thank you. Have a fine evening, lads.
Thanks very much. That's Jens Roy of Verve Racing Team Mint Corvette.
Yeah, and just as we were talking, Tim, unfortunately, Lyden Lee overran the bus stop the first time when Jens was saying about the break-in, and then when he was saying about it again at the end of the interview, Lyden Lee went straight on through the bus stop and caught a slowdown, which put him back behind the guys in front. So,
I did clock that, but he's still on the lead lap of GTEs. They're hanging on to it, and yeah, I mean, interesting one though, and they're not there by acquisition, is the Ryan Race team. They have lost the lead of this race. My dad back in the car, and he was looking really, really strong early on, and Ventus and Aquila have got ahead of them. It's still a Porsche lockout for the podium in GTE Pro. But equally, James, you got so right behind the Ryan Race team, you see it there, the Ferrari of Chicane Line Online Racing Red. Alex Gall is back in the car. We've seen how quick he is. We saw a brilliant display from him at Silverstone during the 12 hour. This isn't over, is it? It's not over.
it never is. As we discussed earlier with endurance racing too, it's not over till you cross the line. Because anything can happen. You've still got an hour and 46 minutes to go. And we've got Mike Dam back in the car. We've got Alex Gore back in the Ferrari. They're right up, tucked up behind each other. You know, with barely a second gap, should we say. And this can't be over because these guys will not allow it to be over. They're not going to sit there and say, carry on. You know, because every point counts. You know, and Alex Gore's up 13 positions. Mike's up 5 positions. Lewis Barbosa in the 27 Motorsports car, they're up a huge 21 positions. But you know, there's still racing left here, and I think that at the end of the day, I think we're going to see this battle really hot up within the next couple of laps. I would have thought.
I think so as well. Now, offences. Just looking at some of the data, James, they did pit. Well, round about 8 laps earlier than the leader, Aquilia Racing Aqua, and 5 laps earlier than the car Porsche we're looking at the moment, the Orion Racing Team, and 6 laps earlier than Alex Garland for Chicane Online Racing Red's Ferrari. So that is going to play a factor. Obviously, these other 2 teams have managed to run longer stints, so it's going to be interesting. But what happened here? This is 27 Motorsport white machine. Gomez on board. Ooh. Lecombe. We've seen so many issues there today. So let's look at it from above. Was there contact? Ooh, I'm not sure. I'd be interested to ride on board with the Corvette to maybe see what happened exactly there, because it's a bit too hard to tell. What about yourself, James?
Yeah, it doesn't look like, Tim, there was. I've got to be honest, it doesn't look like he touched him, but then again, we're seeing different angles, aren't we? And we need to see really above or in front of Verve to see if we can really see what actually happened. But I think I believe, you know, he needs to get past him, didn't they? And I think he made the move on Pedro that may have been on, who knows? But I think we can revert back and back, but let's not. And at the end of the day, if it goes down to the stewards again, I think, you know, it'll be interesting to see what they come back with.
So now let's have a. I believe there's
we're
been
on the
a
wrong side. I
bit
can't
of
really
a Stewart's announcement. A new one popped up, James. So the incident involving FTR Esports White and 27 Sport White.
No, that was at La Source, wasn't it?
Yeah. So it's a 30-second stop and hold for competitor incident. Unsafe overtake is what it's been deemed as, and that is for 27 Motorsport White BMW. So I think maybe a little bit unsurprising there. They've got a penalty, but it is a hefty one, a 30-second stop and hold.
Yeah, I think, you know, it's a take a look maybe and see what kind of style is happening, because obviously it was Pedro, wasn't it, involved with Leiden Lee, I believe. So, or was it, I don't know. I am going to sit on the fence on that one, Tim, and my opinion will stay in my brain.
That makes a change for you to sit on the fence rather than me, but you know, it's
I
all good fun.
I've started a big debate and argument after, and I just think that yeah, whatever. Let's go.
Exactly. So, just to bring you, obviously, you know, where we started on, we keep having too much exciting action happen. We really missed how the drivers calm it down a bit once in a while, so we can talk about interesting stuff. But only joking. So, obviously, you mentioned about Porsche and Audi joining WEC and IMSA. Now, Audi, funnily enough, being part of the same Volkswagen Audi group, are going to use the same chassis and powertrain as Porsche, and they'll both be offering customer cars in 2023, but also in 2024, which is quite interesting, really. See, potentially, top level cars being as customer cars. That's going to make it really interesting. Acura and Honda, they've said they will run an Acura brand under the IMSA race. That's unsurprising. Currently do so now in DPI, the top level of sports cars in IMSA. Now, BMW, they've come out and said that they will bring a two-effort factory-backed team under Le Mans Daytona Hypercar regulations from 2023. Now, their chassis partner is understood to be Dallara, of course, featured on the car you're looking at right now in LMP2. They're going to be running in IMSA only. Now, Cadillac, interesting one, currently running IMSA. However, they are looking to commit also to World Endurance Championship. Now, obviously, you know, with them, you know, they're going to be looking to run on the Le Mans Daytona Hypercar set of rules, and that again, they're hooking up with Dallara and also Chip Ganassi. Interesting one. So they have a history from running the Ford GTE program, which obviously ended a couple of seasons ago, but yeah, fully used to sports car racing, and also probably more famously IndyCar as well for Chip Ganassi. A real powerhouse. And then we've got 2024 and beyond. Now, the names that are looking to enter will be Lamborghini, again, utilising the same package as Porsche and Audi. And again, the engine's obviously used in the Urus SUV. Then we've got Bentley. They're looking at it as well. Then we've got McLaren. Now, McLaren are currently working with Orica, another chassis supplier, mostly to LMP2. They're looking at the Le Mans Daytona Hypercar program. But McLaren's major hurdle is that with their engine, it currently doesn't fit the regulations. And they're in the market for an engine partner. What could that mean? Well, could it potentially mean a collaboration with Mercedes, for example? Obviously, they've got their skin in the game with the F1 engines. Could it potentially happen? We'll discuss that shortly. Now, Dodge, interesting name. Obviously, Peugeot making up part of the same family of manufacturers now. They're looking at IMSA only, and they're looking at taking the Peugeot, obviously rebadging it as a Dodge and running that. That could be quite interesting to see. Nissan are looking. Now, they've known to obtain an LMP2 from a US team for evaluation, and they're looking at 2024. Now, Hyundai, for me, are one of the more interesting ones of 2024 because they are looking at hydrogen fuel cell technology. Now, that would be designed in collaboration with Orica for the chassis, but also Red Bull Advanced Technologies for the engine. Now, they're currently trying to hunt down a fuel cell stack, as they're known, and also working with the guys at Green GT as well. And that could be really, really interesting, and see how that one pans out over the next coming months. Now, then you've also got Geely. Now, they're Chinese car manufacturers. They own Lotus, but they also own Volvo as well. All common names to us here in Europe. Now, they're looking at the Le Mans hypercar rules with interest. Obviously, a way to announce themselves onto the world stage. Now, Lotus, they would be the most, the most evocative of all names in terms of within their stable. However, under the Volvo brand, they do also have Polestar, which is Volvo's performance end of things. Then also, they have Lincoln Co. Now, Lincoln Co might be unfamiliar to probably the majority of people listening, but they've been racing in World Touring Car Championship for around about the last 4 seasons with great success. Could that potentially be a name that we see coming to the grid? Ford, of course, major history with Endurance Championship. Of course, there was a whole movie made about it, the Ferrari versus Ford, and how that played out. Absolutely fascinating, and they are rumored to be looking at a WEC, but that's yet to be confirmed fully. Lexus looking at IMSA only. Now, of course, they're tied to Toyota, so would make a lot of sense, because if they're going to enter into IMSA only, Toyota or WEC only, it makes a lot of sense for Lexus to appear, obviously a more brand that's much bigger in America than what it is over in Europe. Then we've got Jaguar. Of course, synonymous with sports cars back in the 90s, but if they make a return, it's one worth looking at. And out of all those names on there, which it's pretty much every manufacturer going. Anyone take your fancy to really see that on the grid? I mean, for myself, Hyundai with that hydrogen technology could be quite an interesting one, really. I think he's gone there. Sure, James maybe has disappeared off there for a few seconds.
Sorry, I'm here.
That's all right. He's
I was
trying to. We're talking about fuel cells, and he's trying to fuel himself up there.
Yes. I think the Hyundais. I did hear your question too. I was still sat here, but I was just listening to. I think the Hyundai is going to be an interesting one. I'm not going to lie on that one with the technology and the spec that they're looking at bringing in. But I think as well, it'd be interesting to see very much on the Lamborghini side of things as well, because I think that's going to be quite an interesting sort of addition, should we say, to the series is as well, to be honest, Tim.
Yeah, it is, because obviously you don't have Lamborghini within, well, the exception of GT3, within any other form of motorsport, really. But with Porsche and Audi already there, and also Bentley being rumoured, that would make 4 of the Volkswagen Audi group's brands in endurance racing, and I'm not sure how that quite pans out, really. It's a lot of it's a lot of money. I mean, is it all just noise potentially from them, and maybe only seeing a return for Porsche and Audi? I mean, that'd be absolutely great to have any of them, just one of those 4, let alone all 4 of them. And that's what's one that's left me puzzling, really, of everyone.
Yeah, I think investing 4 eggs almost into one basket, it seems a little bit suspicious of what's going to be actually happening. Because are they going to preferential treatment one team over the other? Are they going to... you normally see 4 from one company. Do you know what I mean? Like, obviously they're different brands, but at the same time they're still coming from the same mothership almost, aren't they?
But then how do you do that, James? Because, you wouldn't want necessarily say Lamborghini, a performance car, brand, over Audi. If Lamborghini was viewed as almost a junior team, surely that wouldn't sit right in the mind. But then equally, Audi have such a pedigree in sports car racing, and it's so hard to see.
Yeah, you would have thought Audi would be the main one. I think, if we're looking at this in a realistic term and of the way things are, I think Audi will be the main one. But what are they going to use the others for, Tim? What's, you know, are they going to run them as separate entities, or are they going to be all under one? Yeah, I don't.
Well, it'd be all separate entities, and obviously put a shared platform of engines and chassis, and I don't know. It's a bit of an odd one to have all four brands, which almost to me seems like the most unlikely of all of them.
So what are we looking at? The McLaren one's interesting, though.
It is, and I think, you know, that's got a lot of legs for me personally. Obviously, Zach Brown running the motorsport program at and they've seen McLaren right now. Obviously has owns the United Autosport LMP2 team, which they run in both, you know, IMSA and ESS. The European Le Mans Series and World Endurance Championship. So they've, you know, it's got a lot of ties to the format, coupled with as well, you know, McLaren have been exploring into other motorsport forms. So obviously they've been working, you know, if you take the Formula One team, there's also, you know, they've gone across into IndyCar as well. They've got the road division as well, and you know, with McLaren's making, you know, good progress in GT3s as well. But for me, that does seem quite likely for that one to happen.
You reckon?
I think so.
Do you think that would be a good move?
I think so, because only purely the reason why for me saying that it seems most likely to come off is because of Zach Brown's ties to sports car racing.
Okay, engine supplier though, Tim.
Oh, and also actually, Andrew Seidel, who's team principal of the F1 team, came from Porsche's LMP1 program. He headed up that team and was incredibly successful, a proven winner. Yeah, you just got to look at the way that he's shaped and completely transformed. You know, I know McLaren were on the up anyway, but he's really accelerated that. Yeah, thanks to the likes of, you know, Lando and Daniel. Really, you know, have to push that on even further. But yeah, there's a lot of history with sports car within McLaren right now, which is what makes me think it seems incredibly likely to be happening. And the other one as well for me is, I think, but the Dodge one as a rebadged Peugeot makes a lot of sense realistically. It's Geely, Chinese car manufacturer. What would they do? Would they go in with Lotus? Would they even go in at all? And that's the one I can't quite work out of how that would pan out.
I'm not quite sure, to be honest. Would you recognise who Geely was? Let's be honest. If anybody in chat would know, let us know. But anybody who has an interest in cars wouldn't know who they are.
Well, exactly. Hence why it would come under one of their brands, either Lotus or Polestar. I mean, Volvo, as much as they make some nice codes, but it's a bit of a tricky one really, because you know, you don't associate racing with Volvo so much. I mean, I know, I suppose the touring cars back in the day, but yeah, it's most likely to be either Polestar or Lotus. But then, like I was saying earlier, Lincoln Co, that is an interesting one. So generally, widely available in China. They also started the subscription model of car as well, way of purchasing your car. And like I said, they've been making real massive gains and success in touring cars, world touring cars. Could they then make the giant step all the way to the top step of sports car racing, being the Le Mans Hypercar LMDH?
Right, so let's have just a think about this for a minute. We've got all of these brands, okay? We've got all the Lambos, the Bentleys, the Cadillacs, BMWs.
Yes.
Why? What some people might not get, Tim, is obviously if the guys are sat there and they're thinking, well, why are these two commentators talking about the LMDH Hypercar series when we know Toyota win? Why now? What are we like? If we had to explain this to somebody, to say, look, all of these car manufacturers are interested because, what would we tell them, Tim? Because I think we do. I think
Yeah,
some people may sit there and wonder why we're discussing it. Do you know what I mean?
James, it is an absolutely brilliant question. I mean, well, twofold also, which we'll come on to, I think, in a bit, is how that will then tie into what could we see in iRacing. However, it's mostly around the innovation side of hybrid systems. I mean, we are moving to, and also it's the hydrogen aspect, hence why Hyundai are interested. Also, with the new regulations, it has brought down the cost of being able to race these cars. As I thought that was incredibly close from boosted LMP2 there. And yeah, it's brought down the the cost of racing and getting into these cars, and also there's so much shared technology from some Formula One teams as well. Hence why you've got the likes of McLaren interested. You've got the likes of Alpine are obviously they're moving into it as well, and yeah, there's this there's lots of opportunity there, and it just go back to the old adage of win on Sunday, sell on Monday. Yes, there are a lot of sporty brands. I mean, Hyundai, I would say it's more for the innovation side. Geely, I would say, obviously, depending which of their brands, because I'm certain they would not race under Geely. It would be for exposure as for them. Obviously, Lotus being a performance brand and such like. Yeah, I think it's just purely like you say. Toyota have been absolutely ripping it up in sports cars, top level for the last few seasons. However, they haven't had any competition, and that's what's allowed them to.
Now, when we're talking about rule changes and stuff like that, especially to the LMDH now, they're limited for chassis systems, aren't they? I think they've got a selection, by what I've read up on, of a selection of 4 manufacturers they can partner with. Is that correct, Tim, that I'm reading at the moment?
Yes, that does sound about right. So it's Ligier, Orica, Dallara, and I
believe it's Multimatic, isn't it?
Thank you. Yes, that's the other one.
So is that keeping costs down, and that's why we're seeing this interest? Because it's no longer costing you £10 million to stick a car into a wall. It can cost you free because you got your chassis supplier and stuff like that. Is that what we're looking at, the main difference of this series?
It is, and I think that's why. So with the Le Mans Daytona hypercar format, obviously there are fixed chassis, and then working around the engine and the hybrid system. So without having to develop a chassis, it does save these manufacturers a lot of cost. Hence why there's so many looking at it. Porsche, Audi, and obviously then which will follow suit with Lamborghini and Bentley are looking at with Multimatic. Ferrari are one of the few ones that are actually looking at their own in-house one. BMW with Dallara. Cadillac they're looking at Dallara as well. McLaren are looking at the Orica.
The question is though, Tim, are Ferrari allowed to go with different suppliers of chassis if they've been given a list of 4 that they have to choose
now, that's only if they opt. So this is where it's a slight variation of rules, but allows so you've got the more rigid and lower cost version that is Le Mans Daytona Hypercar. Within Hypercar, Le Mans Hypercar, you have the more creativity where you can go off and create your own chassis, like Toyota have done. And that's what Ferrari are entering into, and hence why they're only entering into WEC, and also Peugeot as well, because it gives them that creative let to go off and do whatever they want, and be competitive against the fixed chassis guys that have opted to take the Le Mans Daytona hypercar rules.
I think that's the thing. Now, there's 2 separate budgets, isn't there? For the LMDH, you're looking at a sort of... The weirdest thing is, though, they've come out and they've gone, it's £1 million or €1 million for a full car, but you don't have an engine. Right? So that's a chassis, shell, everything else, but no engine. Whereas in the LMH, it's £3 million. As we're about to go to a replay, we'll pick this back up after. We've got Lithium Motors. Is that Milo Spielman?
It is.
No! no! Polder Racing! Polder Racing!
Oh, what did Polder Smith currently on board for Polder and the Audi there? Oh, this is
No!
Oh, no!
Oh no! That was VSR!
Oh, producer Chris is just cutting
He
away from
passed the end. He didn't.
Did Polder give him a little bit of a nudge, which also sent them round, which then invoked.
Where was he supposed to go? Yeah, but he couldn't go anywhere. Oh, come on. I think this is Vector. I want to see this at Vector RSR. No, yes.
No. Oh, yeah.
Unsafe. Okay, so racing incident, Polder Racing Lithium. Unsafe entry by Lithium. Calling it now.
I'm not even sure if run on the replay a little bit more whether that BMW. There was another prototype coming through, of which it did look a bit close to. Oh no, they did get recovered.
Oh, he didn't hit him again. Oh, I thought he hit him twice then. I was like, no, that's going to be...
that would just be...
disastrous.
Insult to injury.
Oh! Did he carry on? What happened there? I went behind a tree.
I don't think he did. Yeah. Unfortunately,
I can't be
the cameras there decided that trying to view it behind a tree
would be more
applicable.
Did
Verb hit he's recovering. Yeah. Came flying around the corner. He was on the racing line.
That, I think, starts with a catalogue of errors at the beginning with the Lithium Motors, wasn't it?
It was, yeah, and it just cascaded from there. So because of that, obviously, that must have slowed up the Verve team. They had a slowdown. He's let them by, and that looked very much like trying to scrub off a slowdown they picked up earlier on. JD, just looking at the timing sheets, James, they're catching them around about 0.3 of a second. That's JD catching the Corvette.
Yeah. I think, I don't know, that was a catalogue, and I think stewards will look at it, but I don't believe there could have been much places for Polder to go. You know what I mean? To avoid the Lithium Motors, and as for Lithium Motors re-entry, well, I think that will be some form of stewards.
We'll
have to see the stewards on that one.
We'll check in with those guys on what happened, and
yeah, because that was a bit of a questionable re-entry.
Yes. Anyway,
so we got Boosted and Ryan Schmidt from Polder are now grouped right up together due to obviously what had happened earlier on. But that's LMP2, isn't it? I believe, of FTR. So
yeah, it is.
Be interested to see what Tim Perry can do now to try and get on the back of Ryan Schmidt.
It will be. I mean, they're currently about a third of a lap down between Boosted and Polder, but it is recoverable.
And we have got Boosted Alex Nella up the chasing 1.47 back from Trevor Anderson. So that was going to be an easy, not an easy, I should say. That will be an interesting battle when they get close together.
Well, yeah, definitely, and yet to take their pit stops as well. The pit window is open for LMP2. You see various people popping in and out. 524 antagonistic popped in. We've seen when they've hopped to the pits. Probably actually coming to the end of their stint. So that's, although unfortunate, that has probably tied in quite nicely. But Vector, we yet again all the work to do, and I'm sure a few choice words into that. David Duino.
I can imagine what is going through David Duino right now. And they're not going to be pleasant, because the relative would have showed that Vector car coming up. And I think if we could try and get a hold of him, I'll try and see if we can contact David and see if he'll come in and have a chat with us as well, and see what we can do there. But going back to budget caps, Tim, are we looking at one budget for LMDH and one budget for LMH? Because we're talking 3 million for one and 1 million for another, aren't we? So are we capped in, do you think?
But so there are caps within it, but this is where it gives obviously more creative license, obviously within the hypercar set of rules. The Le Mans Daytona hypercar, so the IMSA rules. I think it's probably where they obviously use the word Le Mans in both of them. It's can get a little bit confusing, but it's got the IMSA set of rules. That is almost like a easy way to get into racing. You just supply your engine, off you go. You're out. Whereas the WEC set of regulations allows for a lot more creativity. It allows for potentially cars that look like road cars, of which the Scuderia Cameron Glickenhaus does look like its equivalent road car. There is no question about it. You can see it in the design. Obviously Toyota, they don't produce anything like that, and so hence why it doesn't really align to anything. But originally we were looking at the Aston Martin Valkyrie, and obviously since Stroll's takeover, they decided against it and plowed all their money and eggs into Formula One, and obviously removed from it, which was a bit gutting because they were one of the ones who have, since the rules were announced, they were almost like the first to stick their hand up and say, yeah, I'd love to have a go at this. This is the car we're racing in. It looked like it, really looked like it was going to happen, but it just fell by the wayside, unfortunately. And then obviously, the committal to F1, that just killed off the project.
Yeah, I think it's great that more people have got involved. Do you know what I mean? But
it needs it. It was such a sorry state. I mean, even at the moment, it is better, but I wouldn't say it's better. It's just not as bad. Maybe might be a better way to put it.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, Tim, with a series like LMP1, and that you don't see that that participation level. We're seeing it, on screen at the moment. We've got like 5 cars in the series, but I think it needed that kick, didn't it? It needed them restrictions. It needed that interest, and say to people, right, it's not going to cost you 20 million pounds to produce a car that could go in the wall, and it's going to cost you 4 million to repair it. Because I think budgets are going to kill people, aren't they?
Well, yeah, but then this is always the issue with motor racing, and we'll be covering it in the last hour of the race. But I think this is also the issue that you've got with the GTEs, and why that is dying off, and why that is going to be replaced by GT3s. But now currently joined by Adam Hedgecock of Boosted Motorsport LMP2. Welcome to the commentary booth, Adam.
I've been a frequent today. It's good to see you again.
Oh, yes, it is. So, since we spoke to you, do you want to give us a bit of an update on your race? You're currently chasing down FTR really hard, and Alex is closing the gap on Trevor Anderson. It's shrinking as we speak right now as they head along the Kemmel Straight. Yeah, do you want to give us a bit of a rundown of how things have been going for you since the last time we spoke to you?
We're still on target.
Typical racing driver's response. We're still on target, but we're not going to tell you what that is.
we might be on plan like D or E or even F at this point. We're not quite sure, but no, it's been a solid race. Alex put us in a good position at the start, as you saw, and John Cameron done a real solid job, just consolidating what we had. We did have a slow pit stop to start with, though. Alex was a little exuberant coming into the pits and gave an autograph to one of the walls. So we had to get that fixed up. And then since then, it's just been trying to claw back the time we lost. And we see it now. We're battling for P4, and we got a potential, if there's issues, we could even still get on the podium. They're only another, 40 seconds or so up the road. So, yeah, race is definitely on.
That's a little bit more. So around about 58
longer,
seconds. Yeah, a little bit longer to antagonist Racing Team Orange.
Optimism, chaps. Optimism.
Yes.
Well, we could see that, Adam, but we don't want to. So, because what it's like when you're doing a race, somebody will pipe up in chat going, no, actually it's 50 seconds. So
actually, it's Radion.
Yeah, yes, exactly. So if we start with honesty now, as we do see Alex going down into La Source, tucked right out the back, I think this is going to be waiting. I think he's going to be waiting to the back of Arush Radion. I'll tell you what, Adam, if you can see what's happening, tell us what are you thinking at this moment tucked up behind this car?
I'm a naturally nervous person, so I'm puckering every time they get that close, to be honest with you. But no, Alex is like, his head's screwed on. He knows exactly what he's doing. He'll wait to the very last moment. We can see him now. He's squeezing him, making sure he knows he's there. He wants to make sure that he's the dominant person in that overtake. And yeah, he's just gone off behind.
Wow,
That's a shame.
Trevor Anderson taking a little dive out off to the grass there, but yeah, I think he managed to look like he held it back on track. But I think this is the thing as racing drivers we don't understand, or as commentators, so much of being in the car. How important is it to exert that dominance on that move?
So we race hard, but we race fair. So in situations like that, we want to let the other driver know, hey, look, this is the move we're making, and we try and position the car early so that we're at least predictable. Because there's nothing worse than surprising a driver. Like they drive in their mirrors, they'll make a late move to defend, and you'll have an accident. So we try and show them, hey, this is the move we're making. If you want to try and defend it, then go for it, but we're still going to make this move, and put the onus on them to think about it. I to be honest, I think that's a good way to do it, because it's predictable. But at the same time, you're then commanding the situation. You're telling them what's going to happen. And like in that situation, it has played out. Just a shame he spun it in the end. We was having a nice battle with them. It'd been as a neutral guy, that would have been nice to see him fight back a little bit,
Yeah, well, Adam, thank you so much for coming in and keeping us up to date with the Team Boosted Motorsport LMP2 guys there as well. Are you getting back in the car at all for the rest of the evening?
No, it is Alex till the end. So I've made myself a sandwich, I've got myself a drink, and I'm going to enjoy the broadcast.
Well, if you got two commentators here, if you want to send some over to us, I'll DM you our addresses. I'm sure Tim will love a good sandwich about now, Tim.
Damn right. Always love a sandwich.
So, all right, Adam, you take care, mate, and then enjoy the rest of the evening.
Yep, cheers, gents.
Now, we're joined by David Duino. Welcome to the commentary booth, sir. Wow, that was a bit of an interesting stint, wasn't it? Yeah, so we'd love to know your take on it, the incident. What went through, your mind? Obviously, we've got don't realize he's in the car now, but yeah, we'd love to know your take on it. Obviously, we saw early on the incident which saw you tumble down to the the tail end of LMP2, and then wow, what a recovery drive from you guys yet again. I mean, so in terms of obviously, you found yourself 9th in class right now. You just looking at the timing sheet, EJ's currently about 2 minutes behind the Fuga Simsport LMP2, they've had their own torrid race as well, not what they would expected. I mean, what's your sort of aspirations? Just to try and close up onto the back of Fuga, or just pray to the racing gods for a bit of a luck as we head into the last hour and 10 minutes of the race? Definitely, I know what you mean. It is good to see, I'm sure it's just a bit of a recovery drive for you guys, but as a new, I'm sure it hasn't been great and enjoyable for you guys in the car. From losing all the places and then coming back and then losing them all again through no real fault of your own. But I mean, we've really enjoyed, from a neutral's perspective, it's been absolutely, fascinating watching yourself and EJ and the performances you put in. Shows the quality of your team, really. Someone who didn't really drive it before this season is able to, shine a light on, other guys in and around him, and take it to them and put in some absolutely epic lap times as well. It's absolutely fantastic to see. But no, thank you for dropping across and having a chat with us. It's David Duino of Vector by RSR. Okay.
Yeah, that's that. How can I put it? That seemed a very
despondent.
Despondent, different interview we would normally get from David at Vector there as well. I believe there might have been some issues with David's sound on that as well. So if you didn't hear what was happening as well, we'll try and see. I'm not sure entirely what we could do. Unfortunately, the sound might be lost. So we're gonna have a look at Lyda Lee coming down into the bus stop again. Tim, what do we reckon? Overshot the chicane?
Yeah, I imagine. We've seen that move. I could say, oh, wow, that was close. That was what the Quillia Racing. Wasn't the? I think it might have been Cyan rather than Aqua. I'm not too sure. I think that actually might have been the Aqua team actually. So we've got LMP2 leaders here, James.
Same corner. What do you reckon, Tim?
Round and round. And there you go.
No, that was the repercussions of the Verve Racing.
Threw out the anchor there, and to avoid the spinning.
Avoided it.
Yeah, well avoided. I think that heart with a mouth. Last thing you want is a car leading is to suddenly be met with a car sideways on in the middle of the road.
Yeah, that's you've got to be your worst nightmare, isn't it? Let's all be honest. Nothing worse than going around the corner and finding a car park there, Tim.
No, I think we've all been there during our iRacing careers, and it's hand in mouth time. So I think to round our debate, James, in terms of the, obviously the availability of all all these different manufacturers, potentially coming to the hypercar format, whether it be IMSA or WEC or even both that some of them are looking to run. What would be your pick to see in iRacing?
Okay. There's a lot of love going on at this moment for the. I would take. Tim,
okay, let's go top three rather than top. Let's go top three. Or has that made it harder for you?
No, it's not made it any harder because I think that, to be fair, there's certain manufacturers you would want to see, right? Number one, the Peugeot with a hybrid 9XA. I don't know if anybody's looked at the car and the way it works. I've watched extensive videos on why that works without a rear wing, and some of the detail to the underbody, to the floor, to the pods is exceptional about how that materials use the air around it. Okay, that video is insane, and I recommend anybody searching for the 9X8 on YouTube, you will see some amazing detailed information about the 9X8. So the 9X8 I am hyped for. Okay, so I think if they turned around and went, we're going to bring the 9X8 in, count me out of anything, Tim. I'm in that series. The other one I'd love to see as well would be the Lambo. I'd like to see what they would do with that. I don't know if the Hyundai is something that something you want, but you don't necessarily need. Do you get what I mean on that one? Like, it'd be good to see it, but I'm not sure if I'd want it. What about you?
for me, I think you know, anyone who did not want the Peugeot, I think these I think they must be just completely mad. It just looks absolutely bonkers car, and I know, you know, I think the whole of the sports car world is completely hyped to see that out on track, and let alone to get it into a simulator as well. I know if that was put into iRacing, there would be a lot of people snapping that up and jumping into that, and I think it would completely revive LMP1, you know,
Yes.
or however you want to call it, you know, going ahead. It would completely and utterly revive that series and, you know, really bring it to the fore. I know from, you know, speaking to guys at Sapphire, you know, they were saying, you know, it's unfortunately dying off, and knowing also a few of the other, you know, LMP1 drivers as well. It's such a great car, and it is getting, you know, especially quite a few people obviously dropped out, you know, were driving LMP1, dropped out when the LMP2 came to iRacing, but I mean, it was a car that wasn't needed anyway within the category. You know, you've got, otherwise you had chalk and cheese GT and LMP1. I know you did have the HPD before that, but still, all house. And yeah, for me, so my top three, obviously Peugeot mentioned. Part of me is fascinated by the hydrogen, you know, and Hyundai and seeing how that evolves, but I don't know. It's you know, they don't make. It's not evocative in terms of the sound that the hydrogen cars make. You know, similar to what the, you know, electric cars and Formula E is currently experiencing. But the Ferrari has got to be a good shout, for, you know, for what they come up with creativity-wise in terms of that chassis. It's really looking forward to that one. So I throw that one in, not even knowing what that looks like. My third one, my third option, my final points, probably go to. Oh, I don't know. This is tough. This is tough. It's not quite like choosing between the children, but it's not far off really. There's some of those names in there. Honestly, James.
It's not like picking which king I like the most or nothing, but I mean,
no, there we go. I think surely, I don't think it would happen because obviously there's none of those the brand's cars within our race at the moment. But I think Toyota, you know, the dominance that they had over the last few years, and the amount, you know, the way they've stuck by sports car racing, I think, you know, the Toyota deserves a place on iRacing, really. I know licensing, branding, etc. doesn't always make it the most easy, but you know, hence why, you know, you tend to see, you know, plenty of the same manufacturing, you know, like Porsche have numerous cars within the game, and so Simulator,
did you call it a game?
I'm going to get shot down for that one.
Direct all messages of Team Tim, please, on that one. Hashtag
yeah.
Team Tim, it's not a game. Please don't direct them at me. It's a sim.
But yeah, I think they are, you know, long overdue. You know, it's a credit to them, and it does look like an absolutely fantastic car to drive, to be fair, and really interesting. But yeah,
if you could tell somebody what is wrong, if iRacing come to you and said, Tim Cox, sir, tell us what's wrong with our LMP1 series, what would you tell him, Tim? Because maybe the problem isn't about the fact that we haven't got these choices. Maybe the problem's about the fact that we're not reporting the problems. What's the situation with it?
For speaking to other drivers, I think a lot of it is just down to it doesn't relate to real world anymore. LMP1 is gone. You know, Porsche and Audi left a very long time ago. I know that was then propped up, you know, predominantly by Toyota. I know you had Rebellion as well, you know, throwing in efforts as well and occasionally beating them, but it just needs, you know, it's long overdue some new cars, and you know, and also to make it current as well. And it's I think that's what would invigorate, you know, if you've got new, it's always a draw, you know. Let's face it, you know, within iRacing, you know, as soon as there's a new car come out, we're all like magpies, you know, we're drawn to it. It's a new shiny sparkly thing, and with 2 or 3 different options in there, I think it could really invigorate the whole series, really. I mean, it'd be a shame to see them go, but Unfortunately, I think that's just needs a bit of life breathing into it, and I think bringing it up to date, that would be the way to go.
So we think the history of the series itself in iRacing needs updating. Is that what we're saying? Like, there's nothing new you're bringing into this series, so therefore nobody's racing it.
I think so. You know, especially when the LMP2 came along, that did drag a few LMP1 drivers up because it was a brand new car, and it is great fun to drive. And where these newer hypercars are not as complicated to drive, I think it could invoke a fair bit of interest. To see LMP2 drivers, where it really has invigorated that series. See them migrate up, move up a level in the class into hypercar, LMDH, or LMP1 as it were. So I think it will really help it a lot.
Right. So there you go, iRacing. If anybody's watching from a representative from iRacing, Tim Cox has spoken. We need a regen on LMP1, guys. Come on, we need a regen. Let's get some life breathing back into this excellent series. So Tim, we've just entered, believe it or not, our final hour.
Wow.
We're in the pit window of the GTEs. Again, if they are going to take this extra opportunity to stop, I think some of them will need to. I believe we've got Andre Montero in the pits currently as well. Okay, so it's been an hour since we summed up the last hour, but this hour's been a little bit quiet, hasn't it? We've seen, obviously, one incident with David Duino and I believe it was Montero, no, or was it Pedro? I think it was Pedro Lanza Gomez, wasn't it? Where there was a spin and an accident and all types of repercussions. But to be fair, it's been what you would expect for endurance racing this late on into the race, isn't it?
I definitely agree with you on that one, James. Especially, chalk and cheese in terms of circuit lengths. So, last round, Red Bull Ring, the shortest Grade 1 track on the calendar and in existence. We then come to Spa, quite possibly the longest Grade 1 track on the definitely on the calendar. Again, possibly in existence. So, where it was just relentless at Red Bull Ring, pretty much constantly. Obviously, Spa, there is more space on the track, and also, we've had a few retirees as well. Just looking at it, of the original 46 cars, we've only got, 31 racing. Yeah, still left racing. Last being that JD Sim Racing Ferrari. So, yeah, you're gonna, as naturally always happens with any of the, the big endurance races as well. Just the second half of the race definitely always is quieter. As people find the flow, but also, the field does spin out a little bit through retirees. As just looking at it there, James, boosted LMP2 are in the pit, so looks like it's going to be the last of the stops for the oh no,
that's not. They're out their window, Tim.
Yeah, it's 40 minutes, isn't it?
I suppose so. Tim, they're out their window. 40 minutes.
They are.
40 minutes. 35 to 40 minutes to stop. Are we going to be looking at the Alex Nella Splash and Dash special at the end? But then
it's got to be. It's got to be. It's
because
the only way
they're not
they can. It's too long to fuel save, and if they did try and fuel save it, they'll lose absolute bags of time. And FTR Esports, you can see 1/10 behind them. Well, that's under. That looks like they're coming past anytime soon. Where that gap is, they're right up behind them, and it's closing.
But then again, if more from the LMP2 series start going in, I wouldn't be surprised if we see more there. We've just had Dirt Games jump in YouTube with the terminology of Vector. So 27 Motorsport, Tim, wasn't it involved in the Vector thing?
It was, unfortunately, it was just it was unlucky, and it's when they got really.
Yeah, it's when Dirt Games gives you obviously his nickname on YouTube, and you're trying to work out which the driver name is. You're like,
always makes our life a bit interesting, but hey, when the race gets fire, I think it's probably a good time to look at, who's going to be in and out of their pit window now, James. We've got 53 minutes left to go. So you were saying LMP2s, they are 40 minutes for their pit window.
Right, let's clarify, Tim. 35, 40 if you're lucky.
Okay,
so I know I'm splitting hairs, but when you're talking about motor racing, 37 minutes to 35 minutes is completely different.
Well, no, that's fair enough. So you're going to be looking at pretty much. So obviously, as we know, Boosted, they've just stopped. So they are the most recent stoppers, so they are going to have to stop again. So looking at this, I think everyone, I don't think there's going to be many can make it home in one stop. Possibly, I'm just looking at maybe the top three actually. WS Racing Esports 524 International and the Antagonist Racing Team Orange. What? I tell you what, I know it's a slight distraction, but what a result from those guys. They've done spectacular today. But yeah, I think GTE is the interesting one. So we've got Platinum Racing Team. They're just heading out the pits, and actually, it's going to require. Actually, no, if they're all
Tim,
looking at it, they should be all right now.
Tim, let's think about it realistically, right? Anybody that's come in before the 40-minute mark remaining is going to struggle to get to the end. Yeah. So if teams are coming now, like we saw, they're going to need to pit again, aren't they?
With the exception of GT, yeah.
Yeah, with GT, so LMP1, LMP2, yeah? So GT cars, if they come in on the hour, they should be good for that next hour. LMP, anybody that's pitted before 40 minutes left is needs to pit again. So
to bring viewers up to date in GT in terms of pit stop and strategy and such like, so of the cars left running, I think it's only going to be maybe JD Sim Racing Ferrari, possibly, Backmarker Razzadazzle. I think they will need to stop again as well. Other than that, I think, yeah, that's pretty much it. Oh, there we go, as if by magic, I called it. Backmarker Razzadazzle, they have just hopped into the pits. So they will not need to stop again, but yeah, it's. But for these guys stopping later, actually no, they've taken a 6th stop, so they really have eaten for the fuel. Likewise, going to be same for the guys at JD Sim Racing. Look, by my calculations, will have to stop again. That'll be 6 pit stops for them and Backmarker Razzadazzle.
I think the rust estimate to him was between 6 and 8 stints. So I think if you're like, if we look at LMP1, Boosted are up at 8, you know, everybody else is 6 and 5. Polar Racing still on 5, so they're going to be looking at doing another one, I would have thought anyway. But it'll be interesting to see what happens. 50 minutes to go. We'll see more LMP1. So yeah, that'll be interesting to see. Interesting to see, Tim.
It will be, and just quite Alex, I think LMP2 is the tricky one for us to try and fathom out, really. I think as it stands at the moment, GT is pretty much, you know, I don't think there's going to be any more stops, but I believe we've got a replay coming in. Let's take a look.
Oh, look, I get nervous when I see a Vector in front of him.
I just...
Oh,
that's a bit earlier than what other cars have lost it, particularly on the second part, but that has been the common theme in the bus stop. It is so tricky there, James. You carry too much speed in and the back end just goes round, and whether all pushing, you know, we're well into the last hour of the race, you try to squeeze every little bit you can out of the car. The car, you know, the track's as rubbered in as it's going to be. The cars are just getting lighter and lighter, and they're pushing harder and harder. key for, you know, they came in, they pitted, and actually, yeah, they've just come into the pits, to be fair to them, and they've managed to still come out in first. Just their commanding lead. Still, 33 seconds clear of Avensis Racing in second place. Still well on course for a Porsche 123 here at Spa in GTE Pro. Just having a look, actually, you know, they said that's assuming Orion don't have to stop again. You see him on screen now, Mike Down on board for them. Alex Gull for Chicane Online Racing, he's only 5 seconds behind them on the road. Now, looking at it, so Chicane, so actually no, I don't think they're going to have to stop again.
I'm trying to work that one out, Tim. I'm sitting here racking my brain. I don't think they're going to have to. Because they would have gone. Yeah, the first hour, what we're looking at, that would have been 2 o'clock race time, wouldn't it? First hour. 2, 3, 4, 5. No, I don't know if they're going to have to. They might make it to the end, but this is
they are, and they should be safe. But oh, wow, that was tight. That was very tight. I think was that the
Polar Racing LMP1, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. I was just trying to have a little look. I think was it the Lithium BMW GCE that they came incredibly close to hitting the back of. So, right, would that be ideal? But see, there we go. Oh, he just caught the grass on this. Wow! How close was that, James? Wow.
Yeah, I think that was a.
Wow.
I need to pop to the toilet.
Yeah.
That's just a brown moment. Code Brown.
Yes. Wow.
Because that could have gone horribly wrong for Polar Racing right at the end of the race with 45 minutes left. Yeah. Poor guys, gee, man. Yeah, he caught the grass and then.
Yeah, the way he was locking up there.
Yeah.
Actually, no, I was nearly made an intentional bad joke that I didn't even realise until I stopped myself.
Well, do you know what though, Tim? It's progress, isn't it? You should be proud of yourself. You're progressing.
Yeah. I'm stopping myself before I say him, and that was going to be a short joke. I didn't even realise about it. But
was that going to be a dad joke?
Yeah. Come up with a bit of toilet humour, but not completely unintentional until I realised what I was saying. Anyway, right. Let's talk. let's talk GTEs. Let's talk GTE. Third racing team in Corvette. What can we say? 30 seconds clear of the car behind them on the road, which is 8th place. But
they have got damage. I'd like to point out on their front end.
They have. But I think there's going to be a lot of cars carrying it. But you know, if it's anything by the damage of the rear wing of the Porsche takes, that will be making 0 to nothing difference. However, they have got a 1 minute and 33 second advantage over second place in class. That's quickly a Racing Cyan, the Porsche of Danny Thompson, currently on board with them right now.
Stephen Brumfield,
He'll be on to
Centurion Racing.
That is, but right behind him. But that is not for position.
Is that just him overtaking? So why is he defending so hard? Can we go to the car behind, Mr. Producer, please?
That is the. You try and tell them they are racing drivers after all, and yeah,
Centurion Racing. So it's not for position.
That is not.
It's not position.
This different classes as well, James. But now I think Stephen Brumfield. Now he's got the Core Motorsports 2 BMW. They are 58 seconds up the road. That is possible to close that gap in the last 45 minutes. Now, Stephen Brumfield is probably thinking, if I can just get past Danny Thompson and Wheeler Racing Cyan, there's a chance. And that's probably why he's been so aggressive with him and trying to get the move done on that Porsche right now. It's the only thing I can possibly think.
Yeah, because there's no other reason why these two should be battling out as close as this together. And there certainly wasn't a reason why. I didn't get why Danny Thompson didn't let him through and was defending. I found that a little bit confusing. Maybe Danny didn't realise that he's not racing Stephen for position.
No, but then he would be a back marker coming through, and that would then visit our earlier argument.
yes.
You have to undo your whole argument there, my friend. So let's move that on quickly before we get stuck into that very sticky wicket, and you have to contradict yourself.
I wasn't contradicting myself. I just didn't get why.
Yeah.
No, the difference between defending. No, the thing is though. Listen,
James,
I've been touching. No.
Stop that.
This is no.
Oh,
This is
hold on. Here we go. We've got Polder, LMP1. They have headed to the pits. They've had to do a splash and dash that you spoke about earlier, James.
Yeah.
And whether they've been have to or not, they have had to do that. And looking at it, I'm not sure if Fuga will get home. They stopped on lap 145. They're on 162 currently.
So what's that? There's 17 in the window. 1 minute 50. Say 34 minutes.
Now, the
No,
tricky
they're not
one
gonna
for
make
them as well, James, I don't think they can do it. They are 55 seconds behind Sapphire Simsport. We're looking at the moment, Taylor Mills, she's currently on board for them. Now, Patrick Palchat, he's in the Fuga LMP1. There is 55, just under 55 seconds left, 42 minutes left. That means catching at a rate of over a second a lap. Last time around, there was only half a second difference between the two cars. With
there you
Fuga
go.
quick, oh, that's the Centurion Ferrari.
That's the Danny Thompson, Stephen Broomfield we were talking about.
It is. We need to replay of that one, Mr. Producer. Let's
Hold the
take a
race
little
in
look.
as well.
Oh, no!
Oh, he goes round, he goes round. It's like car dancing.
Oh,
Look at
wow,
that.
that was...
Yeah, I don't
incredibly
think he had a
great
lot of
re-entry.
choice. I don't think he had a lot of choice on his re-entry though. Did he? Can anybody justify the fact that he was going
Could have
backwards a
held
little
it,
bit?
but then I think maybe the racing drone is thinking if I could just, look to the relative, saw you could flick it round quick. Obviously, when you're facing up against the wall like that, it is so challenging. And we've seen, early in the race, well, we've seen it all around, to be fair, where it is really hard for the drivers to rejoin. And well, you've still got that momentum, clear track behind you. Like we said earlier, it is spaced out now. The way to go, and that rear wing looking slightly bent, but we've seen from the Porsches that does not make much difference. But I don't know about you, James. That Ferrari, it doesn't look like it's crabbing, but it doesn't look like it's happy.
No, he's in. There you go. He's in.
There we go. And I
He's
think-
in. He's in for his repairs. That's probably likely. He's going to need something done to that car. I would have thought. It's a shame this close to the end.
Now, Lithium, how far up behind are they? They are 1 minute and 6 seconds behind.
Yeah, we're coming down.
Could they get a pass? I think this is going to be interesting to see how much damage has that Ferrari got. Wow, it's going to be close. I think. Oh no, they've headed straight back out again. By the looks of things, Centurion. So
What
I
did they do?
don't
Stop and
clearly
go?
only 30 seconds they were stationary. 33 seconds they were stationary for. So
They can't have had that much damage then.
no, clearly. Let's stay on board with him though, James. Let's see how he's getting on for straight line speed. It's Ferrari versus Ferrari here.
But this is chicane.
There we go. That's chicane on right pace, and
Purple.
that is through. That is not.
But
the
again, that's
decision,
not.
though.
No, that's a lap. That's
Yeah, they are.
Broomfield's had lapping himself, I think, on that one. That chicane's online racing purple are ahead on that one.
It
So
is,
yeah, I think Imar taking it a little bit easy, don't you think?
yeah,
Like,
they're
playing it
sat in a
speed,
little
I should
bubble
say.
themselves, realistically.
Yeah.
James, they've got a big gap behind them, big gap in front of them. 39 minutes left to go now, and yes, I don't think that then. Well, hello.
No, he's out.
Now
He's on his way out, I think, Tim.
he
WS
is.
No, he is
he's-
stopping.
He is on his way in. Now, WS
Where-
Racing is in from the leading LMP2. That's Antagonist. I think that that's them.
Where
leading.
is 524? We need to find. But they're
that is-
Blanchimont, aren't they?
They are, but based on my calculations, James, they do need to stop as well. Now, Antagonists are like a lap down, so we've seen them just leave the pits. That's not going to make any difference. So I think
Well, they're
WS
technically
Racing.
not now, Tim, because they've unlapped themselves.
Well, that is very true.
Oh, they're in the same time, so it's not going to make them 5-2 falls in as well.
No. Yeah, it's not going to make any difference to the lead. It's as long as there we go. Yeah, I've just seen WS have headed out. There we go.
Yeah, so if Yannick can get this 40 minutes, which is what we predicted, the race is. There's no reason why he shouldn't get this.
Well, unless
there's traffic or crashing, don't get me wrong, you know what I mean. But generally,
I do.
But I think, you know, this is Yannick's really to kind of lose, I think.
They are sat incredibly comfy at the front of LMP2 right now, and yeah, it is.
Yeah, I think some of our, if we're looking down the classes, Taylor Mills, okay, sat fairly comfortable in first.
Yeah,
again, hers to lose. Yannick Danish, same situation in LMP2. Mikkel here from Aquilia Racing, 30 seconds back from Jesper Räikkönen, doesn't have to stop again. Leiden Lee, well, they're 4.5 minutes ahead of Danny Thompson in GTEM. So, really, the racing's finished. Let's end the stream and go home, Tim. That's it. We're all done.
Well, we've seen it before. You know, trying to confirm the results this early, and not a chance, really. I think I just get a little feeling there's a bit more drama. And here we go. Oh no!
Oh, go bus stop. Are we going in? We're spinning. Oh, there we go on exit. The same second part as always. Unlucky guys. Is that little bit of circuit has been tricky, hasn't it, for these people? But if he goes into the pits, to be fair, which he has done, that should cover their final stop, Tim. For Ryan Schmidt.
I think they were due to stop anyway, James. Looking at it, so
yeah, I think he just obviously we hadn't given him enough mentions on camera.
They know that
and he just wanted to jump
really. I don't know. Boosted have managed to get past them because they did come in from third. Now, do Boosted need to stop again? I think they've got to.
If they're taking 9 pit stops, that would be well above the 8 that they were predicting.
But they're on 9 now already, James. Obviously,
are they on 9 or they're on 8? I've got them showing 8 at the moment, Tim.
Oh, I'm showing 9 at my end. Either way, they are above. They're going to finish above either way, aren't they?
Yeah, to be fair.
And I mean, when we spoke to the guys earlier, they did admit that they were out of sync due to earlier incidents. They're trying to correct it. Well, they're trying to go with it, and I think that is now starting to show through. Although not massively out of sync, really, because Palchev, who's just come in for Fuga,
that would be their last one. Yeah, okay, Tim, let's get Tim in the pits. Yeah,
that's Perry going past Schmidt there in the pits to get them up. So, just looking at it, so Holder are 12 seconds behind Boosted right now. Boosted do need to stop again in LMP1, so that would allow Ryan Smith to get Holder back past, and I think, could they make it home? I think they should just be out with a little bit of fuel saving. I'm just thinking of Polder. I think they should be able to make this home in 35 minutes.
Yeah, they're 40 minute stints.
Yes, they should.
We've seen Palchev just go out. Yeah, the Palchev should just get out with 34 minutes remaining. The ones that are going to survive will be the ones that are pitting LMP2 and LMP1 now. Anybody that pitted before 40 minutes, Tim, are in real danger of having to go again.
I think, could Sapphire Simsport potentially fall into that category as well? Because now they stopped about 13 laps ago. Now that would be, at around about just shy of 2 minutes a lap. That would be around about 26 minutes. So that'd be the hour. So I would say Sapphire need to stop again. They do have that, chunky 1 lap lead at the front. So they should be more than covered off realistically.
Would you do that now, Tim? If you know you've got to stop, you've got a 40-minute stint, would you take it now? You've got this gap, you've got this lap gap. Would you go in, get your pit stop done and get out again?
I think what they'll be doing is, the guys at Sapphire will be looking at the traffic, looking at, where are they, where would they come out, amongst, the field is quite spread out. This, just try and keep going. Yeah, they're on a lighter car than what Fugger are currently because they stopped so much earlier. So I think they'll just keep pounding away, utilising that extra pace due to the lightness of the car over Fugger, and then splash and dash it at the end. I can see them doing it, but these guys, Chicane Online Racing, in the Ferrari,
Top three.
Really, they're up there on pace, James. And where we thought that this was going to be a complete Porsche white.
Hold on, Mr. Cox.
Well, at the moment,
You
as it
thought
stands,
it was going to be a complete Porsche
well,
lockout.
yes, I did. Yeah,
Come on, sir. Yeah.
Based on our good friend there, Sam Marshall Williams, who joined us in the commentary earlier, see Sam, Jake. Well, actually, no, he did join both of us.
He did, yeah, he did.
He said, BMWs are awful around here. Porsche is the way to go. Well, these guys, we've seen Alex Garley. He's no slouch earlier in the season. Brilliant performance from him at Silverstone. Got unlucky with that penalty, which ended up him being disqualified for the race. Obviously, just him as a driver, not the team. So unlucky. But they're there on real merit and pace, and wow, now they've got the 20-second advantage over Avensis Racing 117 and Porsche, who is behind them. I think they've just done their splash and dash, so let's have a look, get the calculator. I think they could be, Avensis. Sorry, Chicane could be all right to get home on this, James.
They're 5 pit stops in, 1 stop an hour should cover them to the end, right? That's what we've
they
roughly
were
worked out.
running a little bit longer past the hour mark.
Yeah, 1 stop an hour. I think they should be fine to stay in front of Raikkonen of Avensis Racing. So I think really the only main field that we may pit stop issues with are the guys that stopped 50 minutes before on LMP2s. So there's going to be a few. I think there was a couple, wasn't there, that stopped early than the 40-minute mark. So that's going to be an interesting thing to see. And we've got an FTR Trevor Anderson in now as well, Tim. So we've got an exciting 30 minutes, haven't we?
I think we have, James. I think it could start to pick up as, gaps just start to close up potentially. There's nobody quite looming at the moment. Let's just see. It'd be interesting to see where the FTR red machine comes out in LMP2 after their pit stop. I think they're just going to come out into a nice little pocket of space for them. Should work well. Now, James, the other thing, last thing we were going to cover in terms of our debates and discussions, I think well worth mentioning is obviously if IMSA from next season they are losing the Le Mans, the equivalent of the GTE category, Le Mans Daytona, and do you obviously where it is costly to run these GCEs, and WEC will be doing the same from 2024. Both series migrating across to GT3. I know the IMSA badge them as GTDs, but they are GT3s. What's your thoughts on this one, James? Sad to see them go. Happy, they should encourage some more competition. What's your thoughts?
This area is tricky in general, Tim. And did they come out and necessarily say why they were getting it? Why would they?
It's down to reduction in numbers participating. Same thing that
the LMP1s.
LMP1s have been through and come out the other side of, and it's all down to costs. That's what Booster just in pit lane there, and Aventis. Now they had retired, came out for a bit of an extra run.
Is that
With,
119?
guys running line astern there, the two Porsches working together to close out the race. Yeah, it's ultimately down to costs and obviously then the lack of manufacturer involvement. You know, peak was around 2018 at Le Mans. We had GTE Pro was absolutely stacked. You had two BMW M8s. You had four Ford GTs in there. You know, the two from the IMSA series, the two from the WEC series. You had four Porsche 911 RSRs. Obviously, two from UK, two from the two from WEC, two from IMSA. You have the two Corvettes that always come across from IMSA. They were participating. Obviously, it was the previous version, the C7. Absolutely monstrous, thunderous-sounding machine. And then, of course, you had Aston Martin and their four interests, and it was an absolutely massive spectacle. Obviously, BMW in the M8, they only stuck around for one season, disappeared out, and it's slowly dwindled since then, and it looks really poor. And the cost to run a GT just for one race, you're looking at about $800,000 US. For a GT3, it's $300,000 US. So you can see what the attraction is. It's a cost thing again. You know, especially, I mean, COVID came out of nowhere. I mean, it's been in decline since before then. COVID has tightened the purse strings of everyone.
That's in every sport, though, isn't it?
It has. And, you know, motorsport that was on decline anyway, you know, category it was. For a category that's GT3, wow, it just goes from strength to strength in terms of not just the cars, that, you know, the participation, but also, you know, the breadth of cars that are available.
I think that's the thing with it. You know, anything that's going to cost you $500,000 or less to race it,
$500,000 US.
It's got to be worth
per race as well.
Per race, is that? And you do say a 10 race, or even a 10 race a season. You're $5 million per season you're saving. Why are you not going to make that jump to GT3?
Yeah, exactly.
I don't understand. Are we making motorsport more elitist by having this high-end industry that now is coming back to bite them, I suppose, in the rear end, because they've now got to come retrack and try and lower the budget costs again. As we see Stephen Broomfield in Centurion just spinning it in Lacombe there. Unfortunate for you, it's Lacombe and bus stop. Hope your re-entry, okay, so it's tidy re-entry this time. But are we making it more of an elitist cost with the GTEs, with the LMP ones, and that's why we've had to come out with these caps now and say, right, you got this, you got that, but you can only do this, you can only do that, and it's only going to cost you this much to race.
Well,
and that's why we've got more interest.
Sports car racing largely exists because of the A, manufacturer back, and then B, the gentleman drivers in real life, and that's, you know, that pay their own money to race, and then obviously, you know, so then the whole industry built around them, and obviously without manufacturer involvement, the initial cars don't get built and developed, which then creates an issue further down the pipeline when it comes to your, you know, customer cars. And this is where it gets really, really tricky. And also, if it's expensive for them, especially like we've had at the moment with COVID, that then, you know, you then have people pull out. And this is part of the issue that, you know, where LMP was so expensive, Audi pulled out, and then Porsche, and then obviously, you know, migration to hypercar, because it makes it so much more cheaper. As we covered earlier in the show, I think Laguard's sorry, has kind of just come off the track somewhere. We'll see if we see what is there. But you see right now, Dahl is catching down. There's
Slowly.
4.9 seconds left with 24 minutes to go. Can he catch him? Not too sure. It's going to be tight, but never say never.
Second gap. It was 800 seconds gap. No, that's not right. Hold on.
No,
8 tenths. Sorry. Yeah, that's the one. I thought we were still on 800,000 here. 8 tenths difference. He's got He's got 4.5 second gap, and he's got 35 minutes to do it. It's going to be interesting.
It's the events 119. These guys are well down, well off the pace. 83 laps they're on. Just trying to pick up a couple of places. They've got Hashtag who've retired their car. They're 2 laps ahead, and then you've got the Verve Racing Team Black. They are about 13 laps ahead.
Broomfield coming around Rivage. Oh, dude. You can see him.
Micro car park of Porsches. Flicks it round.
Oh,
Lights up the rears. Nicely done. I'll give that a 10 on my scores for execution.
Don't forget, guys, as we come towards the end of the race, and 22 minutes and 55 seconds left, please don't forget to give the video a thumbs up, hit that subscribe button, and don't forget to turn on bells when our Total Sim Sport will be next live. You've had the pleasure of me and Tim for 5 hours or more, and then obviously thank you to Seb, Bosch and Williams, who joined in for the first part, and obviously we've got our normal producers in the back, Chris Rowlands and Sean there from Cranleigh-Swash, who's been doing this as well. So please, guys, give us a thumbs up, hit them subscribes, and yeah, we'll hopefully see you in the next one. But Tim, 22 minutes to go. Gaul is now 3.8 seconds.
It's closing. It's closing.
He's there, look, you can see him down the road in front.
1.1 seconds last time around.
Yeah.
Goal was quicker in the Ferrari over Dam.
Oh,
in the
Vector
Porsche.
again, dude. Who is this? EJ O'Donnell. Lines, yes.
Yeah.
EJ, be careful.
Weaving his through, but he got through safely. He knows what he's doing. You know, we were talking to David Dorino earlier, saying how O'Donnell Lines has just been the rock of this team. You know, a very much a safe hands he's providing, but this gap's closing as much events is just squeeze up the inside. Mike Dam just carefully closing out this race. Maybe let's just take a little of a look at laps. So they pitted 2 laps earlier than the Ferrari chicane online racing, Red James. Now, what does that mean? I think there's a bit of fuel saving. I tell you what, it'd be brilliant to ride on board with the Ryan Race Team Porsche and see if we can just try and listen in at some point. See if there's any lifting and coasting going on, because I suspect that's what is happening, and that is why they are dropping so much time to chicane online racing. Maybe they're just thinking if we fuel save to know that we're definitely going to get home. Knowing obviously that, you know, roughly the Ferrari stopped only 2 laps earlier, they will know obviously fuel levels roughly what they're experiencing. The Ferrari for chicane online racing will be absolutely hammering, because obviously they can see that gap. We can see from the times how that gap is closing. James. Oh no!
See, that's the problem.
Not what you want.
There's fuel saving and there's causing accidents into the bus stop.
Yes, Mike Dam, he's not happy. You can see the flash of the lights there, venting his frustration. The Weaver Porsche.
It's the Aventus damage racing.
So it's the Aventus one, isn't it? Sorry, yeah, it's not Quiver. Complete apologies to Quiver there. It's Aventus, the car that's just trying to, you know, pick up some extra laps to pick up some extra championship points. And no, this is tight. This is not good. This is not what Mike Dam will. Big contact!
That's 20 minutes to go.
That's goal!
Oh, Boosted nearly got the back end as well. What was going on? Cohen Lagerwald and Mike Dam. What was that about? 20 minutes to go in a 6-hour, Tim. That was physically in crazy maneuvers. And we're still looking at Mike Dam, who's still on his roof currently.
James, I'm stood here with my hands on my head, speechless. I don't know what to say. Wow.
That was.
We said to stay tuned because of drama to the end, and
But why go for the look? I don't get this. Why this was even in a thing 20 minutes into it? 20 minutes in, I don't
so that
get
is
it.
the Aquiva 119 machine.
The Avensis, isn't it?
Sorry, I keep calling it Aquiva. Apologies to Aquiva. That is the Avensis. It is well down. This car is second in class and he's battling up across Radion. A slight touch there, and he comes back where he's correcting. He was correcting it, and there goes. That's the
Online Racing Red.
Red.
Ferrari. The chicane Online Racing Red.
Was it? I'm trying to look. Yeah, it would have been, wouldn't it? It would have been.
Chicane, yeah,
Whoa.
Goal.
Hold on, James. All of a sudden, this changes everything. And Avensis that looked destined for fourth are now up into second in class, and 27 Motorsport, Andre Monteiro currently on board, and the BMW for them is now looking at a podium place. But hold on, James. This changes everything all over again, because looking at when they last stopped, I think they might need to stop again in the BMW and possibly the Porsche of Avensis 117. Now, if that is the case, there is a chance, and it is a slim chance, James, that we could see a GTE AM on the overall podium here.
We got a slight problem. Lydon Lee has just splashed and dashed him.
He has. Oh, this is.
That will spin that spanner.
I thought we were going to be in for quite a quiet race closeout here, but no, it is all of a sudden. Somebody has rolled the dice out there. They've thrown a 666, and everything is up in the air and changing as we go into the last 16, 17, well, under 17 minutes left. There's so many stories that could unfold here. How I'm not even sure what way this is going to go, James.
I don't get why that materialised with 20 minutes to go. That was literally physically insane driving, and the Avensis 119 looked like he just hit the back of Dam, unless there was something he lost control up through El Rouge.
I think Mike Dam is currently going to be the angriest person in the world right now.
I would not speak to Mike any more than I would speak to Alex at this moment in time. I would be livid if that happened to me.
So, just trying to look at what has happened to those guys on the back of that. So, well, he managed to get a little bit further up the road than Dam. I think he managed to see your car a little bit.
He's out.
They're out, yeah. They're 29th in class at the moment.
I think what we'll do now, Tim, is, Chris, are you on comms? Yes. Hello.
Yeah, that's...
tell us, what was your opinion on that? 20 minutes to go, we've got the second place of GTE AM being taken, well, hold on.
I don't think he was taken out.
I don't think he was taken out. There was a slide, wasn't there, from Avensis 119?
Yeah, there's a bit of contact, and then obviously, there's like you say, a slide, corrected it, and just the car went from him, and all of a sudden, they both end up in the barrier, and then Chicane Online Racing Red, who are battling hard, suddenly come flying through, and they get wiped out as well, and
nearly collects boosted from the LMP2, just managed to hit the Porsches that win.
No, our Avensis are completely entitled to get back out on track, even if they're laps and laps down, just to try and get the extra place. Because hashtag racing, only a lap away as it stood when that incident happened. But you've just got to wonder why the thought process isn't just let everyone else pass whenever they get anywhere near you, because that's just happened. And I mean, I think Mike Dam will be wishing it had happened in 10-15 minutes time if it had to, because he'd only lose a lap or two. But the GTE field being so tightly knit, he's down to 7th as it stands. He'll be overtaken by Chicane Online if they go back out, or if either of them do. I think they might be just on their way out soon. Lithium are another 2 laps down. They'll probably get past. Centurion, so Steve Brumfield, who's had a bit of an adventurous last half an hour, I think it's fair to say. He'll be gaining a place there as well. And then the rest of the remaining drivers still on the field are in the AM class, so that's pretty much the entire field going to pass him. And the incident didn't need to happen. They weren't racing. You don't. I mean, you could maybe also say, did you need to make that move going through Eau Rouge? But we were following that battle. You had Chicane catching, Chicane and Orion. They were getting closer and closer regardless. I think they just had a bit of a tangle with an LMP2 coming out with the bus stop chicane as well. So I can understand the urgency to get past, but this is unfortunately the result. And I think wasn't there an LMP2 that got clipped ever so slightly by the car on its roof.
Yeah,
Boosted, I think.
motorsport. But we have got Mike Dam. If we can flick to him, he has come out of the pits now after being in there for 5 minutes and 18 seconds, which was an incredibly long period of time.
Mind you, 2.5 of that would have been the toe.
Look at the wing.
James.
Look at the wing.
But we've seen from the Porsche him having very damaged wings, and they've still been able to perform. That one is quite possibly the most damaged one we've seen. But I wouldn't discredit that Porsche has only got superficial damage, and it's looking very bad.
Look at it, look. It'll be interesting to see what Mike does on the next. It'll be interesting to see what Mike does. So it's I don't know. Would you say optionals there, or would you just say just required?
I think they've literally just taken the bare minimum required. I'd say, James. I don't know about you, Chris, and literally just got out there, get out as quick as possible, and the Canadian is just gonna just drag every little ounce of performance left in that Porsche 911 and try and get it home with 12 minutes to go. I mean, they are only 1 second behind, and they are gaining on Platinum Racing Team BMW. You can see them there, they are ahead of them. They've got the LMP2, that's number 69 of JD Sim Racing. Xander currently on board that, who's just playing it safe, I think, and very wisely waiting for the back section as we head to Blanchard.
I mean, that was very safe. We've got grounds in chat. Go Platinum Racing Team, get that podium. They're currently second in class, being chased dramatically down by Mike Dam here to take out. He was fifth in the GTE Pro class there, Tim. So they're looking like they're on for a podium in AMS in third currently, aren't they? Yes. So yeah, they're looking like they are. Grounds
they are, yeah. Dam, since we mentioned about it, he has dropped off the back of them to that gap increased up to 2 seconds from 1 second. So I think that's just the straight line speed of it's destroyed, isn't it? I think you can see the state of that car, and I credit to the Canadian. I do not know how he's getting that around, and in that sort of time as well.
Well, it can't have his steering, because you know we get the famous iRacing steering glitch where we're sort of 10% in the wrong direction. He's obviously running straight, isn't he, to a degree? Unless we can jump on board and see what he is doing with the wheel. That would be.
Look at that, straight as a die.
I think all he needs to do here is just head off Core Motorsport to a 7th in class, and they are a minute 24 seconds down.
Yeah.
I know, obviously Orion have clearly got damage, but with just 10 minutes and change to go, they've got that buffer. If they'd stayed in the pits or taken optional repairs to get that wing fixed, they'd currently be behind Core Motorsport. So Mike's clearly an experienced driver and a quick driver, and I think he just needs to just take it easy. Don't let the red mist come down too much, because I can sympathise. I would be incredibly angry if it were me in the car, because it feels like through no fault of your own, a very solid result was being taken away from you, and it will be the same for Alex Gal as well, who's now down in 9th and still in the pits.
I think 20 minutes to remaining. I think even, to be honest, even the coolest of drivers, after completing a 6-hour, second in class, Tim, I probably can gather what, there would be expletives, wouldn't there, even from anybody, really.
I think it's only human reaction, really, isn't it, to have something so close and then to be taken away from you at the depth, and you've got to feel for, well, both Chicane Online Racing Red and Orion Race Team. This was watch Lithium Motorsport BMW on the replay here, and that's going to be out of fuel. They just parked it on the inside there, tried to run it to the end, but for the bizarre one, maybe just missed the pit entry and forgot about it last time around. They've headed to the pit, so
that's going to be a 2-minute tow. 2-minute tow plus your top up.
Yeah, now they have got time behind them, James. So Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle are behind them, but they are 4 laps behind.
Oh, okay. Well.
So they've got the time. They can afford to do it. It's not the end of the world. They will get back refueled, back out again.
It's not confiscating you choose that. They can't be, can they?
Yeah, no, sorry, they're taking the tow, aren't they? So I
Yeah, they're taking the tow.
stationary for quite a while. So no, scrap that one. But I think I'm not sure if I want to make any more predictions because last time we started talking about them,
we just did, didn't we? Do you know the worst thing about it is, Tim, is we literally just sat there and went run through the leaders and classes that were comfortable.
Yeah, and it worked out for the fuel strategy. Works out they were okay.
Yeah, and then
wow.
Well, yeah, Paul Mike Dam, Alex Gould, yeah.
Got a feel for him. It's the pain of motor racing being lived out here in real life in the Intercontinental Sim Racing Championship. Wow, we've gone 5 hours and 40 minutes before it all suddenly just took another twist on the tail. Another plot line in the story, and we've got just under 8 minutes left to go now. It'll be round about another 4 to 5 laps. And wow, could it change again? That is the big question. Is there going to be another twist to the story here at Spa?
I don't know if I could take any more.
I'm not sure I can, James. I'm really not sure I can either. I didn't see that plot lines coming at all. I'm sure the viewers at home didn't either. I don't think anyone saw that coming. To be honest,
did anybody see that coming? That they were going to go 2 abreast in Air Rouge and Radion, and then it was just going to take out about 4 cars behind them. I don't think anybody really knew that was going to happen. It was literally insane. But
it was a high-stakes move, but it could have come off either way, and it's one of those things, it either comes off or it doesn't. Boosted are in for 4th place in LMP2. We did think they might have to stop again. Alex Nell are currently on board for them right now. Where will that bring them out? Now, this could be
close.
Hold on a minute. They have got a 30 seconds stop and hold penalty for an no, that is only pending for an unsafe overtake. So,
where would
could they have to hold on? Could they have to stop again potentially?
They're not stopping and stopping, are they? They're in there to fuel, aren't they?
They would only need to splash and dash.
Splash and dash, but that's a long splash and dash. So.
That is that penalty. That is confirmed. Now, it could be all right, James, because down the road for them is FTR Esports Red. Ooh, hold on a minute. That is coming out the bus stop.
Boosted have got going again, though.
They have. Well spotted, Chris. This is the race. There they go. They've got out in front of them, but all of a sudden that gap is down to what, about 7 seconds-ish? No, sorry, it's 9. So they should be comfortable. Also, while this has been happening, Taylor Mills, Sapphire Simsport Alpha, has just set the fastest lap of the race so far, a 1:51.66. That fuel burning off. The track is well rubbered in, and Taylor making moves and securing what should be the fastest lap of the race so
Do you think that's fair enough to say that she's showboating there, perhaps? Because they're still on the lead lap, Fuga, behind them. So, gotta be careful.
Sapphire last time out, though, Chris, didn't we? When all of a sudden, I think we saw it as well at Silverstone, when all of a sudden
I think it was Lot Marchant, wasn't he, at the end?
Yes, it was, wasn't it? All of a sudden, just started banging out the fastest laps. You can see a not very happy Verve Racing Team Mint Corvette there, flashing the lights at them. Fuga, they're 1:40 behind. There's 5 minutes left. It's wow. I just can't see anything happening here. Potentially, that caveat is going in there. I think
that point of saying I can't see anything happening, and then all of a sudden we said that earlier, and just chaos.
Just chaos ensued here.
So I'm having a chuckle to myself, but Chikora seems quite comfortable there in 5:24 racing in second. You know, it's going to be interesting, the 4.5 minutes we have got going now, Tim. So
now, interesting for you, James and Chris. There's yet to be an announcement on what happened between the incident we saw that completely shaped the front end of GT Pro. So that could, well, I can't see really how it can really affect it. I mean,
I think it'll be an after the race incident, wouldn't it?
I think so, yeah. I mean, Avensis well down. That car is actually fully retired now. that Porsche. But yeah, I think it's not going to have any impact on Orion Racing you're currently looking at, and the Ferrari of Chicane Online Racing Red. There's purple there. Let's check out the red guys in a second.
Where's Alex Gould? He's down in ninth.
He's down in 28th.
He's still in the pits, I believe.
He is, isn't he? That car, I think that car's retired, isn't it? That is retired.
Oh,
Gutting. Absolutely gutting for him. Come this far and that's it. But it's going to be, I think it's been popped up. It's going to be investigated after the race, that one. I mean, it's one of those things. There's nothing you can do about it now. It's not going to shape the outcome. I mean, if they're still running, you can, fair enough, but it's one of those things.
who was it? What was that number?
I think it is just now down to these
Orion
drivers
Racing.
stroking at home. And Chris, what I know you came in a little bit later to the party, but I think again, this championship's proved that it's an absolute hotbed of action and excitement.
It has. It really has. I think sometimes people who aren't aware of what endurance racing can be like can just think, well, what's entertaining about going around the track for hour after hour after hour? And it's. I mean, it's the fact you have to be at peak performance for that entire length of time. It really separates out the sort of the hobbyists from the proper, really skilled drivers. I mean, we've got 30 cars, I believe, still out on track. It might be down to 28 now, actually. Or maybe even 29 in between that. And we started with a grid of 46 cars. I know Spa is a tricky track, but it just goes to show you have to. This race wasn't over with half an hour to go. There was still another half hour driving. Most iRacing official races are around half an hour. You think how exhausted you feel after those. And these guys have had 5.5 hours on top of it. And obviously, individual drivers won't be in the car for 6 full hours. But a lot of them will be spotting their teammates when they're not in the car, and that's mental energy taken up as well. I mean, I'm sure your voice boxes will attest to the fact that even 6 hours just sat down, it strains the body.
Yes. Yeah, 2 seconds ago, we've just seen Tim Perry go up into third, and we saw Polar Racing go into the pits there. So Tim Perry from Boosted is up into third now. Ryan Schmidt was coming out the pits. I guess that was where that splash and dash we were talking about, Tim. That was
Yes.
I think there's the possibilities that they could have to do that, and they have had to do that. And Tim Perry is now on Boosted, is in third. Sorry, Chris, you carry on.
I think I've basically got to the end of my point, although I think Celio Mendes in Core Motorsports 2 has been another victim of the bus stop chicane while we were watching this. It's been, I mean, it is a tricky corner, but it has been catching people out a lot, I think.
I think, yeah, it's I don't know whether it's been. I'm just trying to think back now, Chris. Maybe whether it was more causing issues from people like who have double stinted their tyres and are towards the end of that double stint. There we go. Oh, well saved. I
He
think
was
that's
losing it
saving
under braking, I think, which is again different to what we've been seeing. It's mostly been on acceleration through the chicane.
There was
We
one,
have seen
wasn't
that
there?
once, earlier.
I think there was one. There was an LMP2 car that I think locked. No, was that actually Sophie Hack? Sapphire did it on the LMP1. She's spinning. Literally, the back end was coming around before she'd hit the apex.
No, I don't think it was. I think. We've had a couple of other, like Luke Chamalski. He's come off track and had a bit of an issue. Something's clearly happened to them. Let's take a little look. This is Alex Nuller for Boosted.
Bus
Riding
stop.
on board. It's the bus stop again.
Rowlands goes up.
Brady went.
Right away.
The LMP2. Now, Jamalski. Down to the bus stop
Bus
again.
stop. What do you reckon? Inside
Do you
or
think-
first,
do you
second
think
part of
he
the
had
game?
the?
No, lost it.
Yeah, I think
must
he
be,
was
because
distracted
he's
by
just
the
gone off.
boosted.
Yeah, because he went off the Boosted, was in front, wasn't he?
I don't know about you guys, but I've done that before, where you see a car in front of you go off, and suddenly you're not looking at the apex, you're looking at the car that's gone off, and you're round as well.
My
Tell you
worst
what.
thing is following the car off. That's what makes it worse for me. Is when you get tunnel vision, and next thing you know, I've got a wall coming at me because I've not paid attention.
I've got to say, though, to Luke Jamalski, though, a brilliant, re-entry to the track there. Absolutely, if anyone wants a textbook example, that was it, definitely. But the race,
I think this is
is it.
Taylor
This is
Mills
last
on
lap.
the last lap.
Taylor Mills stroking it home. At the very near the end of the circuit, here we go. It's been so much action. We've missed it. They came onto the last. They got a flash of the lights there, so went past the camera. Here they come into the bus stop chicane for Sassar Import. The checker flag is out, and the 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps, the Intercontinental Sim Racing Endurance Championship, goes to Sapphire Sim Sport Alpha in LMP1 with a victory and overall. Just looking at it, 524 International, they've confirmed second place in LMP2. Aquilia Racing Cyan, Platinum Racing Team have confirmed second and third in GTE AM. Just waiting for the drivers to all come across and film across the line now to bring the rest of the podium. So Boosted, they've got third place. What didn't? I mean, that looks way off the pace, and like they were never going to get that at one stage. But they have got the third place in the podium in LMP1. Just waiting for a few more of the drivers to come back across the line. But there's still quite a few of them to come. Just waiting for them to head across.
We've got Lock in chat at the moment. 4 wins in a row for Sapphire Simsport Alpha. I'm so proud of this team and this lineup.
They have
That's
been
amazing.
the dominant force, really, in LMP1, haven't they? And you've got to feel for Fuga because they just, in terms of the rub of the green, and the luck between those two teams battling out at the top in LMP1. Fuga just seemed to run out of luck every time. It always seems to just go against them through no fault of their own. And we saw it again today. The drama unfolding, and but equally, they're no slouches themselves. We've seen Patrick Pelcher time and time again, putting in absolutely stunning laps, and just really, really good feel for them. But waiting for the last few cars to come across the line, and then we can start to
completely round out the end of this fabulous 6 hours.
I think we've still got a few left to go. By my recognition, James, I think, here we go. No, that is everyone. Right. The results. Your final classified results for the 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps Round 5 of the ISRC Endurance Championship. Your winners, Sapphire Simsport in LMP1. See donuts in the background there. Nice setting from Fuga. Bigger Simsport, second in LMP1. Boosted Motorsports, third. The racing team, and Scania coming in fifth. Then it's heading across to LMP2. We've then got the WS Racing Esports crew, followed by 524 International in second. Antagonist Racing Team Orange, brilliant race from them. Finishing fourth as
I think
right up to the camera there from Sapphire Simsport.
Yeah, I think Taylor's
to
been
give
told.
the ultimate thumbnail there. Absolutely brilliant. There we go. So Boosted LMP2. Fourth, I've got to say, Antagonist Racing Team Orange, spectacular from you guys, brilliant result. FTR Esports came home in fifth. Stage 1 Racing Senior, sixth. JD Sim Racing, seventh, and Fuga Simsport LMP2, eighth. Vector by RSR were ninth. A World of Sim Racing Team, 10th. Stage 1 Racing Orange were 11th. Aquiva Motorsport LMP2 were 12th. And Sapphire Simsport Bravo ran at LMP2 in 13th place. Now on to GTE Pro. GTE combined, isn't it? Of course, sorry. Let's just bring you the results for that one. So we've got World of Sim Racing coming out on top. There we go. Then we've got Avensis 116 second. Fuga Simport third. I mean, to be fair, I don't know about you at home, but wow, would never have expected it, to be fair. Then they've got Chicane Online Racing Orange fourth. Orion Race Team JRT fifth. Bit disappointing for them after starting third on the grid. Hashtag Racing was 6th. Avensis Racing 119 7th. Verve Racing Team Black were 8th. FTR Esports White 9th. 27 Motorsport White were 10th. 11th was JD Sim Racing. Centurion Racing Team came home in 12th. WS Racing Esports GTE were 13th. Chicane Online Racing Red 14th. Lithium Motorsport 15th. And 16th was Core Motorsports 2. 17th was Chicane Online Racing. Wow. There we go. So GTE and World of Sim Racing came home first. Aquilia Racing Cyan Platinum. Racing Team Chicane Online Racing Purple. Backmarker Razzadazzle. JD Sim Racing and then FTR Esports and Chicane Online Racing Orange. And wow, I can see there's people queuing up already in the green room, waiting to come and have a chat to us. But look at that, just confirmed. Sapphire Sim Sports in LMP1 are well, they're not victorious, but they're well ahead. And it's as if we didn't know. 4 wins from 4. And James, I think
we're
the honours.
Yeah.
Should we have a little chat with?
Let's get
Taylor
Mills. Yeah, winner of LMP1. Taylor, welcome in again. Wow. Come on, tell us about it. How was the end of the race for you?
The end of the race, easy. There's no issues after that little incident with Fuga. But of course, the end isn't the highlight of the race for me. That's 5th stint after Sophie got out of the car.
So, just the donuts on the start finishing line.
Mm-hmm.
Very impressive. Did you get a little somebody in your ear telling you to move down the pit straight a little bit because you weren't quite in camera shot?
I didn't. No, Sophie had to go to work about an hour ago. There's been a bit of what's the word? Logistical manoeuvring we've had to do today to ensure that a Sapphire Sim Sport car would be in this race. But she had to bugger off to go to work. And I had the stream open for the last hour or so I had something to listen to. So I didn't go absolutely insane.
So you had nobody talking to you for the last hour?
I had no one talking to me for the last hour and a half. At least, it was the last 2 hours, in fact. Yeah, I had my caps, I had my sim hub, I had all the data I needed. Like, I was absolutely fine running on my own.
Wow, that's even more impressive. So we're on to Daytona on the 23rd of October. Are you looking forward to that one?
I don't even know if I'll be racing it. I literally just came in so that I'd have 2 TMR cars on the grid for EES tomorrow.
Oh, so you don't know if you're going to be about next week then, on the 23rd then?
I'm sure Sapphire Sim Sport will be, but whether I'm in their driver lineup, we'll have to wait and see.
I'll send like a message. Don't worry. I'll sort it out for you, Taylor. Don't you worry about it. Well, guys, that's Taylor Mills, LMP1 winners from Sapphire Sim Sport. Taylor, thank you so much for joining us. And once again, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Wow. Nobody talking to you for the last hour and a half, Tim.
Yeah.
I think
absolutely
I'd lose my marbles. I don't know about yourself.
Wow,
You know what I mean?
you have to have them in the first place, James, to lose them.
Well,
But,
thanks, mate.
Well,
I'm
talking about
glad
myself,
after 6 hours we're going that way now in the stream.
I'm
Okay.
talking about myself. Shall I have a little bit of a check in with the guys over? I'm just trying to move them across. There we go. So let's have a chat to the boosted team in LMP1. We've got Tim Perry with us. Tim, do you expect to take the podium after what has been a really turbulent and eventful race for yourselves?
Not really, no. It was a bit crazy to me. So I got in the car with P4, and you always keep your fingers crossed, hoping that maybe the other teams running some sort of issues or something. But as it was dragging on, we weren't really making any progress, and you sort of think, yeah, this is it now. Game's over type thing. And then out of nowhere, they suddenly started having some problems. So it was, Poda had a few issues and had to pit, and then we were kind of 20 seconds behind them, and we're closing up on them and thinking, oh yeah, you know, might be really close at the end, and then yeah, they have to pit right at the end. So it was absolutely amazing.
Well, it was definitely eventful right at the end there. I mean, obviously, just looking ahead to Daytona next time out, Tim. I know you've had not had the best rub of the green in terms of luck for yourself, so a bit similar to Fugger and LMP1 in some ways. Thoughts, aspirations, looking ahead to Daytona.
Yeah, I mean, I think today P3 was probably where we deserved to be on pace over the 3 drivers, and yeah, Sapphire bringing in Taylor Mills, you know, I mean, he's a really, really quick driver, has helped them a lot. So they're now up there with Fugger, and we're kind of just that step behind, I think, really. So we're kind of probably going to be racing with Polder again, but Daytona, pretty intense track. Anything could happen, you know, I mean, a few incidents, and suddenly we're in the mix. So I think we've got to keep our noses clean, keep the pace up, and see what happens during the race.
Definitely. Well, good to speak to you, Tim Perry there for Boosted LMP1. James, who do you fancy picking out next to speak to?
Well, we've got Martin Pearson who's waiting in at the moment. We've got as well, so it'd be nice to grab Martin and we'll have a chat and see what he thinks of the race. This is going to be a epic discussion. Martin, welcome in.
Hello, how are we doing?
How are you?
Oh man, yeah, exhausted. That was tough. That was brutal in places.
Oh, the first hour was chaotic.
Yes, that is very true.
I think me and Tim mentioned at one point it was more we're doing a sprint race than it was doing a 6-hour endurance. What was it like for you guys in the stewards box today? It could look like a busy one.
Yeah, it was busy. You hit the nail on the head when you said everyone was driving like a sprint race at times. That's exactly what I was thinking after the first couple of hours. Yeah, some big incidents, some unnecessary ones. We thought that Spa would be a bit easier for everybody compared to the Red Bull Ring, but double the length almost in track length. But somehow the combination of everything, of the corners and the straight which aren't quite straight and whatnot, combined for some interesting scenarios, shall we say?
Yeah, I think the incident with 20 minutes remaining at the end was just absolutely crazy. I think me and Tim both were sat here with our hands in our head thinking, what has just literally happened after taking out leaders of the GT class? Do you have an early take on that, or is that something you're going to sit and not tell me now, but wait until after the race and have a good look at it?
Yeah, we've got multiple questions that we need to get around. We have marked it as investigation after the race because it was obviously a big incident, and we haven't had big incidents like that between cars of such different laps. So one car was, I think, 70 laps off the lead. And we need to consider whether that throws another element into the race. And to be honest, being that far off the lead, they won't get classified. And especially after that incident, they need to cross the line to get any points at all. And they haven't done that. I think that's all I should say at the moment. I don't know. Yeah, I don't have any other concrete thoughts on it.
Yeah, that was literally all me and Tim could say. We said our pieces and then just sat there, Martin, to be honest, like, oh, I cannot believe we've literally just sat there. Now, obviously, the 23rd, we've got Daytona. That should be a different entity altogether, shouldn't it?
Yeah, it should be. It should be a good one. I think I was just chatting to the LMP1 guys in the broadcast waiting room, and they're thoroughly looking forward to it. Bit more slipstream battle, From a stewarding perspective, I'm hoping it's a little bit easier. Go high if you're fast, sort of thing. But no, it should be interesting. The bus stop is a commitment set of corners, and then obviously breaking off the banking into turn 1 as well. The provider can provide quite a challenge, but and then also a race that's 2 hours longer than this one. So more action to be had in 2 weeks.
So that makes you busier. You got 2 hours extra racing as well. Well, Martin, all I can say, that was absolutely incredible race. Tim, what did you want to ask Martin?
It was just purely, obviously, saying myself and James, we were just expecting a sort of a quiet end to the race, and all of a sudden it then all kicked off. I mean, were you guys sort of settling down yourselves and thought that's it, and seemed relatively quiet heading in towards the end?
Yeah, that's exactly what we were saying. Ed Cookstass, one of the other head stewards, he was like, "Why is it all kicked off? It's like 10 minutes left. Surely everything's done and dusted," but clearly not. Yeah, we were. I was winding down, looking forward to opening a cold one. But no, we'll leave it for this evening. We've all had a big day, and we'll come at it with fresh heads early next week.
Brilliant. Thanks very much for your time. This is Martin Pearson, head steward and also league organizer as well.
Thanks very much, guys. See you later.
Thanks, Ryan.
Wow. I think, should we have a little bit of a run through the calendar, James, of what's so
obviously,
coming up?
Well, we're 3/4 of the way through the season. We've got the 23rd of October. We have got the 8 hours of Daytona, and if you think 6 hours here is going to be crazy, you're not going to want to miss 8 hours at Daytona. And also on to the following one on the 13th of November, we've got 8 hours of Watkins Glen. Now, 2 back-to-backs that are going to be absolutely crazy. So if you haven't got them marked up on your calendar, please do so, because you are not going to want to miss any of that. You think today was action-packed, they're going to be really, really packed. And then on the 4th of December, we are rounding out round 8 at the 12 hours of Suzuka, which on a classic circuit with multi-classes, and I've done multi-classes on Suzukas, and it was chaotic just for an hour's race. 12 hours, well, I think that's going to be absolutely amazing, Tim. So
12 times the goodness, I'd say, based on that.
There you go, dude. 12 times the goodness as well. So it's going to be an absolute classic. Yeah, 3 races left. You're not going to want to miss any of them.
So I think that leaves round out. James, one word, and Chris as well. One word to describe today. You can only have one. I know you like many words, James. Just old man. I think no words.
Chris, go first. Chris, go first. Hold on, I'm trying to find the right one.
Racing.
Lovely stuff.
I can't do it. I can't get it in one. All right. Amazing. There you go. Amazing. Your go, Tim.
Mine is. I think I'm gonna have to quadruple barrel mine or something like that. If I can't wait for next time. I know, cheated at my own game, but wow. As you said, thanks very much for everyone watching home, to the drivers as well, and wow, what a race it has been. 6 hours of Spa, 6 hours of excitement, 6 hours of drama, 6 hours of storylines, and it continues in 2 weeks' time. And we've loved having you here. Thanks very much, everyone at home, for watching. Good night and God bless.
So here we go, armed with a little of the knowledge that we're gonna need right now. You light up my life, I wish that you could read my mind. Maybe we could bounce all night while the streets are empty.